The wind howled through the bare trees, sending shivers down my spine. The air was crisp and cold, a sharp contrast to the warmth of my fire back home. I stood at the edge of the forest, gazing out at the vast expanse of snow-covered fields. Yet there was something captivating about this desolate, beauteous, silent allure that drew me closer. But the thrill of exploration overpowered my apprehension. I took a tentative step forward, my boots sinking slightly into the powdery snow. Each breath crystallized in the frigid air, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. I had always yearned for adventure, and this untamed wilderness beckoned me like a long-lost lover. The sound of the wind whispered secrets through their leaves, inviting me to uncover the mysteries hidden within. I felt a sense of wonder, as if I were about to discover a forgotten realm, untouched by time. As I ventured deeper, the trees became denser, their branches intertwined, forming a natural archway. My journey led me to a small clearing where a solitary figure stood, shrouded in a cloak. He turned towards me, and in that moment I knew my quest for adventure had taken an unexpected turn. For before me stood Gustave Aimard, the renowned explorer, ready to guide me into the heart of this enigmatic land. Aye, the peaks. There is no region in the world that offers to the dazzled eyes of travellers more delightful prospects than Mexico. Above all, the peaks are without a doubt one of the most astounding and seductively varied. Mexican Nights by Gustave Aimard, translated by Luis Calvo, 3rd edition. Volume I, Barcelona, Luis Tasso. Printing Press Arco, Del Teatro, 91 and 33, 1920, Mexican Nights, Hamilton. The peaks form a chain of canyons at the exit of the mountains, through which the road to Puebla de Los Angeles winds and turns in infinite meanders, named thus because, according to tradition, the angels carved the cathedral of the same. The road we are referring to, built by the Spanish, descends along the mountain slope, forming extremely daring angles, and is flanked on both sides by an uninterrupted series of steep edges, bathed in a bluish mist. At every turn of this road, suspended, as it were, over precipices covered with luxuriant vegetation, the perspective changes and becomes increasingly picturesque. The mountain peaks do not rise one after another, but gradually become lower, while those left behind stand upright perpendicularly. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon of July 2nd, 18. At the moment when the sun, already low in the horizon, cast nothing but oblique rays upon the earth, scorched by the noon heat, and as the breeze began to refresh the torrid atmosphere, 2 travellers, perfectly mounted, emerged from a dense forest of yuccas, bananas, and bamboos, with purplish plumes, and ventured onto a dusty, long, and winding path that led to a valley crossed by a clear stream that glided through the grass and kept the air cool. The stream, with the evident purpose of enjoying for a few more moments the effects of that admirable kaleidoscope, unique in the world. Judging from the direction they were taking, the mentioned riders seemed to be coming from Orizaba and heading towards Puebla de Los Angeles, a city from which, moreover, they were not very far away at that time. The travellers, likely captivated by the unexpected view of the grand perspective suddenly presented before them, halted their horses, and after gazing in admiration for a few minutes at the picturesque undulations that ultimately emerged from mountains, they dismounted, loosened the reins from their respective horses, and sat down on the bank. The 2 riders we refer to wore the attire of wealthy hacienda owners, an outfit that we have described in great detail, by an iron ring carefully nailed. For the sake of doing so once more, we will only note a distinctive peculiarity demanded by the poor security that the roads offered at the time when this story takes place. Both were armed in a formidable manner, and carried with them a true arsenal. Apart from the 6-shot revolvers tucked away in their respective holsters, they also wore identically. It was undoubted that if these men were endowed with even a little valour, they would easily resist, without disadvantage, a considerable number of enemies. L1s on their belts, and wielded 2-barreled rifles, made by Divisum, the famous Paris armsmith, which brought the total number of shots each could fire to 26, not to mention the machete hanging from their left side, the triangular knife side. A triangular knife hidden in their right boot, and the reins, or lasso of leather, hung from the saddle, securely fastened. For the rest, the two travellers did not seem to mind the harsh and lonely aspect of the place where they found themselves, but rather chatted merrily, half lying on the grass, and indifferently smoked 2 Havana cigars each. Appeared to be one of those resolute men, invaluable in critical situations, due to the trust they inspire in others. The oldest rider, who was edging towards 45, although he looked no more than 36, was of above-average height, elegant, well-formed, with robust limbs, a testament to his immense physical strength, with prominent features and an energetic, intelligent visage. He had black, vivid, restless eyes that at times emitted beams that etched a hard, wild expression onto his face impossible to convey. His forehead was wide and elevated, and his mouth sensual. A thick black beard, like that of an Ethiopian, fell over his chest, with strands of silver among the hairs. His luxuriant was swept back, pouring over his shoulders, and his tanned skin bore the hue of brick. In short, although it was impossible to determine his nationality, his quick and jerky movements, and his animated, concise, and image-filled speech, seemed to place his origins in the south. Weakness was imprinted, and his blue eyes, golden hair, and above all the whiteness of his skin, gave him an air that suggested a European from temperate climates who had recently arrived in America. His companion, a good deal younger, for he was not more than 25 to 28 years old, was tall, rather thin, and of an appearance not diseased but delicate. He was elegant and well-formed, with small feet and hands that proclaimed his house. Origin. He had beautiful features, a sympathetic and intelligent face, in which a deep expression of... We have stated that the two travellers departed amicably, but not that they did so in French, their native tongue undoubtedly judging from the turn of their phrases and the purity of their speech. "Be free, Sir Count," said the older man. "Do you regret having followed my advice, and undertaken this horse-ride in company with this your servant, instead of being trampled by abhorrent paths, more beautiful than this one?" the Count asked, extending his arm and drawing a semicircle in the air. "It's impossible, sir." "Discontented I would be," replied the young man who had just been bestowed the title of Count. "I have traversed Switzerland, Italy, and the banks of the Rhine, and confess that never before have I beheld the delightful prospects that I now enjoy, thanks to you." "He is very kind. The landscape is magnificent indeed, and especially varied," added the first with a sardonic expression that went unnoticed by his companion. "Nevertheless," he continued, stifling a sigh, "I have seen more beautiful ones." "You're still young, my lord," replied the first speaker, smiling sadly. "The journeys you've taken as an amateur are nothing but child's play. This one captivates you because of the contrast it forms with the others. You, who have only studied nature. Children of this land roam freely, whom civilization has deprived. The surroundings that encircle him, and which he admires with such love, they would not inspire anything but a smile of disdain. From the opera-house chairs he ignored that such surprises could be in store for him, and thus his enthusiasm suddenly escalated to a pitch that intoxicates him as he contemplates the singular contrasts that constantly unfold before his eyes. If, like me, you had traversed the high savannas of the interior, the immense prairies were the wild. "Why, perhaps it is true what you say, Oliverio," the young man replied. "But unfortunately I do not know the savannas and prairies of which you speak, and it is likely that I will never set foot there." "I would like to," replied the Count with a hint of bitterness, "but unfortunately my trip must end in Mexico. By doing so you will have accomplished one of those trips considered impossible, and of which you can be proud upon your return to your homeland." "In Mexico," he repeated with vivacity, Oliverio. "You are young, rich, vigorous, and, in my opinion, completely free. Then nothing prevents you from embarking on an expedition across the great American desert, especially since you bring what is needed to carry out this project." "What?" exclaimed Oliverio in surprise. "I have come purely and simply to get married." "Yes. Under the influence of a strange will, I am not in control of my actions." "Have you come to Mexico to get married, Lord Count?" replied Oliverio, as if seeing a vision. So the young woman you are going to marry is French? And in a matter-of-fact way, with a woman whom I do not know, and who does not know me, and who surely feels for me as little love as I feel for her. We are related. From the cradle they married us, and it is time to fulfill the promise made in our names by our parents. But isn't it French from Touraine? And no, she is Spanish, and even I would say she is Mexican, if that makes a difference. From there, the Count replied with a smile. So, excuse me for asking, how comes that? It's the most natural thing. And since the story is not long, and you seem willing to listen, I'll tell it to you in 2 words. Ya knows that I am Count Louis Mahet de Soleil. My family, originally from Touraine, is one of the oldest in this province, dating back to the earliest Franks. According to tradition, one of my ancestors was one of King Clovis's bold warriors, who granted him vast meadows, surrounded by willow trees, in recognition of his great and loyal services. It is from these that my family later took its name. Excuse me if I go into details that you may consider trivial. I do not cite this origin motivated by foolish pride, for although noble in fact and armed as such, thank God I have been inculcated with ideas of progress sufficiently sharp to know what a title is worth in today's time, and discover that true nobility resides absolutely in the elevation of feelings. During the league the Spaniards called by the partisans of the Guises, with whom they had allied against Henry IV, whom they did not yet address as King of Navarre, were for a long time in charge of guarding the city of Paris. However, I have briefed him on these peculiarities regarding my family, so that he might clearly understand how my ancestors, who always held prominent positions in the various dynasties that occupied the French throne, came to belong to the second branch of a Spanish family, while the eldest branch remained French. On the contrary, Sir Count, replied Oliverio, they interest me greatly. Please let me continue. It is worth noting that a large number of officers from the Duke of Mendoza, head of the Spanish troops, and even he himself, had their families with them. The siege of Paris was long, and even after it was lifted by Philip IV, who eventually bought the city with substantial cash that he desperately wanted to acquire, having been sold to him by Duke Brissac, governor of the Bastille, for the League. As I was saying, continued the young man, the Count of Soleil, who lived at that time, was a fiery follower of the Guises, a close friend of the Duke of Maina, and he had 3 children, 2 of them sons, serving in the ranks of the League's army, and a daughter, a chambermaid to the Duchess of Montpensier, sister of the Duke of Maina, called the Béarnese and the Huguenot, and make his triumph at least impossible, if not delayed. In one word, the youngest son of my ancestor fell in love with one of the Spanish general's nieces, and, at her sister's instigation, the Duchess of Montpensier agreed to give him her hand, along with one of the general's aides, for the subtle and political duchess envisioned, through these alliances, keep the French nobility away from him whom they harm. As inevitably happens in such cases, the duchess's calculations failed. The king reconquered his domains, and the nobles most involved in the troubles of the League were compelled to follow the Spanish retreat, and thus leave France. My ancestor easily obtained the king's pardon, who later deigned to entrust him with an important command, and admit his eldest son to his service. However, the younger one, despite his father's entreaties and orders, never returned to France, settling definitively in Spain. Nevertheless, even though separated, the 2 branches of the family continued to nurture their relationships and ally with each other. My grandfather married, during the exile, a woman from the Spanish branch, just as I am currently doing. You see how prosaic and uninteresting this is. And what does V want? Will V agree to join, so to speak, eyes closed, with a woman he has never seen, nor even knows? Besides, my consent is useless in this matter. My father solemnly pledged himself, and I have no choice but to honor his word. My presence here proves that I am willing to do so, added the young man with a smile. However, I confess to you that, having been brought up with the constant expectation of this marriage, and knowing it was inevitable, little by little, if I could act with complete freedom, perhaps, I would not have agreed to such an alliance. But as, unfortunately, this did not depend on me, I have had to conform to my father's will. He grown accustomed to the idea of doing so. Therefore, the sacrifice is not as great for me as you might imagine. "No important," replied Oliverio with some harshness. "Let the devil take nobility and money if such obligations impose. Better the adventurous life in the desert and poor independence. At least one is master of oneself." I abound in the same ideas, but despite this I can only bow my head. Now allow me to address a question to you. How can one explain that, having met by chance in the French fund of Vera Cruz, both you and I became sympathetic so quickly and intimately upon my arrival in this city? It would be impossible for me to tell you. Your presence pleased me at first glance, and your manners attracted me. I offered my services, you accepted, and together we set off for Mexico, probably to never meet again. Lord? Not at all, Don Oliverio. Not at all. I have the feeling that, quite contrary to what you predict, we will see each other frequently, and our relations will soon become close friendships. Between you and me there is a line of demarcation too clearly drawn for us to address each other as equals. "Count," replied Oliverio, moving his head repeatedly, "you are noble, rich, and hold a high position in society. I am but an adventurer whose past you ignore, and whose name you barely know, assuming that the one I bear now is my true identity. Our true identity. Our respective positions are very different. Do not question what you know about the world. Do not insist on this point, and for both our sakes, let each of us stay in the place that corresponds to them. Upon our next encounter in the midst of civilized life's demands, I would soon become a burden to you. And this, I tell you, having more years and experience. Today, I am more of a guide than a friend, and this position suits me best." The Count was about to reply to Olivier, but the latter seized his arm with quickness and said, "Silence! Listen to me." "I hear nothing," replied the young man, after giving his full attention for a few seconds. "It will be the Vera Cruz diligence, in which my servants and my baggage are going, and which we precede by a few hours." "It's not strange," replied Oliverio with a smile. "His ears don't pick up all the noises that disturb the silence of the desert. From the side of Orizaba a car is approaching at full speed on the same road as us. You will soon see it. I clearly hear here the jingling of the mule's bells. Perhaps, but I would be surprised if it had caught up with us so soon." "What does it matter?" said the Count. "Be careful." "And why?" "Nothing at all if it is truly the diligence," replied the other, after some moments of reflection. "But as for what might happen, it is wise to be prepared." The young man replied with curiosity, "Follow me, and act as you see me act." "Shall we hide? Good heavens!" Oliverio cast a peculiar glance at his interlocutor, and answered, "You don't yet know the A of American life. In Mexico, the first law of existence is to prepare for likely eventualities of an ambush," he said, Oliverio shrugging his shoulders. The Count, against his will, was dominated by the influence Oliverio had gained over him due to the peculiar behavior he had witnessed since they travelled together. In turn, he mounted his horse and set off towards the forest, and without uttering another word, he approached his horse, put the bridle back on, and climbed onto the saddle with a lightness and grace that revealed immense experience, then set off at a gallop towards a little wood of liquidambar trees about 100 meters away. "Now let's wait," said the adventurer, when they were both sheltered under the trees, and after a few minutes he stretched his arm towards the little wood they had left behind 2 hours earlier, adding succinctly, "Look, soldiers of the President. What does this mean?" The Count mechanically turned his head in the indicated direction, and saw 10 riders of irregular troops, armed with sabres and lances, emerge from between the trees, galloping into the valley, and heading towards the first pass of the peace, murmured the young man. "Wait, Vi," replied the adventurer. Damn it! Soon the rolling of a carriage was heard clearly, and almost immediately a carriage appeared, swiftly pulled by a team of 6 mules. "Exclaimed the adventurer with a gesture of anger upon seeing the car," said the Count to his companion, who was pale as a corpse and trembled convulsively from head to toe. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," replied Oliverio roughly. Behind the car, at close range and galloping along, followed another group, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. "Damn!" exclaimed the young man, laughing. Then the horseman and carriage entered the pass, and they soon disappeared within it. "That's what I call prudent travellers. There's no danger of them being robbed by bandits." "You think so?" replied Oliverio with a biting irony. "Ah! Well, V, you're wrong in every way. They'll be attacked within an hour, probably by paid soldiers to defend them. That's impossible. Does V want to see it? Of course, the rarity of the situation is intriguing. The only warning I can give you is to be prepared, V, because we might have to fire some shots. I already know. Is V then willing to defend the carriage passengers? Yes, if they are attacked. I repeat, they will attack them. Then we shall fight. Very well. Are you a good rider? Don't worry about me. Then, God be with us. All we have left is the indispensable time to arrive. Watch your horse well, because on my soul I swear that we will give a race like you have never seen before. The two riders leaned over the necks of their steeds, and letting go of the reins at the same time they lowered their spurs, they set off in the wake of the travellers. One there, in 2 words, the facts as they occurred. The travellers in the period when our story unfolds, Mexico was undergoing one of those terrible crises which periodic recurrences have gradually reduced this unfortunate nation to its current state, from which it has no strength to emerge. This one, energetic and above all very ambitious, had begun to rule in Mexico, taking care first and foremost of getting his appointment as supreme magistrate of the nation approved by Congress and City Hall, which elected him unanimously. Miramon was thus, by right and fact, the legitimate interim president, or to say, for the time still to be discussed before the general elections. General Zuloaga, having been appointed president of the Republic one day, for no known reason, found the burden of power too heavy for his shoulders, and abdicated in favor of General D. Miguel Miramon, who, in virtue of such abdication, was elevated to the interim presidency. Well or ill, and for no short period of time, affairs went thus. But Zuloaga, doubtless tired of the darkness in which he lived, perhaps changed his mind, and suddenly, at a moment when the Mexicans least expected it, he issued a proclamation to the Thesiod. People entered into connivance with the supporters. W to become president of the Republic. Holding him as a hostage, while treating him with certain consideration and exquisite delicacy, he compelled him to accompany him on a campaign he embarked upon in the interior provinces, near Guadalajara, against the generals of the opposing party, who, as we have already stated, had taken the name of Constitutionalists. Miramon, who was not greatly affected by this extraordinary declaration, supported as he was in the right that he believed assisted him, and which the Congress had sanctioned, made his way home alone to General Zuloaga's house, seized him, and forced him to follow, saying with a mocking smile, "Since you desire to regain power, I will teach you hoe." Zuloaga offered no resistance. He seemed to accept his fate and the consequences of his position, even complaining to Miramon that he hadn't been given a command in his army. The interim president fell for the trap, and promised him that once the first battle was won, his desires would be fulfilled. However, Zuloaga and the field assistants, who were there, more to watch than to honor him as a general, suddenly disappeared. And it was known after a few days that they had taken refuge under Juarez's protection. He began to protest again with the greatest energy against the violence of which he was a victim, and to issue decrees against Miramon. Juarez was an Indian who was careful, astute, and dissimulated to excess, a skilled politician. He was the only president of the Republic since the Declaration of Independence who did not belong to the army. Born in the humblest of circumstances, through sheer tenacity, he climbed step by step to the highest office, and as someone who knew the character of the nation, he sought to govern better than anyone. He alone knew how to flatter popular passion, stir up the enthusiasm of the common people. Endowed with an excessive ambition that he hid carefully beneath the appearance of a heartfelt love for his country, he had managed to build up a formidable party over time. The constitutional president had organized his government in Veracruz, and from his cabinet, with the help of his generals, he waged war against Miramon. Juarez, although not recognized by any other power than the United States, acted as if he were the true and legitimate holder of the BRICS power, Zuloaga's adhesion, whom he despised. For his part, Zuloaga did not hesitate to recognize him solemnly as the sole legitimate president proclaimed by the free election of his citizens. From the depths of his heart, driven by his cowardice and incompetence, he supplied the weapon he needed to bring his schemes to a successful conclusion. He became, so to speak, the flag of his faction, insisting that Zuloaga should be restored to Tours, power from which he had been violently deprived by Miramon, and that new elections should then take place. The problem was presented with all clarity. Miramon represented the Conservative Party, or if we say, the party of the clergy, the wealthiest landowners, and rich merchants, Juarez, the absolute Democratic Party. The war then took formidable proportions. On the government, the provinces, the government, and the metropolis are the ones who suffer under these. When they rise up, they suspend subsidies and put power in a critical situation. Unfortunately, to wage war money is needed, and this was completely lacking in Juarez. He lacked it for the reasons stated below. In Mexico, public fortune is not concentrated in the hands of the government, but each state, each province disposes of and manages the particular funds of the populations that make up its territory, so instead of depend. Moreover, 2/3 of the public fortune are concentrated in the hands of the clergy, who take good care not to part with their riches. This one, who pays no tax nor any kind of obligation, merely lends his money at usurious interest rates, thereby increasing his wealth without ever risking losing his capital. Despite being owner of Veracruz, Juarez found himself in a difficult situation. However, as a man resourceful in means, finding money was not a problem for him. The aforementioned guerrillas, they did not confine their exploits to that alone, but extended the scope of their operations to the roads, robbing travellers and raiding convoys. This troubled River. The first thing he did was seize the customs house of that city. Then he organized bands or guerrillas that without any scruple attacked the properties of Miramon's followers, Spanish settlers in the Republic, almost all of them rich, and those of us foreigners from all nations in their homes where there was room to nail down nails. We do not enhance the colours of the painting, quite the opposite, we soften them. Moreover, to be fair, we must add that Miramon had no objection to using the same means whenever a suitable opportunity arose, although such occasions were rare, as his position did not offer the advantages that Juarez's did in terms of reaping abundant benefits from. It is true that the guerrillas seemed to act on their own account, and that their conduct publicly merited the reproach of both governments, who at times pretended to pursue them with cruelty, but the veil was so transparent that no one was deceived. In this way, Mexico was effectively transformed into an immense cave of bandits, where half the population robbed and killed the other half. Such was the political situation in that unfortunate nation at the time we are referring to. Later, it is doubtful that it has changed, unless to worsen. On the very day that our story begins, at the moment when the sun was still below the horizon, it started to pierce the dark blue of the sky with dazzling rays of purple and gold. A ranch, carved from cane, and, though vast, resembling a chicken coop, offered a remarkably lively appearance at such an early hour. Next to a stagecoach had to stop at an inn to a wheel failure. One could see a berlin crowded with suitcases. The aforementioned ranch, built in the midst of a fertile field, and in a delightful location, just a few steps from El Rincon Grande, had recently been converted into a rest stop for travellers who found themselves caught by nightfall, or, for whatever nightfall reason, preferred to stay there instead of continuing on to the city. In the spacious clearing that had been left vacant in front of the store, bales from numerous mule trains were stacked in a semicircle, and in the centre of this semicircle the drivers huddled around a campfire, skinning their meat for lunch or mending the saddles of their animals, which were fed corn placed on blankets spread on the ground. A large number of travellers who had spent the night out in the open, wrapped in their blankets, began to wake up, while others went back and forth smoking individual papers. Some, more active, had already mounted their horses and were galloping off in various directions. In the coach. These travellers were 9 in number, and of these only 2 were dressed in European style, and at a glance one perceived they were French. Shortly after, the coachman emerged from beneath his carriage, where he had been sleeping hidden in the grass. He fed his mules, treated the wounds they had suffered from their harnesses, bandaged them, and then began calling one by one the travellers, who, wakened by his cries, left the inn, still half asleep, and made their way to take their seats. The rest wore the Mexican costume, and seemed to be true children of the land. Guillaume, though very dishevelled, stopped in front of the ranch. That gang, composed of about 20 men with a menacing appearance, was led by an ensign or sub-lieutenant, dressed as miserably as his soldiers, but much better armed. At the moment when the mayor, a pure-bred Northern American, after managing, through grumbling Yankees, mixed with muddled Spanish, to get the travellers cornered, took hold of the reins and set out on his journey, the clatter of many horses' hoofs could be heard, accompanied by the hiss of sabres, and a troop of riders dressed almost in military fairs. "Hello there, pal." This officer was of very tall stature, thin, wrinkled, nervous, cross-eyed, with a jovial face and a coal-black complexion. He shouted to the foreman, "You'd better get going early." "What a happy meeting." "It's Mr. Jesus Dominguez." The Yankee, so insolent just moments before, suddenly changed his manners. He bowed humbly, puckered his lips at the rabbit's laughter, and with a weak, melodic voice, feigning joy that he probably wasn't feeling, replied, Good heaven! I certainly didn't expect such good fortune this morning." "Not today. I have other business. Is your Majesty coming to escort the stagecoach?" "Your Majesty is quite right. My travellers do not deserve such an honourable escort. They seem to be not very wealthy coastlanders." "Then goodbye, and may the devil take you," replied the official. "Besides, I will have to stop in Orizaba for at least 3 hours to repair my carriage." "One, sir," replied the mayor with a false smile. The mayor hesitated for a moment. Then, instead of obeying the order to march, he quickly got up from his seat and approached the ensign, who asked, "Do you have any news for me, comrade?" "Ah," responded the other, "what is the news? Good or bad? Rayo is further ahead on the road to Mexico. I saw him just as I see you now." On hearing this revelation, the officer shivered imperceptibly, but regaining his composure, he replied, "You're mistaken me, my friend." "And what about the travellers you conduct?" "Very well," the officer said after a minute or two of reflection. "I'll take the necessary precautions. Do you intend to visit them?" "They are miserable baggage. Apart from 2 servants of a French count, whose suitcases and boxes fill up the entire carriage by themselves, the rest don't deserve to be looked after." "I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it." Go in God's care. It as you please. And now, with your permission, I must leave Sir Jesus, for my travellers are growing impatient, and I need to set off." As soon as he found himself alone, the officer approached the innkeeper, who was busy measuring corn for some teamsters, and addressed him haughtily. "Hey!" The mayor climbed into his seat, kicked the mules, and the diligence set off at a speed that was far from reassuring for those inside, who risked breaking bones with every jolt of the road. "Hem? According to the soldiers, they come from Vera Cruz, and are heading to Mexico. That is, I have been sent to escort them to Puebla de Los Angeles, but it seems they are not in a hurry to set off. However, the journey is long, and they could do with rushing." He asked him, "Do you not shelter a Spanish gentleman and a lady in this house?" "Yes," answered the innkeeper, uncovering himself with respectful fear. "Yes, sir, yesterday, just after sunset, a gentleman already advanced in years arrived, accompanied by a young lady, in that carriage which you see before the ranch's door, their youngest door, had escorts with tea." At that very moment an inner door opened, and a man dressed richly entered the common room. He slightly lifted his hat, uttered the sacred phrase, "Ave Maria Pure," and approached the officer, who, upon seeing him, had advanced to greet him. This new character was a man of about 55 years of age, still robust, of tall and elegant stature, with noble and beautiful features, and a frank and kind visage. "I am Don Antonio de Carrera," said the newly arrived one, addressing the officer. "I heard the words you directed to the innkeeper, and if I am not mistaken, I am the person you have the task of escorting." "In fact, sir," he replied politely, "the name you have pronounced is the same as that written on the order I am carrying." "I do not insist, sir, though I would have been pleased to have you with us." "So we agreed to spend a few more hours here, right?" "As I am completely at your disposal for whatever you may wish to command." "Thank you, sir. My daughter is delicate, and I would fear to harm her by setting off so early. If it is not inconvenient to you, we will remain here a few more hours, until after lunch, which I hope you will honour us by joining us." "I owe you a million thanks, sir," replied the officer, bowing politely, "but being as I am, A rough fellow. My company would be very unwelcome to a lady. Excuse me if I decline your gallant invitation, which I appreciate just as much as if I accepted it. Many as you think appropriate, sir. I've already told you I'm at your service. After this exchange of compliments, the two interlocutors parted ways. The elderly man went towards the interior of the ranch, while the officer left to set up his soldier's bivouac. The officer whispered some words into a soldier's ear. Instead of following his companion's example, he remounted and set off at a gallop. These dismounted, renting their horses to nearby stakes, and began wandering about, smoking and observing everything with the suspicious curiosity peculiar to Mexicans. Around 10 in the morning, Don Antonio Carrera's servants unhooked the horses from the carriage, and shortly after, the old man set off, linking arms with a lady so enveloped in her shawl and cloak that it was impossible to discern any of her features or make any guess as to the kindness of her figure. Don Jesus bowed. What a good point! The lady was comfortably installed in the berlina. Don Antonio turned to the officer, who had approached him hastily, and said, "Sir Lieutenant, we can leave whenever you wish." The escort mounted their horses. The old man took a seat in the carriage, and once the door was shut by a servant, who positioned himself beside the coachman, 4 other well-armed servants lined up behind the carriage. "Forward!" cried the officer. "God protect him." Half of the escort took the lead, the other half formed the rear. The coachman lashed the horses, and carriage and riders disappeared at a gallop amidst a cloud of dust. Footnote 1. When writing in 1868, following significant events, Gustave Aimard presented this work. The wind-maker murmured, crossing himself, and making 2 ounces of gold jump in his hand that Don Antonio had given him. "He is a truly noble knight, that old man. Unfortunately, Don Jesus Dominguez is going with him, and I fear his escort will be his undoing." The novelist's remarks in this paragraph were, to a certain extent, relevant at the time. Fortunately, Mexico is now on a path that will lead it to prosperity in the near future. Footnote 2. We repeat here what was mentioned in the previous note. Note of the author. De Juarez, who, as vice-president he was when Zuloaga's abdication took place, had not recognized the president who succeeded him, and had been elected by a self-proclaimed national junta, president in Veracruz, and issued a decree annulling his abdication, and withdrawing from Miramon the powers he had conferred upon him to exercise them himself. The jumpers, as the carriage raced down the dusty road, the 2 travellers inside engaged in a conversation. The carriage continued on its way, accompanied by its escort, towards Orizaba, but a short distance from this city it turned off to one side, and through a path it re-entered the road to Puebla, and advanced towards the canyons of the summit, adorning her teeth, with a dimple dividing her chin in 2. Her pale skin was set off by silky, wavy hair of jet black that framed her face and fell over her shoulders, giving her one of those unique and charming appearances that can only be produced by the equatorial lands. The lady who accompanied the old man was at most 16 or 17 years old, of regular and delicate features, eyes fringed with long lashes that, when narrowed, traced a dark semicircle on her flushed cheeks, a straight nose with pink and movable little windows, a tiny mouth whose coralline's lips, as they part, revealed the double row of pearl. Though lacking the delicate line of contour possessed by fragile beauties from cold northern climes, they possess an irresistible allure that makes angels dream of women, and inspires not only love but also adoration. Gracefully coiled in a corner of the carriage, and half hidden by waves of gauze, she wandered her gaze over the countryside with an air of thoughtfulness, responding only with monosyllables and a distracted gesture to the words directed at her by her Yahar. "Father." The old man, though he feigned a certain calmness of spirit, seemed far from it. "Why, father?" asked the young woman with apathy. "Already I say to you, Dolores, that this is not clear at all. Despite the repeated affirmations of the government chiefs of Veracruz, and the protection they boast about surrounding me, I have no damn confidence in them," said Don Antonio. "For countless reasons, and the first and foremost because I am Spanish. You already know that, unfortunately, in these times, this quality only serves to increase the hatred that Mexicans hold towards Europeans in general." "Diga, it is too true what you say, father, But allow me to address a plea to you. It's very simple, my daughter. Significant interests demand my presence in Mexico, where I must move as soon as possible. V. Well, I would like you to be aware of the pressing reasons that have forced her to suddenly leave Veracruz and embark on this journey with me, especially since she never includes anyone in her expeditions. Furthermore, the political horizon darkens daily, and I have reflected that staying at our O'Neill estate could soon become dangerous for our family, asked the young woman, leaning slightly and smiling softly. What else could it be, dear Dolores? I therefore decided, after leaving her in Puebla at the home of our relative Don Luis de Pezal, from whom she is a very beloved godchild, to go all the way to Areno, pick up her brother Melchor there, and bring them both back to you in a capital, where we can easily find effective protection should the need arise. Unfortunately, it is very easy to foresee that this would not be a new revolution, as we have been suffering through one for a long time, but a cataclysm that would suddenly bring down the established power and install the one from Veracruz. Is this the only reason that compelled you, Father? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Is there really a secret? You are a curious girl, replied the old man, laughing and pointing his finger at his daughter. He wants me to reveal my secret to her? Who knows? Really, Father? Formally. But regarding this particular matter, V, you'll have to resign yourself, for I shall not say a word. Oh, fool! So I won't insist, as I know that, when you take these fumes and furrow your brow, it's useless to argue. But it doesn't matter. Nevertheless, I would have liked to know why you undertook this journey under an assumed name. Is this the only cause? As for this, I will tell you with great pleasure. My name is too well known, and my reputation as a rich man makes me hesitate to use it while these roads are infested with bandits. Forward or backward? You're right, answered the old man. What does that mean? Don Antonio lowered the window and stuck his head out, but saw nothing unusual. At that moment, the limousine was entering the pass of the peaks, and the road wound so much that the view could not extend beyond 25 to 30 steps. The only one, my daughter, and in my opinion quite powerful, to force me to act as I have. Fine, replied Dolores, moving her head with a slow, deliberate gesture, and then, after a moment, she suddenly asked, Father, don't you think why does the car go more slowly? It doesn't seem like we're in a hurry. The lady's father then called one of the servants, trailing behind him, and asked, What's the matter, Sanchez? Would attackers perhaps try to assault us, the bandits or guerrillas who infest the roads? It is true, sir, replied the addressed. Since we left the plain, we have walked more slowly, without an explanation of the cause. The soldiers in our escort seem suspicious. They whisper words in low voices, and instantly look around. It is obvious that they fear some danger, said the old man with feigned unease. Inform yourself, Mr. Sanchez. The location seems well chosen for a surprise. However, our escort is numerous, and unless he's in league with the bandits, I doubt they'll dare block our path. Go, Mr. Sanchez, go. Interrogate the soldiers deftly, and return to tell me what you've learned. The servant greeted, pulled on the rein to allow the carriage to pass ahead, and prepared to carry out the task his master had just entrusted him with. But almost immediately he found himself reunited with Don Antonio. Lost? We're lost, my lord, said Sanchez, his features contorted, his voice strained, whistling as he passed between his tightly clenched teeth, and his face pale as death, exclaimed Don Antonio, experiencing a nervous jolt, and gazing at his daughter, speechless with fear, his eyes reflecting all the paternal love. Lost? You're crazy, Sanchez. Come on, explain yourself. It's no use, my lord, answered the miserable man, his voice breaking. Here is the translation. There arrives Mr. Don Jesus Dominguez, chief of the escort, who without a doubt comes to share with V what is happening. Let him come, replied Don Antonio. No matter how terrible, it's better to know the truth than to experience such anxiety. The old man realized he was caught in an ambush, that resisting would be madness, and that to save himself he had no choice but to submit. The carriage had stopped on a kind of platform, measuring about 100 square meters. Don Antonio cast his gaze outside the carriage, and continued to see the escort surrounding it. The only thing he noticed was that, instead of 20 riders, there were 40. Nevertheless, despite his age, He was still in the prime of his strength, and had an energetic character and a resolute soul. So he did not give up at first sight, but decided to make the best of his difficult situation. The soldiers, though surprised by this action, made no move to oppose it, and maintained their formation intact. After having kissed his daughter tenderly, and advised her to remain still, and not interfere with what was about to happen, instead of staying in the carriage, Don Antonio opened the door and hopped out with ease, holding a revolver in each hand. As for the 4 servants of the traveller, they immediately took up positions behind him, carbines at the ready, and were prepared to fire at their master's command. Sanchez had told the truth. Don Jesus Dominguez was riding at a gallop, but not alone. He was accompanied by another horseman. The last one, dressed in a luxurious uniform of a regular army colonel, was a short, stocky man with sombre features, squinting and with skin that, due to its copper tone, revealed his pure-blooded Indian heritage. However, when they found themselves just steps away from the carriage, instead of allowing them to question him, it was he who first spoke. "Hello, gentlemen." In the aforementioned grim character, whom the traveller had seen 2 or 3 times in Veracruz, he immediately recognized Don Felipe Neri El Sal, one of the guerrilla leaders of the Juarez faction. So, not without trembling with fear, Don Antonio awaited the arrival of the 2 horsemen. "You're arresting me?" the old man exclaimed. "You? And on what grounds?" "On what grounds?" replied the colonel, his tone boding ill. He exclaimed with an arrogant voice, "What does this mean, and why do you force me to interrupt my journey in such a way?" "You'll find out, dear sir," replied the guerrilla with a smirk, "and to make sure he knows what to expect in the name of the country, I arrested him. By God, if it were up to me, I could tell you it's by the right of the strongest, and I think the logic would be undeniable." "Indeed," the old man mocked, "and I suppose it's the only one you can invoke." "Are you mad, Colonel?" "Well, you're wrong, sir. I won't invoke her. If I arrest her, it's for espionage and high treason." "Me? A spy and traitor? I've done nothing of the sort." "It has been a long time since the government of His Excellency President Juarez has not lost sight of you, and as all your steps have been watched, it is known why you left Veracruz so hastily, and what brings you to Mexico. Me I direct to Mexico for business purposes, and this the President knows, as he demonstrates by having signed my safe conduct with his own hand, and by voluntarily, and without my request, granting me the escort that accompanies me. Oh, act with a strong hand. The truth is what V says. Sir, our magnanimous President, who has always repined strict measures, did not want to have him arrested, but in consideration of the grey hairs you are showing, he preferred to leave him the means to escape. However, your last betrayal has filled the measure, and although with reluctance, he has recognized the need T. Here where I stand, I have received orders to pursue and arrest V, and so I do. And could I know what treachery they accuse me of?" "Señor Don Andres de la Cruz," responded the colonel. "No one knows better than V the reasons that led him to replace his name with that of Don Antonio de Carrera had long coveted. Don Andres, for that was his real name, was horrified to hear Don Felipe Neri Elzar, not because he felt guilty, as the substitution had been done with the President's consent. What disturbed him was the duplicity of the men who detained him, who, lacking other reasons, used this to ensnare him in an infamous trap to gain access to a fortune they has." "I don't know what you're trying to say," answered Don Felipe, unperturbed. Nevertheless, Don Andres regained his composure, and addressing the guerrilla fighter once again, he said, "Look what he's doing, Colonel, sir. I'm not just anyone, and I won't let myself be robbed with impunity. In Mexico there is a Spanish ambassador who will protect my rights. If you refer to Mr. Pacheco, I think his protection will bring him little advantage, as that gentleman, who takes the title of Extraordinary Ambassador of the Queen of Spain, has deemed it convenient to recognize the government of the traitor Miramon. We, therefore, have nothing to do with him. His influence with the national president is completely nil. Furthermore, I have not come to argue with V, but to arrest him, and I will arrest him regardless of what happens. Does V want to surrender, or does he perhaps intend to put up a futile resistance? Ed against me. You are the master, my dear sir. To protest as much as you wish, replied the colonel. It matters little to me. Don Andrew fixed his gaze on the men surrounding him. and realizing that outside of his servants he could expect neither aid nor support from anyone, he let his revolvers fall to the ground at his feet, crossed his arms, and said with a firm voice, "I yield to force. But before all those present, I protest against the act of violence being committed." Then, addressing Don Jesus Dominguez, who had quietly, impassively, and indifferently witnessed the scene we described, he added, "Without wasting any time, we must meticulously register the prisoner's luggage, and especially his papers." "Very well devised," said the old man, shrugging his shoulders. "Unfortunately too late now, sir." "What do you mean?" asked Don Felipe. "Nothing. But the money and securities that you thought to find in my suitcases are not there. I know you too well, sir, to not have warned me against what is happening to me now." "Damnation!" the guerrilla exclaimed, pounding the pommel of his saddle with his fist. "But listen, Devil's Gachupin, don't think you'll get off so easily, for even if I have to peel your skin off alive, I'll know where you've hidden your treasures, I swear." "Try it, V," replied Don Andres with irony, turning his back on the guerrilla. "We'll see about that," he said, leaning close to Don Jesus and speaking for several minutes. The bandit had just revealed himself. The colonel, after the outburst caused by his greed, no longer had to hold back from the man he intended to dispossess in such an audaciously cynical manner. Undoubtedly, the two bandits were consulting with each other on the most effective measures to force the Spaniard to reveal his secret and submit to their will. Don Ain, especially as your enchantress daughter, Dolores, needs undoubtedly to calm down. "Andres," said the colonel after a moment, with a nervous twitch, "as it is as you say, it will be my conscience burden to interrupt his journey. Before taking the turn for Veracruz, we will go together to his hacienda at Areno, where we can discuss business more comfortably than here. I beg you, therefore, to get back into the berlina and set off earlier. D. the berlina." The old man, who understood the terrible scope of the threat just delivered by the bandit, paled, fixed his gaze on the sky, and made a movement as if to approach the carriage. But in that very instant a furious gallop was heard. The soldiers opened, ranks in terror, and a rider burst through like a hurricane in the middle of the circle formed around. That rider, who had his face completely covered with a black veil, stopped his horse abruptly, and, fixing the guerrillero with eyes that gleamed like burning embers through the holes in the veil, asked in a terse, menacing voice, "What's going on here?" With an instinctive start, the guerrilla pulled on the rein of his mount, and, without uttering a word, made it retreat. The soldiers and Don Jesus Dominguez crossed themselves in terror and murmured, "El Rayo!" "El Rayo, I asked you," said the stranger, after a few seconds of silence. The 40-something men surrounding him bowed their heads, and gradually stepping back, they significantly widened the circle, seemingly not very eager to engage in conversation with that mysterious figure. The chief of the escort, Don Jesus Dominguez, had disappeared, shamefully fleeing. Treating in fear, he, on the contrary, approached the newly arrived one with an instinctive, unconscious eagerness. Don Andres regained hope, and inner feeling warned him that the sudden arrival of the masked man would change, if not everything, at least make his position enter a more advantageous phase for him. Otherwise, it seemed to him, even though he was unable to remember where he had heard it, to recognize the voice of the stranger. So while others were Ray, who was the lightning, this man was called the Lightning. The Lightning, in the days upon which this story unfolds, there lived in Mexico a man who enjoyed the privilege of arousing general curiosity, of terrifying awe, and, what is more remarkable, of enjoying the sympathy of all. Where did he come from? What did he do? No one was able to answer these questions with any certainty, despite the fact that God knows the vast number of legends that were passed around about him. In a few words, this is what was known with more certainty about such an individual. Towards the end of 1857, the Lightning had suddenly appeared on the road from Mexico to Veracruz, and took it upon itself, in its own way, to maintain order along fear. Route of. He stopped the convoys and diligences, and protected or extorted travellers. That is to say, in the latter case, he compelled the rich to practice a slight bleeding on their pockets in favour of their less fortunate companions, and constrained the fortunate companions. And constrained escorts chiefs to defend against attacks by bandits on the individuals they were charged with accompanying. No one could say if the ray was young or old, handsome or ugly, brown or blonde, as no one had ever seen his face uncovered. As for his nationality, it was impossible to guess, as he spoke Spanish and French with equal ease and elegance, as well as German, English, and Italian. That mysterious character was perfectly informed about everything that happened in the territory of the Republic. Not only did he know the names and social standing of the travellers he enjoyed stopping, but regarding them he was aware of certain secret details that often caused them great unease. Nevertheless, the most peculiar aspect of this case, far more so than we have described, is that Rayo always went alone and never hesitated to block his opponent's path, no matter their number. The influence he exerted over them was such that his mere presence was enough to cut off any intention of resistance, and the threat of him caused a shiver of terror to run through the veins of those he directed it at. The two presidents of the Republic, while engaging in a war without quarters to supplant each other, each on their own, had attempted repeatedly to rid themselves of this inconvenient and, in their opinion, dangerous rival powers, illa leaders. But all their attempts were in vain. El Rayo, for some reason, anticipated and perfectly informed about the movements of the soldiers sent to capture him, always appeared unexpectedly in front of them, foiling their schemes and forcing them to retreat with shame. However, once the Juarez government believed they had cornered El Rayo, they learned that the mysterious figure had been spending some nights at a ranch not far from Paso del Macho, and at this point they immediately, and with the greatest secrecy, dispatched a detachment of 20 dragoons, led by Carvajal, one of the most ruthless and daring Guerre. Carvajal had the order to shoot his prisoner as soon as he laid his hand on him, undoubtedly in order not to give him time to attempt an escape during the journey from Paso del Macho to Veracruz, no more than 2 leagues from the Pass of Macho. The detachment set off quickly. The dragons, who had been promised a substantial reward for successfully completing the treacherous expedition, were determined to fulfill their duty, eager to prove that no single man could have held them at bay over such an extensive period of time. The soldiers found a friar riding on a wretched mule, with his cowl knocked down over his face, and muttering prayers with each trot of his horse. In the very moment that the detachment, which was walking somewhat in disarray, was about to reach the ranch, the friar set foot on the ground. The leader of the armed force invited the friar to join the dragons, an invitation that the religious figure accepted reluctantly. "What are you doing, father?" asked the chief. "You see for yourself, my son," replied he. "I am getting off my mule. My affairs call me to a more distant ranch. Go ahead, V. With your permission, I will attend to my duties, and thank you for having honored me with his company since our meeting." "No, father," said the chief, laughing cavernously. "We cannot part in this way." "Why, son?" asked the friar, approaching the officer as he pulled on his mule's bridle. "Who is he?" "Doe." "It's very simple, brother. Pancratio, to serve you," said the religious, bowing. "Well then, brother Pancratio, I need your help, or rather your ministry. In short, it concerns confessing a man who is about to die." "You know Rayo, Holy Virgin?" "Have." "Of course I know Rayo, sir officer." "Well, he's the one who's going to die." "They caught you?" "Not yet, but we'll have our claws into you in a few minutes. I'm looking for you." "Are you certain of what you say, honourable sir?" "And where is it, if one may ask?" "There, in that ranch we can make out from here," replied the officer, bowing pleasantly to the friar and extending his arm in the direction he was indicating to his interlocutor. "Of course I am." "Well, it seems to me that you are mistaken." "What do you mean? Do you know something?" "Yes." "Yes," replied the hooded figure. "I, the lightning, the cursed thief." "The lightning?" One who hid his intentions beneath his cloak rushed to escape, firing both hands at once and unleashing his terrible battle-cry, "The lightning!" before the officer, terrified by this sudden and unexpected revelation, could regain his composure. The lightning had grabbed him by one leg, knocking him to the ground, mounted his horse, and drew 2 6-shooters. The soldiers, even more surprised than their chief at such a fierce and unexpected attack, dispersed and fled in all directions. "Hey!" of their chief only thought of escape. He changed direction, and made his way toward the place where he lay stretched out, and motionless like a corpse. "Sir officer." The Ray, after passing through the midst of all the detachment, from which he killed 7 men, and knocked down the 8th with a blow to his horse's breast, suddenly stopped his steed, and after standing still for a few minutes with an air of sure, challenged to 100 paces, seeing that the dragons were not pursuing him, and far from coming to the aid. "Until tomorrow at 8 in the morning I will be at your disposal. Goodbye," he said as he dismounted. "Here is your horse from V. Take it back, for it will serve to join yours. As for me, I no longer need it, for I am going to the ranch, where I await you if he still desires to capture and shoot me." The Ray greeted the officer with a wave of his hand, mounted his mule, and made his way to the ranch, into which he indeed entered. It is not necessary to add that the famous character slept soundly with his legs stretched until dawn, without the officer and soldiers, so determined in their pursuit of him, daring to interrupt his rest. All they did was take a detour around Veracruz, not looking back once. There he was, the man whose unexpected appearance in the middle of the carriage escort had so terrified and disheartened the soldiers. And turning to the colonel, who stood still as a statue a few steps away, he added, "Mr. For a moment the Rayo stood unmoved and darkly before the soldiers gathered before him, and then, with a powerful and clear voice, he said, "Gentlemen, it seems to me that you have forgotten that only I have the right to act at will on the paths of a fort. The Republic. Felipe Neri, go back with your men. The road is completely clear all the way to Puebla. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," replied the colonel hesitantly, "but it seems my duty orders me to." "Be silent," exclaimed Rayo in a fit of anger. "You have lost the battle today, believe me then. Turn back in groups. Listen well to what I am going to tell you, and above all take advantage of my words. Those whom you expected to find not far from this place no longer exist. Almost all their bodies are now food for vultures. Sir." The colonel hesitated for a second, then took a few steps forward on his horse, and with a voice broken by emotion, he said, "I enjoy hearing you speak this language, Don Felipe." The Ray replied coldly, "Courage is a virtue in a military man. Despite your predatory instincts and bandit habits, I take pleasure in seeing that you are not lacking in spirit. I do not know if you are a man or a demon to impose your will in this way, against all odds, upon brave men. For a soldier, death means nothing when standing in front of the enemy, hit by a bullet through the chest. Already once I have retreated before you, and I do not wish to do so again. Kill me if you will, but do not dishonor me. I do not despair at the possibility that, whether soon or later, an opportunity will arise for me to settle accounts with you, if a bullet, by severing the thread of your existence, does not abruptly cut short the flow of your good intentions." "Ah!" exclaimed the colonel, "would you play my life against yours?" she added, as if taking a sudden resolution. "Order your soldiers, V, who are shaking like chickens, to retreat a dozen steps. I will give you the satisfaction you desire at once." "Why not?" said El Rayo with a humming voice. "You want a lesson, and I am going to give it to you." Immediately Don Felipe Neri turned around and, addressing his soldiers, ordered them to retreat, a maneuver they executed with the most commendable eagerness. Nevertheless, seeing the turn events were taking, he felt it his duty to venture some observations. "Pardon me, sir," he said, addressing the enigmatic stranger. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your intervention in my favor, but allow me. Don Andres de la Cruz," whom we will refer to henceforth as the elderly man, having given him his true name, had attended as an intimately interested spectator the scene we have described, in which he had not dared to take part up matter. "But there he is back, Don Felipe. We will soon be ready. I warn you that I have been detained in this pass for far too long, and I would like to continue my journey, so as to get my daughter out of harm's way as soon as possible. Imagine V betting on a cockfight. Believe me, V is going to have a good time." "No danger threatens Doña Dolores, sir," replied Rayo coldly. "This brief delay cannot in any way bring her bad consequences. Moreover, I want you to witness the duel that is about to take place here, and which, up to a certain point, is in favor of your cause. I therefore urge you to have patience. Let V lend Don Felipe one of the magnificent revolvers Division sent him from Paris." "But," argued Mr. Andrew. "Insisting will only disappoint me, sir," interrupted Rayo harshly. "I suppose they're loaded, eh?" "Yes, sir." "They are," answered Mr. Andres as he handed over one of his pistols. Don Felipe took the weapon, spun it between his fingers, and raising his head with a contrived manner, said, "No, to use this type of weapons." The Spaniard explained the way to use the revolver to the colonel, who immediately took charge. "They're very simple," the Lightning replied politely, "and you'll understand their mechanism in a couple of seconds. Mr. Sir Andrew, do me the favour of explaining to Mr. Philip the incredibly simple handling of these weapons. Does V accept?" "I accept, sir." "Now, Mr. Felipe," continued Rayo, ever serene and impassive, "listen to me well. I agree to give you the satisfaction you request on one condition, that whatever the outcome of the duel we are about to engage in, you pledge to turn tail immediately. You pledge to turn tail immediately, leaving Don Andres and his daughter free to continue their journey as they see fit?" "Perfectly. Now what we are going to do is take a stand and position ourselves at a distance of 20 steps from each other. Is this distance suitable for you, sir?" "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." "Very well. On my signal, then, fire 6 shots at me with your revolver. I will then shoot once, because time is pressing." "Excuse me, sir, but what if I kill you with one of the 6 shots?" "Nonsense. I'm not going to kill you," replied El Rayo coldly. "Do you really think so?" "I am certain. To kill a man of my spirit, Sir Philip," answered El Rayo with a mordant irony, "it takes a hearty soul and a bronze hand, and you lack both." El Rayo landed firmly. Standing tall with his head held high, he advanced his right leg and crossed his arms behind him. Don Felipe said nothing, but driven by a silent rage, his forehead pale and his eyebrows furrowed, he took a resolute step back, placing himself 20 steps away from his opponent. In this stance, facing the colonel, he addressed him fuzzily. "Try V. Aim accurately. Revolvers, no matter how good, often have the defect of sending bullets a little high. Don't rush. Are you ready? Bravo. You can fire." Don Felipe didn't wait to be told twice, but, pulling the trigger, he fired 3 shots in quick succession. 2 all. "Don't hurry, V, and see how you can make use of the 3 bullets that remain." "Fast, too fast!" cried El Rayo to the colonel. "I haven't even heard the bullets whistle." Everyone had their gaze fixed on the duelists, and their hearts hanging by a thread. I had lost his spirit. "This time you did it, V," said Lightning with a buzz, "but it's still too high. Let's try again." Nevertheless, anger and pride restored the colonel with the strength needed to hide from the onlookers the terrible agony he was enduring. By a supreme effort of will, he regained, apparently, his calm, and fired the 4th shot. Don Felipe Neri, discouraged by the impassivity of his opponent and the poor results of his shots, against his will, he felt fascinated by the black statue that stood before him calmly, from which he only saw, through the mask, eyes gleaming like burning embers. A drop of sweat hung from each of his hair, standing on end with fear. In one word, he, exasperated by this last taunt, Don Felipe pulled the trigger, and the bullet struck the rock a mere inch above the stranger's head. There was only 1 bullet left in the revolver. "Take 5 steps forward, V," said the flash. "Perhaps that way you won't waste the final shot." Don Felipe did not respond to this last sarcasm, but leaped like a beast, took a position 15 steps away, and fired. Don Felipe let out a wild roar and exclaimed, "You're." "Now it's my turn," said the stranger with all calmness, receding to restore the initial distance. "But observe, sir, you have unwittingly exposed yourself, and this is a lack of courtesy that I in no way tolerate." In pronouncing these words, the Lightning seized one of the 2 pistols he carried at his hip, cocked it, extended his arm, fired without taking the trouble to aim, and the colonel's hat, torn off by the bullet, rolled away into the dust. "A demon, V." "No," replied the Lightning, "I'm a man of honor. Now go, V. I forgive you for your life." "I will leave," he said, "but whoever you are, man or demon, I swear to kill you, even if I have to chase you to the depths of hell." Saying with a concentrated voice, "You're here to get to know me, aren't you?" El Rayo approached Don Felipe, violently pulling him aside by the arm, and lifting the mask that covered his face, he showed his features. "All I ask of you now that you've seen me face to face is that you don't forget that our first meeting could be fatal." 5 minutes later, on the plateau, there remained only the travellers and their servants. Don Felipe mounted his horse without replying, took the head of his terrified soldiers, and at a gallop he resumed the path to Orizaba. The Rey, undoubtedly taking advantage of the moment of disorder and surprise caused by the end of the scene we have recounted, had disappeared. Sighed. 4 days after the events described in the previous chapter, Count Louis de Saulet and Olivier were still travelling together, but the location of the scene had changed completely. On the path, whose yellowed tufts stood out against the green of the plain, there were dark patches, which were nothing but herds of mules heading towards the snow-capped mountains. Around them stretched an immense plain covered with lush vegetation and watered by several rivers, on the banks of which were settled the humble huts of many tribes of little or no importance. Here and there some herds were grazing, watched over by mounted cowboys carrying a lasso on their saddle, a machete at their waist, and a long spear at their waist. The travellers advanced at a slow pace along the last winding turns of the narrow path that gently descended to the plain. What limit the horizon, groups of gigantic trees gave variety to the perspective, and something to the right, at the top of a rather high hill, stood proudly the sturdy walls of an important estate. When they reached a point where the curtain of trees that blocked their view parted to either side, the perspective suddenly unfolded before them, as if suddenly conjured by a magician's wand. Seeing the magnificent kaleidoscope presented to their eyes, the Count let out a cry of admiration. "What do you think?" "As I know you are a man of taste, I prepared this surprise for you," said Oliverio. "Admirable! Never have I seen such a beautiful perspective," exclaimed the young man with enthusiasm. "Reason to be, and means nothing." "Conventional or not," the Count replied with a laugh at his interlocutor's joke, "I find the perspective admirable." "Yes," said the adventurer, stifling a sigh, "for a perspective ruined by human hand is not entirely bad, but I repeat to you what I have told you many times. Only in the high savannas of the great Mexican desert is it possible to see nature as God created it. This, in comparison, is merely an opera set decoration, a conventional nature that has no... I've already told you it's not entirely bad, but imagine how beautiful this landscape must have been in the primitive days of the world, when, despite the clumsy attempts of men, they have not yet managed to ruin it completely. My life at URV, an invaluable companion," the young man replied, doubling his laughter at Oliverio's words. "I assure you that once we part, I will often miss your pleasant company." "How?" "Well, prepare yourself for it, Sir Count," answered the adventurer with a smile, "because we shall soon be separated." "So?" "At tea, most in an hour, but let's keep walking. The sun is starting to heat up, and the shadow of the trees ahead will be a welcome relief." The two travellers loosened their horse reins and tied the descent, almost imperceptible, that would lead them to the plain. "Don't you still feel the need to give your body some rest, Lord Count?" the adventurer asked, idly rolling a cigarette. "Really, no. Thanks to you, this trip, though somewhat monotonous, has seemed delicious." "Monotonous?" "Well, actually in France they tell stories. So chilling are the lands beyond the sea, where, as they say, one encounters bandits lurking at every turn, and it is not possible to travel 10 leagues without risking one's life 20 times, that Europeans embark on these beaches with apprehension. They had filled my head with stories capable of making my hair stand on end, and frankly, I expected surprises, ambushes, fierce battles, and who knows what else. Mexico City's volume hasn't been released yet, but now, see for yourself, nothing has happened. Absolutely nothing. I've made the most mundane journey in the world, without any minor accident happening during it that I could refer to later. To hell with travels. It's true, but this doesn't prevent me from losing my illusions. I don't believe in Mexican bandits anymore, nor in the ferocious Indians. It's not worth travelling so far just to see what one can already see in their own country. I could only swallow all my military designs. If this is being fortunate, let God see it. 4 days ago we were supposed to meet at a certain place, and so it was that when you left me alone, I forged in my imagination the most belligerent projects. Then you returned, after 2 long hours, and told me with a smile that you had been mistaken, that nothing had happened. What do you want? This is what I ask, sir, the adventurer replied. Well then, Things simplify extraordinarily, the adventurer replied with a hint of ironic accent, for civilization has seeped into our midst so thoroughly that, save for a few superficial differences, we are much like the old nations of Europe. Take a chance and laugh at me as much as you like, said the Count, but let's get back to the matter. Among other things, he didn't tell me, V, that his intention was to head for the Arenal estate, and if he didn't deviate from the road that directly leads to Mexico, it was because he feared getting lost in a land that they didn't know and where he doubted he would find anyone capable of setting him back on course. Indeed, sir. What is it? Look in front of you, Sir Count. What do you see? A magnificent building with all the appearance of a fortress. Well, that building is the Arenal estate. Is it really? Don't trick me, he said. Why would I? Responded the adventurer smoothly. Oh, so the surprise turns out to be a much nicer thing than I thought. But who informed my servants? I did. By the way, I forgot to mention a circumstance that is not without importance for you. It's been 2 days now since your servants and belongings have arrived at the estate. How could it be you, if one could say you haven't left my side? The moments when I was apart from you were brief, but they were enough. Bah, we got lucky. You are a most kind companion, Don Oliverio, and I am deeply grateful for the attentions you have shown me. Do you know V, the owner of that ranch, Don Andres de la Cruz? The portrait is magnificent. I'm not doing it justice. Ah, absolutely. How is he? How is he, morally or physically? Morally, a man of great heart and clear intelligence. He gives freely to others, caring for both the poor and the rich. And I forgot to tell V that Don Andres has many enemies. Enemies? Yes, all the scoundrels in the region, and thank God they are abundant in this blessed land. What about his daughter, Doña Dolores? V will come with me to the ranch, won't he? Asked the Count. She is a delightful 16-year-old girl, even more good than beautiful. Innocent and pure, her eyes reflect the sky. She is an angel whom God is pleased to place on earth without a doubt to the shame of men. No, in a few minutes I will have the honor of saying goodbye to you. I suppose, so, that we can meet again as soon as possible. I dare not promise it to you, Sir Count. Oliverio and the young man walked a few more moments side by side, keeping the deepest silence and sharpening their steeds, with which they quickly approached the estate, its buildings already completely visible. The dome of the estate's chapel, jutting out from the walls, gleamed under the scorching sun's rays. The battlements that crowned the walls of the estate proclaimed the nobility of its owner, as only nobles had the right to bathe their dwellings with almenas, a right they guarded jealously. It was the arenal one of those magnificent residences built during the early years of the conquest, between palace and fortress, similar to those the Spanish were raising at that time in their dominions, in order to keep Indians at bay and resist their continuing and bloody revolts. Lay, from all walks of life, and both sexes going this way and that, crossing each other's paths. Count, we have reached the end of our journey. With your permission, then I retire. Upon reaching the foot of the hill on which the estate stood, and at the very moment he was about to enter the path leading to the main gate of the building, the adventurer halted his horse, turned towards the young man, and said, "Lord!" As the travellers drew nearer, the landscape began to take on a new life. At every step they encountered riders, drovers leading their herds of mules, Indians running with packs slung across a strap around their foreheads, flocks being guided by cowboys in search of fresh pasture, friars trotting along on muleback, women and children in short people, not without promising to see each other again. First, What do you mean? Nothing personal or offensive to you. Allow me to shake your hand before we part. It is impossible to keep such a promise, Sir Count. Our paths are diametrically opposed, and moreover it might be better if we never met again. With all my heart, he exclaimed, extending his right hand enthusiastically. Goodbye, said Oliverio. Time flies, and at this hour I should already be far from here. What a peculiar character! The adventurer leaned over his horse's neck, and with the speed of an arrow he disappeared down a path that soon vanished from sight. Murmured the young man. Oh, I will see him again. It must be so. The Count gently squeezed the jaws of his steed, and entered the path that in a few minutes would lead him to the peak of the hill and to the main gate of the estate. Oliverio was right when he said that the Count was expected at the hacienda. Indeed, he saw 2 servants standing at the door, apparently awaiting his arrival. The young man dismounted in the first courtyard, and left his horse in the care of a stable hand, who led him to the stables. "You finally arrived, V." We were starting to worry. In the instant that the Count approached a great door, shadowed by a veranda and leading to the rooms, Don Andres emerged from it, flew eagerly to meet him, embraced him enthusiastically against his heart, and after kissing him repeatedly, said, "Praise be to God." The Count, taken by surprise, allowed himself to be embraced and kissed without realizing what was happening or recognizing the person who was doing it. But the old man, sensing his guest's admiration, and that he could not completely hide it, saved him from the situation by introducing himself. "I am your close relative, my dear Count, your cousin. So please feel free to act as you wish. This house, and everything in it, is at your disposal." The young man mumbled excuses, but Don Andres interrupted him with a joyful tone. "Good heavens! Where have I got my head? I am keeping you here, telling you about my nonsense, and forgetting that V has just made a long journey on horseback, and therefore needs rest. Come on, V. I want to give myself the satisfaction of conducting you personally to your rooms. They've been ready for many days now." "My dear cousin," replied the Count, "I am infinitely grateful for your kind words, but I think it would be best if I introduced myself to your daughter before leaving. Go and rest." "This is not urgent, my dear Count. My daughter is currently with her maidens at her dressing-table. First, let me announce you. You know better than anyone what should be done in these circumstances. As you wish, cousin. Moreover, since you kindly give me complete freedom, I will not mind taking a few hours of rest." "Don't I say so?" responded Don Andres happily. "All young men are the same. They know nothing of life." The hacendero then led his guest to a room that had been prepared in advance. The room was tastefully furnished, under the immediate supervision of Don Andres. It was intended for the Count for as long as he wished to stay on the estate, and his suitcases had already been transported there. The Count's valet was waiting for him. The room we mentioned was not spacious, but it was very well designed, and, considering the country's resources, offered many comforts. It consisted of 4 parts. The Count's bedroom, with its dressing-room and attached bathroom, a study that served as a living-room, an antechamber, and a room for the servants, so that they could be used day and night by him. Through some partitions it had been separated, completely independent of the other rooms on the estate, and one entered through 3 doors, one leading to the lobby, another to the common courtyard, and a third, with some steps leading from it, giving access to the magnificent garden of the estate, a garden so vast that it merited the title of park. For the trouble taken to make his stay at the hacienda pleasant, and even realized how distant he was from expecting such a kind reception. Don Andres de la Cruz, deeply satisfied with this compliment, rubbed his hands with joy and left, leaving his cousin free to yield to rest. The Count, newly landed in Mexico, and, like all foreigners, had a mistaken idea of a country he did not know, was far from presuming that on the arenal estate he would find such comfortable accommodations, and in such a way adapted to his tastes, and somewhat grave customs. Thus he felt alien, and gave Don Andres his warmest thanks. Once alone with his valet, the Count, after changing his outfit for one more suitable for country life, questioned his servant about how he had made his journey from Vera Cruz, and how he was received upon arrival at the estate. The Count loved him dearly, and had unlimited trust in him. Indeed, he only spoke when explicitly ordered to do so, and even then his speech was terse. The aforementioned chamber aide, the Count's wet nurse's brother, who was devoted to him, was about the same age, and in addition to being robust, well-formed, pleasing in appearance, and valiant, he possessed a precious quality for a servant. He was blind, deaf, and mute. Rainbow, who was thus named the servant, felt a profound respect for his master, and, always slave to etiquette, he never spoke to him directly, but always in the third person. Except for the powder, which he did not wear, dressed like this. Rainbow presented all the appearances of an intimidating gentleman from the past century. No matter what time of day or night the Count called him, he would present himself before him in the severe attire that he had adopted, consisting of a black French-style jacket with a straight collar and gold buttonhole, black pants, white silk stockings, and shoes with buckles, all accompanied by a white tie. The other servant of the Count was a young man in his 20s, robust and with athletic muscles. Brave though he was, cunning and intelligent, his gluttony and love for idleness somewhat overshadowed these qualities. Nephew of Rainbow, who had been charged with instructing him in the practices of service, performed the most heavy mechanical tasks, and wore the Count's uniform, blue and silver. He was called Lanza Ibaru, was loyal to his master, and feared his godfather as much as fire, to whom he showed profound reverence. The Count, seeing that what the adventurer told him was true, dismissed his valet, settled into a chair, and opened a book. But not long afterwards, sleep overcoming him, he fell asleep. Rainbow's tale was brief. Absolutely nothing had happened to him, except receiving an order from his master, through a stranger, to turn back instead of continuing his journey to Mexico, had been conducted to the Arenal, just as he had said. Around 4 in the afternoon, and at the precise moment when the Count awakened, Rainbow entered his bedroom, and announced that Don Andres de la Cruz was waiting to eat. Jos' refectory, and in the centre, stood a large table shaped like a horseshoe, surrounded by benches except at the head. As the Count of Sorley entered the aforementioned room, nearly all the diners, around 25 in total, were already gathered there. The Count cast a glance at his headdress, and, preceded by Rainbow, who served as his guide, made his way to the dining-room. By the window, the hacienda's dining-room was spacious and long, bathed in light from stained glass ogee windows, its walls adorned with blackened oak trim, aged over the year the 15th century Cartu. Don Andres, like many of Mexico's large landowners, had maintained in his possessions the custom of having his servants eat with him. Don Andres de la Cruz stood at the head of the dining-table with his children, Melchor and Dolores. This patriarchal custom, which has long fallen out of use in France, we believe was one of the best that our fathers left us, for living together brought the bonds between masters and servants closer, almost infusing the latter to the family, with latter, whom they shared intimate life to some extent. We will say nothing about the latter, as the reader is already familiar with her. As for Don Melchor, who was dressed in the Mexican suit in its entirety, he was about the same age as the Count, and his superior height and robust build made him a good-looking man in the common sense of the word. Otherwise, his bearing was noble, and his manners exquisite. He had masculine and distinguished features, with a black and full beard, large eyes with a fixed and keen gaze, a slightly olive-tinged, dark complexion, a somewhat rough voice, and a grim face that at the slightest emotion took on an expression of terrible threat and haughtiness. Just like their Spanish ancestors, Mexicans are very sober. Once Don Cruz had made the introductions, the diners sat down at the table. Then the landowner had the Count seated to his right, next to Doña Dolores, gave her a sign, which she responded with benedicite. The guests answered amen, and the meal began. Do not drink during meals. Only after desserts, when they serve the sweets, they place water glasses on the table. Don Andres de la Cruz, out of excessive politeness, had ordered wine to be served to his French guest, who was attended to by his chamberlain, who, to the great amazement of those present, stood behind him. While eating, everyone stood up, and the estate's servants left, each going about their business. The meal was silent, despite Don Andres' repeated efforts to liven up the conversation. The Count and Don Melchor were content to exchange glances and occasional trivial compliments. Doña Dolores looked pale, as if she felt unwell, barely tasting food, and uttering no word. The Count, despite his reluctance, was concerned by the cold and compassionate reception reserved for him by Don Melchor. Using the fatigue of the journey as an excuse to retire to his rooms, something Don Andres acquiesced to with obvious disgust. Don Melchor and the Count exchanged a ceremonial greeting and turned their backs, and Doña Dolores made a graceful courtesy to the young man, who then retreated after tightly shaking his host's hand. Doña Dolores, very polite, Accustomed as he was to living in the midst of comfort and elegance, and to the society of Paris, so saturated with good taste and classicism, Count Sorley needed several days to become accustomed to the sad, monotonous, and confined existence on Facade, and confined existence on Arenal estate. However affectionate the reception that Don Andres de la Cruz had given him, and the constant attentions he received from him, the young man soon realized that his host was the only one in the family to look at him favourably. Even in her polite daily interactions with him, or when chance brought them together, she seemed mortified in his presence, and avoided all opportunities to speak alone. Ed with such detachment and scorn by ladies, the maiden, as soon as she noticed her father or brother leaving the room where they were in company of the Count, abruptly interrupted the conversation, murmuring some excuse while blushing, and then swiftly flew away, vanishing like a bird, leaving Louis alone. Such conduct on the part of a maiden to whom he had been pledged since childhood, for whom he had crossed the ocean against his will, and only to honour the promise made in his name by his family, was indeed sufficient to mortify a man like Count de Denilfrey, a man like Count de Sorley, whose physical beauty, talent, and his fortune had not in any way accustomed him to being treated. Little inclined by nature to the marriage his family wished to force upon him, and not in the least enamoured of his cousin, whom he had barely taken the trouble to look at, and, owing to his indifference, he was tempted to call foolish the Count would have been content with the repugnance the young girl seemed to feel for him, and even console it, and congratulating herself on the breakdown of the projected marriage, if her behaviour in this matter had not wounded his self-respect in a way that was too offensive to him. No matter how little attachment he felt for Doña Dolores, the Count was humiliated by the lack of effect his bearing, manners, and ostentation had on the young woman, as well as her cold and disdainful way of listening to his compliments, and accepting his gifts. Oh, that his future wife felt his departure, discontent with himself and those around him, feeling he was in a false situation that was likely to become ridiculous soon, the Count decided to get out of it as soon as possible. Despite genuinely hoping that a marriage that displeased him for 1,000 reasons would not take place, Louis desired that, without leaving him definitively, the break also did not become openly apparent to the young woman, and that at the same time she retired with the honours of war. Circumstances would present themselves sufficiently favourable not to have loved him if another man had already seized her heart. But before Don Andres de la Cruz, who seemed not to suspect anything at all, could provide a frank and decisive explanation, the young man determined to know for sure what his fiancée's feelings were. Indeed, with the arrogance characteristic of men, accustomed to finding no opposition, he was firmly convinced that it was impossible for Doña Dolores, and left so unexpectedly, to come and run 2,000 leagues from it, a so humiliating defeat. Taking this resolution, and being firm in it, the Count, who otherwise did not know how to kill time on the estate, began to watch over the young woman's steps, determined, once he had acquired certainty, to withdraw and take without delay the return trip to France, which he found himself missing more and more each day, and of which he regretted Javier, in accordance with the customs of the land. And if he sneered at being understood, and pretended to take the young man's rude, offensive, and even brutal manners as they were. We have already observed that Doña Dolores, despite her indifference towards the Count, felt obliged to show himself no so kind as he had desired, at least polite and courteous, an example that Don Melchor, his brother, refrained from imitating, since he treated the guest of his father with such studied indifference that Count had to warn him. However, we must confess that Mexicans are of an exquisite politeness. Their language is always pure, and their expressions flowery, and apart from dress, it is literally impossible to differentiate a man from the people, from one belonging to the people, from one belonging to the upper class altogether. Suddenly, the Count and Don Melchor were not at all pleased with each other. The Frenchman seemed excessively proud and very effeminate to the Mexican, and the Mexican rude and vulgar in his manner and speech to the Frenchman. However, if this antipathy had been merely instinctive, it might have disappeared, and they would have formed friendships once they had known each other better and appreciated one another. But what Don Melchor felt for the Count was not indifference or envy, but a truly Mexican hatred. Due to a singular anomaly, undoubtedly a product of his harsh character, Don Melchior de la Cruz was the antithesis of his compatriots. Always sombre, sympathetic, withdrawn within himself, it can be said that he only opened his mouth to utter a few words in a gruff tone and an ungrateful voice. Where did this hatred come from? What unknown peculiarity of the Count had given rise to it? This was Don Melchior's secret. Otherwise, the young landowner was an ark of mysteries, and his actions as dark as his appearance. He enjoyed absolute freedom, and used it to go and come, enter and exit without letting anyone know his steps. In these circumstances, by the way, very frequent, he arrived at lunchtime. His father and sister, undoubtedly accustomed to such geniuses, never asked him where he had come from, or what he had done when, after an absence of 7 or 8 days, he returned to the estate. Don Melchior greeted the attendees with a nod, and sat at the table without saying a word. Then lit a cigarette, finished it, and retreated to his rooms, paying no attention to those in the dining-room. Understanding the inconvenience, and especially the lack of gallant behaviour towards his guest, Don Andrew once or twice attempted to excuse his son, attributing the young man's impoliteness to serious occupations that consumed him entirely. I would, therefore, feel deeply hurt if he were to alter his ways in the slightest for my sake. Melchior, answered the Count, is a true gentleman of impeccable behaviour, and even his frankness, treating me as a friend and relative rather than a stranger, testifies to the friendship he bears me. The landowner, who was not deceived by the apparent meekness of his guest, deemed it prudent not to press the matter, and the subject was dropped. Don Melchior was feared not only by all the ranch hands, but also, as could be inferred, by his own father. It was evident that the gloomy young man exerted an influence on everything around him, perhaps because it was hidden, making it all the more terrifying, but no one dared to complain. The Count, the only one who could have ventured some observations, did not bother to make them, for the simple reason that, being a passing visitor and staying in Mexico only for a few days, and considering himself a stranger, he did not feel it was his place to interfere in matters or intrigues that did not concern him. That butler, named Leon Carral, had taken a great liking to the young Frenchman, whose generosity and boundless good humour had won him over. 2 months had passed since Luis de Soleil arrived at the hacienda, and he had spent this time reading or exploring the surroundings, often in the company of Don André's butler, a man in his 40s, stout, robust, with an honest face, and who seemed to enjoy unlimited trust from his masters. We must add that the disciple made very good use of his lessons, and that not only had he become an expert rider in a short time, but also, thanks to the butler as well, a first-class marksman. The good Carroll took pleasure in teaching the Count the art of riding during his races across the plain, making him understand the flaws of French riding school, and striving to turn him into what he had the justified claim to justified claim. Horseman, a seasoned rider. Following his master's advice, it was not long before the Count adopted the elegant and comfortable Mexican outfit, which suited him to perfection. Don Andrés de la Cruz rubbed his hands in delight upon seeing that he whom he considered almost a son-in-law was taking on the national attire, for this demonstrated to him that the Count was eager to establish himself in Mexico, and indeed he seized upon this circumstance to skilfully steer the conversation towards what interested him most, or if we say, the Count's marriage to Doña Dolores. He from Soleil, yet always vigilant, he had avoided this awkward topic, as he had done many times before. Nevertheless, we must clarify things, murmured Don Andrés to himself, shaking his head and retreating. Since the Count's arrival at the estate, it was at least the 10th time that Don de la Cruz had promised himself to have a talk with him, but up until then the young man had found a way to avoid it. The night was very far advanced, and it had already been 2 hours since all the inhabitants of the hacienda were asleep, or should have been. One day, as the Count was retired in his chamber, and had read later than usual, just as he was about to close his book and get into bed, he happened to raise his eyes, and thought he saw a figure pass by in front of the door-window overlooking a garden. Louis, without fully understanding the reasons that prompted him, decided to find out for himself who this nocturnal wanderer was who had the whim to stroll at such hours. Possible through the window, he ventured into the orchard, taking the direction where the suspicious shadow had vanished. He rose from the chair in which he was sitting, took 2 division revolvers, each with 6 shots that were on a table, to be prepared for whatever might happen, and opened them as gently as possible. The night was splendid, the moon casting a vivid light over the earth, and the atmosphere so transparent that distant objects were clearly distinguishable. The Count, who very rarely entered the orchard, and therefore was unfamiliar with its disturbances, hesitated to venture into the alleys that stretched in all directions before his eyes, crossing and intertwining, for as beautiful as the night was, he felt no urge to spend it outside. 10 minutes later, Louis stopped to catch his breath and orient himself. He stopped to reflect, and from his meditation he deduced that perhaps he had been deceived, a victim of an illusion, and that what he took for the shadow of a man was merely a branch of a tree swayed by the night breeze. Not only was such an observation reasonable, but logical. However, the young man was not satisfied, but with a smile of irony, instead of venturing into the garden, he cautiously glided along the vine curtain that formed a verdant wall on this side. Of the estate, not me. He made a mistake. Here it is, he murmured, after casting a scrutinizing look around. He was facing the rooms of Mrs. Dolores, and leaning forward, he carefully pushed aside the leaves and branches, and looked, but almost immediately he recoiled, stifling a cry of surprise. She, leaning on the sill of a window, seemed to be engrossed in an interesting conversation with a young man standing 2 feet away from her in the garden. Murmured the Count. I was right. It was impossible for the Count to get to know that man, who was only a few steps away from him, first because he had his back turned, and then because he was wrapped in a cloak that completely hid him. Ah! Nevertheless, no matter how much the 2 interlocutors softened their voices, they did not speak loudly enough to be heard from a short distance. Despite the fact that such a discovery diminished his self-esteem, the Count experienced an intimate satisfaction at seeing his suspicions confirmed. That man could only be a lover. My! Damn it! They could not be heard. Thus it was that Louis, though denouncing the undelicate act he was committing, excited by his despair and perhaps, without realizing it, by jealousy, partially opened the branches and advanced his head again to listen. God, said Doña Dolores with a trembling accent, when several days pass without seeing you, I am consumed by anxiety, always fearing some misfortune, murmured the Count, for he does not love her little. Am? This aside deprived her of hearing the man's response. I condemned to live here for a long time, she continued. Have he? A little patience, replied the stranger with a muffled voice. Soon it will all be over, that's what I hope. And what does he do? Gloomy and mysterious as ever, answered Doña Dolores. Is he on the ranch this night? Yes. Arrogant. As usual, even more so. And the French guy? Ah, murmured Louis. Let's see what impression I make. He is a polite gentleman, replied the young woman with a trembling voice. I have seen him sad for a few days. At least that's how he seems. Is he bored? I'm afraid. But, with a touch of vanity, he added, perhaps I have been mistaken. So, poor girl, thought the Count to himself, she has noticed that I am getting bored. I admit it hardly hides. What if that man is not a lover? Who knows? Prove it. During this long soliloquy, the 2 interlocutors had continued their conversation, which turned out to be completely lost on the Count. Since you demand it, I will do so, said the young woman, as Louis began listening again. But is it so necessary, my friend? Indispensable, Dolores. What familiarity, murmured the Count. I shall obey, replied the young woman. Now goodbye, I've stayed here too long, said the stranger. He lowered his hat to his eyes, murmured goodbye for the last time, and hurried away. Louis had remained immobile, stupefied, in the same place where he was. As the stranger passed, almost brushing against his clothes, a branch knocked his hat to the ground, and a ray of moonlight illuminated his face fully. Oliverio, murmured the Count. Ah! With whom is he in love, Dolores? Despite the early morning's turmoil, his exhaustion seemed to take hold. The young man turned back to his chamber, staggering like a drunkard, disturbed by the discovery he had just made, and lay down. But in vain did he attempt to sleep. All night long he forged one wild project after another. Before making a final decision, the Count said to himself, "I want to have a talk with her. I don't love her, that is true, but my honour demands that I make it clear to her that I am not a fool, and that I know everything. I will ask for an audience with her today." More tranquil after having taken this decision, the Count fell asleep, and upon waking he saw Rainbow at the foot of his bed, holding a piece of paper. "What is it?" asked the young man of his chamberlain. "I bring a letter for Lord Count," replied the latter. "Are these news from France?" exclaimed Louis. "No." "I believe so," said Rainbow. "One of the maidens of Doña Dolores de la Cruz gave this letter to Lanza to deliver to you as soon as you woke up. A private interview to discuss a matter of great importance, today, at 3 in the afternoon, when she will be waiting for him in her rooms." The letter mentioned was indeed from Miss André's daughter, and contained only the few lines that follow, written in an elegant, somewhat trembling hand. "Mrs. Dolores de la Cruz earnestly requests Mr. Don Luis del Sale to kindly grant her." "Now I am completely in the dark," said the Count, and after a moment's reflection he added, "Bah! Perhaps it's better that this proposal comes from her. The ranch, the state of Puebla, is composed of a plateau over 25 leagues in circumference, crossed by the high Anahuac mountain ranges. The uneven plains surrounding the city are criss-crossed with numerous streams, covered in hills, and closed off from the horizon by mountains draped in an eternal shroud of snow. As far as the eye can see, vast fields of agave stretch out, true vineyards of those regions, since this plant is used to extract pulque, the beloved drink of Mexicans. There is no more imposing perspective than that offered by those enormous pinars, with tightly curled, hard, shiny leaves, filled with fearsome spines, reaching 6 and 8 feet in length. In the time of the Aztecs, the territory that now constitutes the state of Puebla was considered by its inhabitants as a privileged holy land, like a sanctuary of the religion. A little further, or a little closer to 2 leagues from Puebla, as one makes their way to Mexico, lies the city of Cholula, once an important stronghold, but now, declined from its former glory, holds only about 12 to 15,000 souls. Of the 3 pyramids we have just discussed, one in particular enjoys a well-deserved reputation, that which the children of the earth call Man-Made Mountain, or the great Teocalli of Cholula. Important ruins, and above all, very notable from an archaeological point of view, still attest today the truth of what we have exposed. In a very limited space there are 3 main pyramids, not to mention the ruins that the traveller stumbles upon at every step. According to Humboldt's calculations, its base measures 1,355 steps, slightly more than double the base of Cheops' pyramid. This pyramid, crowned with cypresses, and atop which stands a chapel dedicated to Our Lady of Remedies today, is entirely constructed from bricks, reaching a height of 170 feet, reserved in the manuscripts of this one that today exist in the Vatican. Walks through America. We, in turn, will copy the celebrated sage by transferring to these pages the aforementioned tradition as he published it in his. Ampere observes, with much tact and precision, that the imagination of the Arabs has surrounded with wonders the unknown cradle for them of the Egyptian pyramids, whose construction is dated to the time of the flood, and the same occurs in Mexico, where he relates a tradition collected in 1566 by Pedro del Rio concerning the pyramids of Cholula. It reads, "During the last great flood, the land of Anahuac, the Mexican plateau, was inhabited by giants. Those who did not perish in that disaster were turned into fish, except for 7 giants who took refuge in caves when the waters began to recede. One of those titans, named Zelhua, who was an architect, built near Cholula in memory of the mountain of Teloc, which had served as a sanctuary to him and his brothers, a column in the shape of a pyramid. This pyramid was dedicated to the god of air, Quetzalcoatl. Jealous the gods at sight of that building whose summit hides in the clouds, and irritated by Zelhua's audacity, they unleashed celestial fires upon the pyramid, resulting in the death of many of those working on it, and the suspension of the works. Whoever reads the lines preceding this might believe they are from the biblical account of the construction of the Tower of Babel. Dot wide. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, whose root is Quetzali, plume, and... However, in the description, a mistake stands out that is not attributable to the renowned Ampere, and despite our humble condition as novelists, we believe it useful to correct. Well, white. Later, considering his mission temporarily finished, he left for the mouth of the river Huasacalco, where he disappeared, not without promising the Cholulans that he would return in future days to govern them. He was crossing Cholula to head to the mysterious country from which his ancestors had come, when the Cholulans begged him to rule over them and give them laws, which he agreed to do, staying with them for 20 years. Cotl, serpent, and not Quetzalcoatl, which means nothing, and is not even Mexican, or rather Aztec, is the god of air, the ultimate legislative god. He was white and bearded, with a black cloak spotted with red crosses. He appeared to Chula, where he that horse had a high priest. Those who accompanied him wore black robes resembling a soutane, and like him. It is only a century since the Indians, as they brought their offerings to the chapel dedicated to the Virgin on top of the pyramid, still prayed to Quetzalcoatl, whose return they eagerly awaited. But also by Ka. We would not dare to claim that such belief has entirely vanished in the present. The pyramid of Cholula does not resemble the pyramids of Egypt in any way. Completely covered with earth, it forms a lush hill, whose summit is easily accessible, not only on horseback. In some places the earth has collapsed, revealing the sun-baked bricks that were used in the construction of the pyramid. We feel that some writers have supposed that Christianity has replaced a barbaric and cruel cult. At the summit of the pyramid, and on the very site where the temple dedicated to Quetzalcoatl was built, there now stands a Christian chapel. It was 4 in the morning. Never was the peak of the pyramid of Cholula stained with human blood. Never was any man sacrificed to the god worshipped in the now destroyed temple, and as an offering they presented him with earthly goods, such as flowers and the first fruits of the harvest, all according to the explicit orders of the lawgiver God. At this moment 2 horsemen set off from Puebla, taking the long road to Cholula, and within a league of the city they turned sharply to the right, making their way down a narrow path through an agave field. The stars began to disappear into the depths of the firmament, and the horizon was painted with broad, greyish rays of light that constantly changed, gradually taking on the colours of the prism before merging into a single red, like blood. Dawn, dawn, broke. The sun was about to rise. Along that trail, poorly maintained like all the communication routes in Mexico, there were endless revolts, and it was cut by so many torrents that it was impossible to travel it without risking breaking your neck at every step. Now a stream would get in the way, requiring you to wade through water up to the horse's cinch, now a hill. After 25 minutes of such a race filled with difficulties, the 2 riders arrived at the base of a pyramid roughly hewn by hand, entirely covered in vegetation, and about 40 feet tall above the ground. At the summit of that artificial hill stood a ranch house, accessible by steps cut into the slopes. Once there, the stranger stopped and set foot on solid ground, an action mirrored by his companion. Then the 2 men released their horses, sinking the muzzles of their rifles into the earth at the foot of the hill, and gripping the butts of their weapons with both hands, they used them as tripods. "Down, Lopez," said the stranger. "And V is going up?" asked the second rider. Although neither of the 2 made much effort, a huge stone, seemingly completely attached to the ground, moved slowly, rotated on invisible hinges, and revealed the entrance to a cave that gently sloped into the earth, which undoubtedly received air and light through countless imperceptible gaps, as it was dry and clearly visible inside. Agreeable. Yes. Within an hour come to meet me, unless you have seen me before. Lopez then whistled at the horses, which quickly gathered around their owner, and at a gesture from him they entered the cave satisfactorily. "Hasta la vista," said Lopez. The stranger gave his servant a positive signal, who then entered the depression and spun the stone back, which fit so perfectly to the rock that no trace of entry remained. He remained motionless with his eyes fixed on the plain surrounding him, as if to ensure he was completely alone and had nothing to fear from prying gazes. Once in place, He placed his rifle on his shoulder and began slowly ascending the steps, seemingly lost in sombre contemplation. From the top of the hill, the view encompassed a vast horizon. On one side, Zapotec, Cholula, haciendas, and villages. On the other, Puebla, with its countless spherical and painted domes, giving it an oriental city appearance. Then fields of agave, wheat, or maguey, through which snaked, tracing a yellow line, the road to Mexico. From the outside, the ranch looked miserable, almost ruinous. Nevertheless, inside it offered more comforts than one would rightfully expect in a region where the demands of life, especially for the countryside folk, are reduced to the bare necessities. The stranger stood thoughtfully for a moment, his gaze fixed on the empty plain, bathed in the iridescent reflections of the rising sun. Then, after exhaling a strangled sigh, he pushed aside the bush covered with cowhide that served as a door to the fowhide that served as a doorlet, ranch, and disappeared inside. The first room, because the ranch had many, served as a parlour and dining area, and communicated with a shed placed outside that acted as a kitchen. The floor was covered with a delicate, hand-woven mat. In the corner, about 6 feet high, and on a mahogany console with the lid surrounded by spikes on which 3 wax candles were burning, there was a statue representing Our Lady of Guadalupe, patroness of Mexico. The walls of the aforementioned dining room were adorned, not with paintings, but with 6 or 8 illuminated panels made in Epinal, and which that city abounds in. These panels depicted various episodes from the wars of the empire, and were neatly framed and covered with individual glasses. 6 equal chairs, 4 sofas, a cluttered display case filled with household items, and a substantial table in the centre of the dining room completed the furnishings of this room, enhanced by 2 windows draped in crimson curtains. That clock was placed in front of the entrance door, between the 2 windows, and to its right was another door leading to the inner chambers. The time, and murmuring, "It's 5:30." We almost forgot to mention a piece of furniture that was quite important due to its rarity, and something no one would have presumed to find in such a place. The piece we refer to is a cuckoo clock from the Black Forest, crowned with a bird that announced the hours and half-hours with its song. The stranger, upon entering the dining room and finding no one, left his rifle in a corner of the room, placed his hat on the table, opened a window all the way down to which he dragged a chair on which he sat, rolled a corn-straw cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke with the same calm and indifference, as if he were in his own home, after checking. "I still have time. It will take a while to arrive. Half an hour, maybe a bit more." After talking to himself in this manner, the stranger inclined his head against the backrest of his chair, closed his eyes, dropped the cigarette, and after a few minutes he fell into a deep sleep. Not long before our protagonist had fallen asleep, they cautiously opened a door behind them, through which a young sorceress, no older than 22 or 23, with blue eyes and golden hair, tiptoed into the dining-room. She held her head high with curiosity, and cast a look of benevolence, almost tenderness, upon the sleeping figure. The face of the newly arrived woman breathed joy and mischief, united with extreme kindness. Her features, though not correct, formed a charming and amusing ensemble that was delightful at first glance. She distinguished herself from other ranch women, almost all of them cobra-skinned Indians, by her very white skin, and she wore an outfit befitting her class, but of remarkable cleanliness, carried off with grace and salt that suited her to perfection. Of the 2 new characters we shall speak. The young woman approached the sleeper slowly, her head tilted back, and a finger on her lips, undoubtedly intending to whisper to 2 people following her, an older man and woman, that they make as little noise as possible. To introduce the woman onto the scene, she was in her 50s and 60, and both she and the man had common, expressionless features, except for a sign of strong will. The woman wore the costume of Mexican ranchers. The man was a cowboy. Once they were all gathered around the stranger, they stood before him motionless, gazing at him as he slept. A ray of sun penetrated through the window, striking the face of the stranger. "If I hadn't been asleep, let the devil take me." He opened his eyes, and suddenly sat up, exclaiming in French, "By God!" "And what's wrong with that, Don Oliverio?" said the ranchero in the same language. "Ah, are you there, friends of mine?" He profited Oliverio with a smile, and eagerly extended his hand. I was grateful for the wake-up call as I found them by my side. "Good morning, Louisa, my daughter." "Good morning, Teresa. And you too, old Loic. Good morning as well." Tears meet faces that it's a pleasure to see. "I'm glad you're awake, Mr. Oliverio," said the sorceress Louisa. "Bah! All the more so as you'll be tired," added Loic. "Bah! Who cares? Didn't you suspect me to be here?" "Take it easy, Mr. Oliverio," said Loic. "Lopez had informed me of your arrival." "That devil Lopez can't keep his tongue in check," Oliverio remarked with a smile. "He'll always be a charlatan." "Will you join us for lunch?" the young woman inquired. "It's not a question, little one," said the cowboy. "It would be good if Don Oliverio refused to come with us." "Oh, Grump, don't sulk," Oliverio chuckled. "I'll join you for lunch." "Bravo! Bravo!" Louisa exclaimed. And with the help of Teresa, who was her mother, as well as Loic her father, the young girl began to prepare everything for lunch. "Wonderful! This doubles my appetite." "But you know," Oliverio said, "nothing Mexican. I don't want to hear about this land's detestable cuisine." "Nothing to fear," Louisa replied with a smile. "We will be eating French style." "And is V always satisfied?" While the two women went back and forth from the kitchen to the dining-room to prepare lunch and set the table, Oliverio and Loic were left alone at the window, engaging in a lively conversation. Oliverio asked his host. "Always," Loic replied. "Don Andres de la Cruz is a good master. Moreover, as you know, I have little to do with him." "It's true. You only deal with Mr. Leon Carral." "I don't complain about him, for despite being a butler, he's an excellent man. We get along marvelously. Better and better. I would have felt the opposite. Moreover, if you agreed to take this ranch, it's due to my recommendation. So if anything were to happen, I would tell you straight out, Mr. Oliverio, but on this side everything goes as desired." The adventurer fixed a scrutinizing look on his interlocutor and spoke. "So there's nothing amiss elsewhere?" "No, sir," the cowboy mumbled, visibly agitated. "Remember, look," Oliverio said sternly, shaking his head, "the conditions I imposed when I granted you my pardon. I have them etched in my memory, sir." "Have you spoken to anyone?" "No one, sir." "So Domingo still believes. What is your basis for making such an assumption?" "Yes, sir," the cowboy replied, nodding, "but it means him nothing." "Oh!" "I am certain of what I say, sir. Since you took him to the prairies, his character has changed radically. The 10 years he spent away from me turned him completely indifferent." "Don't say that, sir." "Perhaps it's a premonition," the adventurer murmured under his breath. "I am deeply remorseful for my crime." Loic exclaimed in horror. "Misery, the poor counsellor. I was very guilty, but if you knew how penitent I am—" "I understand, and that is why I forgave you. A day will come when the true culprit will receive the punishment they deserve." "Yes, sir, and it fills me with dread, this wretched creature involved in this tragic drama, whose end will be terrible." The cowboy let out a sigh that his interlocutor failed to miss. "It will indeed be terrible, and you are going to witness it." "Like," Oliverio declared in a powerful, focused voice. "I haven't seen Domingo." The adventurer suddenly changed tone. "Is he still sleeping?" "You instructed him too well for that, sir. Among us all, he's the first to rise." "How can he not be here?" "He left," the cowboy replied hesitantly. "Damn it, he's already 22 years old, and free to do as he pleases." "Yes?" the adventurer murmured gloomily. Then, shaking his head, he added, "Let's eat." Lunch began under sad auspices, but thanks to Oliverio's efforts, good humour soon reappeared, and the end of that day was as cheerful as one could wish. Suddenly, Lopez entered the ranch and said, "Mr. Loic, there is your son. I don't know what brings him, but he is coming on foot and leading his horse by the bridle." Everyone rose from the table and left the ranch. "I want to make sure immediately," Oliverio murmured in a very soft voice, after having closely examined, and for several seconds, the one who was arriving. "Will it be him by chance?" A shot away, in the plains, one could indeed make out a man guiding a horse with a bridle, upon whose back was tied a rather voluminous bundle, though it was hard to discern clearly due to the distance between them. "Strange!" And gesturing to Lopez to follow him, the adventurer hastily descended the steps, leaving the cowboy and the two women bewildered, who soon saw him running. followed by Lopez, across the plain and towards Domingo. He, upon seeing those who were approaching him, stopped to wait for them. The 8. The injured deep silence reigned in the field. The night breeze had completely ceased. Only the constant whisper of the infinitely small, tirelessly devoted to the unknown work for which Providence has created them, disturbed the stillness of the night. A soft clarity and lunar rays diffused over the earth crepuscular glows, giving fantastic appearance. As to trees and hills, casting long shadows through the atmosphere, so clear that one could hear the heavy and shaken flight of beetles as they buzzed around the branches, crossed blue reflections, and among the tall grasses, illuminated by their phosphoric light, thousands of fireflies fluttered. In short, it was one of those mild and clear Mexican nights, unseen in our colder climates, less favoured by the sky, one of those nights that immerse the soul in a soft and melancholic reverie. Suddenly, a shadow emerged on the horizon. It grew larger and soon sketched out the dark and still indeterminate figure of a rider, which must have been him, judging by the noise his horse's swift pace made in the hardened earth. Indeed, it was a rider who was approaching. What does this fear mean, my dark one? The rider, suddenly wrenched from his slumber, or more likely from his meditations, leaped onto the saddle, and would have lost the reins, had he not instinctively seized the horse by the bridle with all his might. "Hello," said the rider, quickly raising his head and putting his hand to his machete while casting a look of unease around. "What's wrong?" He followed the road from Puebla, half drowsed on his mount, to which he could say left at will, carrying loose reins, and as it reached a crossroad, in the midst of which stood a cross, it suddenly stowed its body, straightened its ears, and backed its ears, and backed, with vivacity. "Calm down. No one is thinking about us. This isn't natural, God. You don't usually get scared for no reason." But no matter how his master spoke words of praise to him, and it seemed they lived in very good harmony, the animal, he stopped complaining, and gave more and more vivid signs of alarm. "Let's see, Moreno, what's going on?" The traveller looked around again, but more attentively than before, focusing his eyes on the ground. "Ah!" the rider suddenly exclaimed, noticing a body lying on the Moreno lands. "He is right. I see something here, perhaps the corpse of a landowner whom the bandits killed to rob him more freely, and then abandoned without caring for him any more. Let's see." While he was speaking in this low tone, the rider dismounted, but as he was prudent, and perhaps it had been long since, as the rider approached the corpse, he gazed at it for a moment with grave intent. Having been accustomed to traversing the roads of Mexican Confederation, he rammed his rifle and stood ready for both attack and defense, in case the individual he wished to aid suddenly rose to demand his bag or life, a possibility very much in line with the customs of that land, and one against which, above all, one must be prepared. In any case, yes or no, and even though it seems like a futile effort, let's try to provide him with some aid. "John," murmured the traveller, upon realizing that he had nothing to fear from the unfortunate one lying at his feet, and shaking his head several times, "there goes a poor fellow who seems very ill. If he isn't dead, he's on the brink." After this new soliloquy, the traveller, who was none other than Domingo, the rancher's son we spoke of above, lowered the trigger of his rifle, placed the weapon on the side of the road within reach, in case he needed to use it, tied his horse to a tree, and took off his sarap wraps to be able to act with ease, to often excessive proportions. In taking all these precautions calmly and methodically, as he was a very careful man in everything, Domingo dismounted his horse, took off the saddlebags hanging from its back, slung them over his shoulder, knelt down beside the fallen body, removed the clothes covering his chest where there was a large wound, and examined it. Sunday, who was of a tall stature, harmonious members, and bronze musculature, was endowed with great bodily strength, and his movements were agile and virilely graceful. In short, he was one of those rare, robust structures found everywhere, but more commonly encountered in regions where the demands of a life of struggle develop physical faculties. Anyone would have given him 28 years, despite the fact that he had not yet reached 22. Idle mark of distinction on him. Beautiful, virile, and intelligent factions, large and noble-gazing eyes, clear forehead, brown and tightly curled hair, large mouth with somewhat thick lips, arrogantly groomed moustache, prominent and angular chin gave his physiognomy an expression of frankness, audacity, and goodness really charming, while at the same time it imprinted an Indale. Such was the physical state of the new character we have just introduced to the reader, who is destined to play an important part in the course of our story. The most peculiar thing was that this man, belonging to the humble class of cowboys, had hands and feet of extreme smallness, especially his hands, with an impeccable aristocratic cut. "It's going to take a lot of work for him to recover, if he does at all," proffered Domingo, as he rose after futilely attempting to hear the heartbeats of the wounded man. The blood dropped slowly from the wounded lips, and without wasting any time he examined the wound and washed it carefully. However, far from losing hope, the young man opened his sacks and took out a piece of cloth, a case, and a locked box with a key, while smiling and murmuring to himself, "Luckily I keep my Indian habits and always carry my first aid kit with me." Sunday uncovered a bottle filled with a red liquid, poured some drops of it onto the wound, and suddenly the bleeding ceased, as if by magic. Then, with skill that demonstrated much practice, the young man bandaged the wound, after carefully applying some crushed and moistened herbs with the red liquor he had already used. The unhappy man showed no sign of life. His body still retained the stiffness of corpses. However, there was still a little sweat on his extremities, a sign that suggested to Domingo that life had not yet entirely left that poor body. Everything, it seemed, was in vain. No contraction, not even the faintest shiver, indicated that the wounded man supported an atom of life. After having tended to him with the love we have seen, the young man slightly lifted the wounded man and placed him against a tree. Then he gave him rubs on the chest, temples, and wrists with rum, mixed with water, interrupting his operation from time to time to check a careful look at the patient's shriveled and pale face. But is there anything so firm as a human will determined to save a fellow man? Sunday, despite starting to doubt the success of his efforts, instead of becoming discouraged, he felt his fervour intensify, leading him to decide not to give up until he was fully convinced that all help was futile. Sunday abruptly interrupted the struggle, and with a slap to his forehead, as if a sudden thought had sprung from his brain, he murmured, "Where on earth is my head?" Moving was the scene formed by those two men, one driven by the holy love of humanity, embodying, if the word is allowed, in bestowing upon the other the most attentive and paternal care. At the foot of the Redeemer sign, at the cross, in the midst of a desert path, and during a quiet and clear night, had the said pumpkin contained. And he began to take out objects from his packs, which seemed bottomless, holding such a quantity of trinkets, until he found a pumpkin carefully capped. Then he opened the pumpkin, using the blade of his knife to slightly pry open the tightly closed teeth of the wounded one, and as he anxiously examined his face, he poured into his mouth some of W. 2 or 3 minutes later, the wounded man shuddered almost imperceptibly, and moved his eyelids as if trying to open them. "Ah," Domingo murmured joyfully, "this time I think I'm going to succeed." And placing the pumpkin next to him, he tied the bandages with renewed vigour. "Ah," murmured Domingo, with an air of satisfaction, "he's not dead yet, but if he survives, he'll have had a narrow escape." "Bravo!" Despite the young man's doubled efforts, the wounded one exhaled a soft sigh. His limbs began to lose their rigidity, and his breathing, though weak and fragmented, became more distinct. His features relaxed, his cheeks flushed with crimson spots, and although he kept his eyes closed, he moved his lips, as if he had wanted to utter some words. "I've made the most of my time. But who could have given him such a furious stab? In Mexico, one doesn't duel with swords." The improvement was palpable, and it was only a matter of time before he regained his senses. For my soul, if I did not fear inferring an insult, I would almost dare to assert that I know the individual who has treated this unfortunate person so badly. But patience. Whatever he says, he will say, "May the devil take me if by cunning I do not, make him sing and reveal his accomplices." Meanwhile, life, after long hesitating to re-enter that body which it nearly abandoned, had engaged in a fierce battle against death, whom it temporarily managed to force back. The movements of the wounded man became increasingly marked and, especially, intelligent, and he had opened his eyes twice, though only to close them again almost instantly. Sunday took a glass, poured some water into it, adding a few drops of the liquor trapped in the gourd, and brought it to the mouth of the wounded man, who opened his lips and drank, followed by a sigh of relief. "How are you feeling?" asked the young man with interest. At the sound of that unknown voice, the wounded man trembled, made a gesture as if to repel a terrifying image, and murmured with a hoarse voice, "Kill me, V! How could I kill you?" "I'll take good care not to," Domingo replied cheerfully. "I certainly didn't bring him back just for that." The wounded one opened his eyes, cast a terrified glance around, and then fixed his gaze with indescribable fear on the young man, exclaiming, "The masked one! The masked one! Oh, back! Oh, this case is grave." It must have been a severe brain injury, Domingo thought to himself. It's the delusion of a feverish mind that, if persistent, could lead to dementia. What to do to apply a remedy to the evil? "Hangman," continued the wounded in a barely audible voice. "Kill me." "Ah, I know that already," the wounded one replied, clearly hearing last words spoken by Domingo. "Kill me then, and end my sufferings." "Do you hear me, sir? It seems he is clinging to this idea," Domingo murmured. "This man fell into a terrible ambush. His troubled spirit only reminds him of the final scene of death in which he played such an unfortunate role. It is necessary to put an end and restore the tranquillity essential for his health, or he is lost. And here I am to save you. Do you understand me?" "Spoke Domingo perfectly, then. Listen to me without interrupting. I am not one of those who reduced you to the state in which you are now, but a traveller whom chance, or rather providence, led down this path to assist you. For me, and know that your salvation from this moment depends exclusively on you. Know, therefore, abandon your chimeras and forget, if you can, at least for now, what happened between you and your assassins. As for me, I have only one desire, that of being of service to you, and to prove it. Know that were it not for the aid I have given you, you would be dead by now, dead indeed. Do not hinder the task which is already so difficult." The wounded man made a hasty movement to rise, but his strength deceived him, and he fell again, giving a sigh of despair and murmuring, "I can." "I believe so, considering how you're injured, V," Domingo replied. "It's a miracle that the dreadful stab you received didn't kill you instantly. Well, don't resist what humanity demands I do for you. If not killing me, then who am I?" the wounded man asked with unease. "Who I am? V swore to me that he is moved by good intentions, by a poor cowboy who found you here struggling to breathe, and had the luck to bring you back to life. My honor, I swear it to you." "Thank you," murmured the wounded. "I want to live." Both interlocutors remained silent for a few seconds, after which, with renewed energy, the wounded spoke. "Oh, I understand this desire, and I find it very natural," said Domingo. "Yes, I want to live because I need to avenge myself. It is just. Vengeance is allowed. Will you promise me to save me? I will do everything in my power to achieve that. I am rich, and I will reward you." "Let's not talk about rewards," Domingo shook his head. "Do you think selflessness can be bought? Keep your money safe, sir, for as I don't need it at all, it would be useful to me. However, my duty—" "Yes, enough about this, please, I beg you, or else I will cause you grave offence. V, as you please. By saving your life, I have fulfilled my obligation, and consequently I am not entitled to any reward. Open, first of all, promise me that you won't object to anything I consider necessary for your salvation." "I promise. Thus we'll understand each other perfectly. It's about to dawn, so we can't stay here any longer. And where do you want me to go if I feel so weak that I can't move?" "I surrender." "Don't worry about it. I'll put you on my horse, and making it walk at a steady pace, I'll take you to a safe place, without you suffering much jolting. That's the best thing you can do. Do you want me to take you home?" "My home? I don't know who you are, nor where your house is." He uttered a feigned look of terror, as I made a movement like I wanted to flee. "So then, do you know me, and know where I live? How does V want me to know these details, if this is the first time I've seen you tonight? It's true," he murmured to himself. "Injured. I'm crazy. He's a man of good faith." Then, addressing Domingo, he added in a choked and barely audible voice, "I am a traveller. I came from Veracruz and was headed for Mexico when I was suddenly attacked, deposed of all I once had, and abandoned at the foot of this cross, where you found me providentially. At this moment I have no other address than what you may offer me. There is my story, simple as the truth. Whether it is true or not, nothing concerns me, sir," objected Domingo. "I have no right to intrude into your affairs so forcefully," which his saviour had miraculously extricated him. "Thus, spare yourself the trouble of communicating news that I do not request. They serve me no purpose, and in your current state they can only be harmful, either by overstraining your spirit or forcing you to speak." In effect, thanks to nothing but a powerful effort of will, the wounded man had managed to carry on such a long conversation. The shock he had received was too severe, and his wound too grave for him to continue the discussion without risking another dangerous fainting spell, not only more perilous than any he had previously experienced, but one Froke. "Will, my friend, I feel myself dying." Feeling the pulse of his arteries, bathed in sweat his temples, vision clouded, and with his carefully coordinated thoughts slipping away from him once more, he realized that to continue his resistance would be madness. He therefore slumped backward, with despair, exhaling a sigh of resignation, and whispered in a weak voice, "Make free of me as you—" Sunday, with troubled eyes, followed the movements of the unhappy man. He hurried to give him a few drops of cordial that he had poured as soporific liquid, effective relief for the wounded, who seemed to regain life. "Shut up, V," said the young man to him, as he saw that he wanted to thank him. "You have spoken more than enough," and wrapping him carefully in his cloak, he laid him on the ground and added, "That's how you'll be comfortable. Don't move and try to sleep while I figure out a way to get you out of here as soon as possible. We must now leave as soon as possible, promptly possible, if I don't want it to be hindered by annoying people who will soon infest this path." The wounded man offered no resistance. The soporific having already taken effect, he smiled gently, closed his eyelids, and soon sank into quiet and restorative sleep. Sunday, completely satisfied, regarded him for a moment, then murmured with genuine joy, "I prefer to see him like this than when I arrived, but he's not yet saved," lynching him as well as he could, while at the same time supporting him to prevent a fall that would undoubtedly have been fatal. An hour earlier, to bring in the adventurer. Sunday dismounted his horse, put the bridle back on, led it to the injured man, and, after preparing a makeshift bed on the animal's back with some blankets, to which he added his shawl, from which he did not hesitate to remove, he lifted the patient in his lean arms, with such ease as if he had been a child, and placed him carefully on the bed. Once the young man had ensured that the injured person was in as comfortable a position as the circumstances allowed, and especially with the inadequate means of transport available, he urged his horse on, grabbed the reins, and set off, remaining by the side of the injured to maintain balance, moving away towards the ranch where we had proceeded high. Discovery Sunday continued on, step by step, holding the injured man firmly on his horse's saddle and watching over him as a mother does her child, with only one desire needed for this stranger, who, without him, would have died in such a pitiful manner. Despite the impatience that consumed Domingo, unfortunately, it was impossible for him to hurry his horse along those winding paths, crossed by streams and nearly impassable, without risking a serious accident to the wounded man. Thus, when upon seeing people running towards him at a distance of 2 or 3 rifle shots from the ranch, he did not at first recognize who they were, he felt an indescribable satisfaction, for they represented help, and this despite his help, and this reluctance to admit it was what he needed. Greatest neglect, but it was necessary for him, and especially for the wounded one, as he had been walking painfully through impassable paths for many hours, while at the same time he was compelled to constantly watch over him whom, by a miraculous and incomprehensible chance, he saved from certain death, and who could have his existence cut short instantly with the sledge. Quickly, for goodness' sake! When the men who ran to meet Domingo found themselves a few steps from him, the young man stopped and shouted with the joy typical of one freed from a heavy burden, "Come! It's been ages since you were supposed to be here." "What do you mean, Domingo?" said the adventurer in French. "Do you need us so desperately?" Man, it seems to have startled you. Don't you see that I'm carrying a wounded man? A wounded man! Exclaimed Olivier, leaping to the side of the young man with a tremendous bound. What wound are you talking about? By Jove! I've just realized I was sitting on my horse. I would not feel seeing him in a good bed, from which, to tell the truth, he greatly needs. For if he is still alive, by my soul, I owe it to an incomprehensible miracle of Providence. The adventurer, without replying, promptly lifted the blanket that covered the wounded man's face, whom for a space of a few seconds he contemplated with an expression of impossible to describe anguish, pain, anger, and sorrow. Oh! Her face, suddenly paled, had taken on cadaverous tones. A convulsive tremor shook all her limbs, and her pupils, fixed on the wounded man, took on a peculiar expression, and seemed to flash lightning. She murmured in a low, broken voice, amidst the storm raging within her heart, "This man. Yes, it's him. He is he. He's not dead. What does that mean? Congratulate you, my friend?" On Sunday, not understanding a single word that Oliverio was saying, he looked at him with bewilderment and uncertainty, until finally, bursting into anger, exclaiming, "Ah! Unless God knew how to save a man, by means of constant care, and through countless difficulties, he would have brought the unfortunate one here, who, but for me, would have perished like a dog. Is this how you receive him?" "Yes, rejoice," answered the adventurer with a tone of bitterness. "You have carried out a praiseworthy act, and for that I congratulate. Soon you will reap the rewards. The security of that is assured." "You know I don't understand you," replied the young man. "And what need do you have to understand me, wretched one? But will you explain yourself, Yves, once and for all? Do you know this man?" Oliverio exclaimed with disdain, shrugging his shoulders. "You have acted on impulse, without thinking and without hidden intent. Consequently, I have nothing to reproach you for, nor any explanations to offer." "And how would I know him?" "I'm not asking that. Why didn't you introduce us to him at the ranch without warning us?" "For a very simple reason. On my way back from Cholula, I was heading here when I found him lying in the middle of the road, suffering from hypochondria. What should I have done? Should humanity not be considered? Didn't I order you to help him? Can we possibly let a Christian die in this manner without doing everything in our power to assist him?" "You did well, Domingo," said Oliverio with irony, "and I am far from reproaching your actions. Truly, a man with a heart cannot find one of his kind in such a deplorable state as you found this one, without helping him." The young man was about to reply, but restrained himself. Then, suddenly changing tone and shrugging his shoulders in disdain, he added, "Did you receive among the copper-coloured ones, with whom you have lived for such a long period of time, such lessons in humanity?" "Enough," Oliverio proclaimed. "The damage is done. Let's not speak of it any further. Lopez will take him to the ranch's cellar, where he'll be looked after." "Ah, Lopez?" Without wasting a moment, he led this man while I spoke with Domingo. Oliverio and Domingo stood motionless and imaginative, facing each other. The interlocutors maintained a prolonged silence. Lopez, who was leaving with the wounded, had already disappeared into the underground. Lopez obeyed, without the young man offering any objection, and it was that he began to realize that perhaps his heart had deceived him, leading him too easily to a human feeling towards a man who was completely strange to him. Finally, the adventurer raised his head and asked the young man, "Have you spoken with that man?" "I only exchanged a few words with him without any context." "Nothing more?" "Little more or less." "What did he say?" "Not much that demonstrated good judgment. He spoke of an attack he had been a victim of." "No." "He tell you his name?" "No, I didn't ask him." "But he must have told you who he was." "Did he say anything else about his name or social status?" "If I remember correctly, he said that he had just arrived in Veracruz and was heading to Mexico when he was soon attacked and robbed by individuals he couldn't recognize." "Not a word." The adventurer seemed to reflect for a moment, and then replied, "Listen, and give no twisted interpretation to what I am about to tell you." "Agreed." "I hear everything from V's mouth, sir, as he has every right to tell me everything." "Go on." "What else?" "Do you remember how we met?" "Yes, sir." "Then I was a poor boy, dying of hunger and misery, wandering the streets of Mexico City. You took pity on me, and not only clothed and fed me, but also taught me to read, write, and calculate, and who knows how many other things. Then you helped me find my parents again, or at least, to those who educated me, and whom, in the absence of others, I have considered all my life as if they belonged to my family. You know it as well as I do. Maybe, but I want you to repeat it. Darn it. As you wish. One day, when V came to the ranch, he took me along and led me to Sonora in Texas, where we hunted bison. Perfectly. I see you have a good memory. Continue. 2 or 3 years later, he was adopted by a Comanche tribe and left me, commanding me to stay in the plains and dedicate myself to forest raiding until he ordered me to rejoin him. You continue to hold the same way of thinking. Obeying your command, I remained among the Indians, hunting and living with them, until 6 months ago, when you arrived at the Gila River, where I was then, and told me you came for me, and I should follow you, which I did without asking for you. Any explanation, as belonging to you body and soul, I needed nothing from him. Why not? Is V not my only friend? Thanks. Are you then resolved to blindly obey me? Without hesitation, I swear it to you. This is what I wanted to know. Now listen to me in turn. The man whom you so foolishly helped did not tell you a word of truth. I know this man. He has been in Mexico for 8 months, living in Puebla, and he was sentenced. What he told you is nothing but a web of lies, for it is not true that he only arrived in Veracruz a few days ago, nor that he was heading to Mexico City, or that he was attacked and robbed by strangers. Oh, the young man said, "This changes the species." His death was at the hands of those who had a right to judge him, and whom he knew perfectly well. He was not taken by surprise. But they gave him a sword in one hand and left him free to defend himself, a privilege he availed of, falling in a fair duel. And finally they robbed him of nothing, because they were not thieves, but honorable men. Now answer me. Have you made any commitment to him? And what do you understand by commitment? When that man came to himself and regained the use of his words, did he implore your protection? Yes, sir. What did you tell him? Wow! You will understand, sir, that it was difficult for me to abandon the unhappy man in his state, especially after what I had done for him. Well, then I promised to save him. Do you mean to heal him? That's how I interpret it. Nothing more? Nope. So all you did was promise? No, I gave my word. The adventurer shuddered with impatience. Then, at least from the evil. Do you know that I don't understand a word of what you're saying? But assuming it does, said the adventurer, gesturing impatiently, which seems doubtful to me between us, as soon as you have recovered your health, will you consider yourself completely detached from him? Completely. Then consider this. In your act of kindness, you were not happy. That man, my mortal enemy? Why? Because the man whom you helped, and to whom you showed such attentive care, is your mortal enemy, exclaimed the young man, doubtingly and with admiration. But if we don't even know each other? Poor friend of mine. You know it, but I assure you I am not mistaken, and that I tell you the truth. Strange, very strange indeed, but it's as you just heard. Moreover, that man is your most dangerous enemy. Bah! What shall I do? Let me act. This morning I went to the ranch with the intention of telling you that one of your enemies, the most terrible of all, was dead. But you yourself took care to make me look like a liar. So, perhaps it's better that things turned out this way. God does good, his purposes are inscrutable, and we have no choice but to humble ourselves before the manifestation of his will. You, V, attempts to entrust the care of the patient to Lopez. He will remain in the basement, where he will receive all manner of attention. You will not see the wounded again, because at present, at the very least, it is unnecessary for you to gain a fuller knowledge of his condition. Now, in turn, I give you my word that this man will receive all the care his state requires. Me, as per your instructions, Sunday replied. But what about once the injured person is healed? Since he's not our prisoner, we'll let him leave peacefully. Don't worry, we'll easily find him when needed. Ah, I almost forgot to tell you that no one from the ranch should go down to the cellar and speak with the injured person. Very. You will be warned by him yourself. I take no responsibility for such a task. Well, I will warn him myself. Moreover, neither will I see him. Only Lopez will be in charge of him. Are we going very far? Do you have anything else to communicate to me? Yes, that you are coming with me for a few days? You will see. In the meantime, get on board the ranch and prepare whatever you need for the journey." "I am ready," Domingo replied. "You will be, but not me. I have some orders to give Lopez regarding the wounded man. It's true. Moreover, I need to say goodbye to my family. You will do wisely, for it is likely your absence will be quite long." "I understand. Let's go on a great hunt." "It makes no difference to me. I'll hunt as you see fit." "We'll go hunting," said the adventurer, with an ambiguous smile, "but not as you imagine. That's what I'm counting on. Come on. We've already lost too much time." Domingo and Oliverio made their way towards the hill. Upon reaching it, Oliverio entered the underground, while Domingo climbed up to the ranch. Locked in, the two women were waiting for the young man on the platform, full of curiosity, and eager to know the outcome of the long conversation he had with Oliverio. But Domingo, who had lived too long in the desert to reveal the truth when it therefore suited him to keep it hidden, remained impenetrable. All the questions directed at him were in vain. He replied only with evasive answers. So his father and the two women, having lost hope of making him speak, decided to leave him alone and let him eat in peace. Domingo, who was truly hungry, seized this pretext to give the conversation a different turn, and between bites announced his departure. Luck didn't raise any objections, as he was used to such unexpected absences. An hour or so later, Olivier entered the ranch. On seeing him, Domingo stood up and bid farewell to his family. "Is he taking you?" Lorlick asked. "Yes," Olivier replied. "We're going for a few days to hot land." "Look at what they're doing," Louisa said with fear. "You know, the Juarez guerrillas are infesting the countryside." "I would rather you stayed," she answered sadly. "Don't worry, little sister," the young man replied, hugging her. "We'll be careful. I'll bring you the scarf I promised you a long time ago." "Be at ease," he said with a cheerful voice. "I'll bring him back safe and sound." Oliverio and Domingo left the ranch, descended into the valley, and mounted two horses fully saddled and awaiting them, made of liquid amber. After bidding a final farewell to the ranch inhabitants gathered on the platform, both rode off at a gallop across the fields toward the road to Veracruz. Apparently, the people of the ranch had great confidence in Oliverio, for as soon as he gave them such assurances, they calmed down and bid farewell to the two men without showing deep sorrow. "So we're heading to hot land?" asked Domingo as he galloped side by side with his companion. "No, I don't really care for new friendships." "So far," Oliverio replied. "I'll take you a few leagues from here to a ranch, where I hope we can forge a new friendship. This one will be very useful to you. That makes a difference. Let me tell you, sir, that Mexicans are not very simpatico to me. The person they're going to introduce you to is French. It varies completely. But why did V want to introduce me? Isn't it up to you to do so directly?" "No, someone else whom you know and feel inclined towards. Carol.A. "Who is V talking about?" "Leon, the butler at the Arenal estate." "Yes, him. Then we're heading for the estate?" "Not precisely to the estate itself, but nearby. I cited the butler for a point at which he must wait for me, and to that point we are headed. So on. I will be glad to see Leon Carroll again. He is a good comrade. X the meeting. And a man of heart and honor," added Oliverio. "The reserved behavior that Doña Dolores kept for the Count de Soleil since his arrival at the Arenal estate has not been in harmony with the wedding plans envisioned by the two families. Never dared cross, and which, perhaps against his wishes, condemned him to remain within the confines of the most rigid reserve. Under such circumstances, especially after the scene he had witnessed the night before, one can understand the shock of the young man when he learned that Doña Dolores was requesting an audience with him. The young woman had not engaged in any particular conversation with him, whom she considered, to some extent, her betrothed, nor had she shown the most innocent familiarity. At the same time, while appearing courteous and even kind, from the moment they met, she had the habit of raising a barrier between herself and the Count, a barrier that he had. What could the young woman say? Why did she give him this appointment? What impulsed him to act in such a manner? These were the questions that Luis del Saule asked himself, and which inevitably remained unanswered. Given to another man, removed all supposition of love. It is no wonder, then, that the young man felt an irresistible prickling of his curiosity and impatience consumed him, and that he experienced a certain satisfaction at hearing the sound of the appointed hour without realizing it. Would the young woman demand that he renounce her hand, and leave the estate immediately? As he would have been in France, in Paris, instead of being in a hacienda in Mexico, he would already know what to expect regarding the message he received, and be able to map out a course of conduct. But Doña Dolores's lukewarmness for him, no sign of warmth undid by an instant, and the preference that, according to the nocturnal scene, seemed to be. What a singular contradiction is the human spirit! He rebelled at the thought that Doña Dolores would demand a resignation. The Count, who felt an increasing repulsion due to such a marriage, and whose firm intention was to arrange a meeting as soon as possible with Don Andres de la Cruz, had resolved to retire and renounce the alliance that had been planned for so long, an alliance that he found increasingly distasteful, especially since it was being imposed on him. His wounded self-esteem made him see the matter through a new lens, and the scorn that apparently the maiden held for him filled him with anger and shame, awed indifference. There was truly no hope left. He, Count Louis de Saulet, a dashing young man of wealth and fame for his talent and elegance, one of the most distinguished members of the Jockey Club, one of the gods of fashion, whose conquests made waves among Paris's elite, had not produced in the mind of a semi-wild maiden anything but a repugnant impression, nor had he inspired more than So deep was the despair felt by the young man that for a moment he imagined himself in love with his cousin, and even felt compelled to swear to himself to remain deaf to Doña Dolores's pleas and tears, demanding the wedding be held within a short and decisive time frame. Fortunately, however, his love for himself, which led him to make such an extreme decision, suddenly inspired him with a much simpler and more pleasant way out of the predicament. After looking at himself with admiration, a smile of satisfaction lit up his face. He found himself physically and morally much superior to those around him, so superior that he felt no pity for the maiden, whose education prevented her from appreciating the countless qualities that gave him the upper hand over his rivals, and understanding the joy such an alliance would bring him. At the door of Doña Dolores's rooms stood a young Indian woman with a dirty face and sparkling eyes. Upon seeing the Count, she smiled, bowed deeply, and gestured for him to enter. Caressing these and other thoughts, the Count left his rooms and headed towards Mrs. Dolores's quarters, passing through the courtyard where he noticed, without much concern, numerous horses saddled and bridled, held in check by some foot soldiers via their reins. How enchanting the young woman looked in the posture we have transcribed. The maid, accompanied by Louis, traversed many elegantly furnished salas on foot, finally drawing back a curtain of fine white linen embroidered with large, beautiful flowers, and silently led the young man into a delightful dressing-room, tastefully decorated. Doña Dolores, half reclining in a woven hammock, was indulging in tormenting a beautiful parrot not much thicker than a child's fist, laughing hysterically at the bird's angry squawks. The Count had never seen her so beautiful. Louis, after making a deep bow, stopped at the door-frame, admiring and astonished all at once. "Come here." "Don't stay there, cousin," proffered the young woman. "Laugh, cousin," the young man responded, immediately adapting to that joy which was far from what he had expected. "It pleases me immensely to find you in such good spirits." That Doña Dolores, upon contemplating him, could not help but let out a hearty laugh, which she excused by saying, "Excuse me, cousin, but at this moment your figure is so peculiar that I couldn't restrain myself." The young man obeyed. "Come sit here next to me in this chair." "Ah, cousin," said the young man, after taking a seat, "I have the honor of keeping the appointment you graciously granted me. Do you accuse me of something, sir?" "Yes," replied Doña Dolores. "Thank you for your kindness and punctuality." "You will understand, cousin," Louise added, "that it was not permitted to me to show excessive eagerness in obeying it. So rarely does fortune grant me the joy of seeing you." "In no way, madam. I have no right to accuse you of wanting to give a name to this. You are free to act as you wish, and above all to dispose of me at your pleasure." "Oh, oh. My dear cousin, as for this last point, I wouldn't swear to it. If I were to put your devotion to the test, I think I would be left speechless. That is, you would flatly refuse." "It seemed like that," said Louis to himself. He then added aloud, "My only desire is to please you in everything, cousin. Word of honour. Whatever it may be, if you ask for anything from me, I am ready to obey you." "Well, then," looked on Louis. "It tempts me to take the floor," replied the young woman, leaning towards her interlocutor and smiling deliciously. "Order me first, and you will see that I obey with greater diligence than the most devoted of your slaves." "Me? How can I be of any use?" The young girl paused for a moment, then placed the parakeet back on its perch of sandalwood, jumped down from her hammock, and sat in an adjacent armchair to that of the Count, saying, "Uncle, I have a favour to ask of you. Not for that reason is the favour I'm asking you so important. Worse." "What?" "But I think it will greatly inconvenience you. Do I trouble you if it makes you happy?" "Thank you, cousin. Now listen to V. Today, in a few minutes, I need to travel a very long distance on horseback, and for reasons that V will soon appreciate, I cannot and do not want to be accompanied by any foreman or servant from the estate. I know this region like the back of my hand, within a 50-league radius, being a daughter of these lands. Now, do you consent to accompany me?" "Of course, dear cousin. I will only observe that, being as I am, a stranger in this land, and therefore not knowing the ways, I fear I might get lost. However, as the roads currently do not offer complete security, I dare not traverse them alone. It is necessary that for my protection and defence, if the case arises, a man should go with me whose presence dispel all malevolent suspicion. Better than best, dear cousin. I only have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the honour you do me, and put myself unconditionally at your disposal." "Why?" The Count stood up, greeted the young woman, who replied with a charming smile, and left. "I am the one who should thank you, cousin, for your exquisite chivalry," said Doña Dolores. "The horses are ready. Go put on your spurs. Bring your chamberlain with you, who must accompany you, and above all, do not forget what is most important, that another richesse is to arm yourself well, because one never knows what may happen. Within 10 minutes I will be red, but until now I haven't quite figured out how anything could deny her. By God, what a delightful situation, and what a pleasant task this is for me," he said to himself as he walked to his rooms. "I am nearly accompanying my cousin on a love tryst. For my life, he's a little devil-sorcerer, and if I don't walk on eggshells, it's easy that I might end up falling in love with her, if I'm not already," he added, stifling a sigh. Louis, once in his chamber, gave Rainbow orders to get ready. True arsenal. Armed in this manner, master and servant stood together, without any exaggeration, ready to face off against 14 or 15 men. To accompany him, which the worthy servant did with the punctuality and silence that characterized him, and after having laced his heels with heavy silver spurs, thrown a shawl over his shoulders, chosen a repeating rifle, and belted on a pair of fear. 6 shooters, he made his way to the courtyard, followed by his assistant, who armed himself with A. "What are you going for a walk?" Don Dolores, already mounted on her horse, was waiting for the Count's arrival, while Don Andres, who was conversing with her, rubbed his hands happily, secretly satisfied with the good understanding that reigned between young people, said the landowner to the Count. "Oh, I will be glad if you have a lot of fun." "Miss has deigned to invite me to accompany her," answered Louis. "You did well, and you could not have chosen more wisely. Safe journey." While exchanging these words with his future father-in-law, the Count had greeted Mrs. Dolores and mounted his horse. "Calm," Andres continued, "and above all be careful of bad encounters, for as I have heard, the Juarez gangs are beginning to roam the area. Then go with God, and come back soon." "Down, father," said Mrs. Dolores, turning to the Count and smiling enchanting. She added, "In my cousin's company I fear nothing." "We'll be back before the prayer, father." Andrew gave the young men a final wave as they left the estate. The Count and Doña Dolores rode side by side, while Rainbow, as a skilled servant, followed them at a few steps' distance. "No, it's me who will guide you, cousin," said the young woman as soon as they had entered the forests of liquidambar that covered the plain. "It would be possible for me to find a better guide," Louis answered with politeness. "A secret? I have to confide in you, dear cousin," said Doña Dolores, while glancing at her relative. "Yes, You are so good-natured that I am ashamed of having deceived you. Did you deceive me, cousin?" "In an unworthy manner," the young woman laughed, leaving it to you to judge. "I am leading you to a place where we are expected. A V, that's what he wants to say. No, because the one they're eager to see is you. I confess to you, cousin, that I don't understand a thing. I don't know anyone here." "Are you absolutely certain of that, cousin?" asked the young woman, with a mocking expression. "Canario! That's what I think, at least. Do you see now?" He's starting to doubt. "If you speak with such certainty, because I really know what I'm saying, the person waiting for you, V, not only knows you, but is a friend of V. Bravo! Indeed, since your heart is so forgetful. You are very kind, aunt. I humbly await your explanation. The ball is rolling. Please continue, V. Not much more to add. Moreover, within a few minutes we will reach the end of our journey, and I do not want to leave you any longer in doubt." "How, sir?" "Allow me, dear cousin, to tell you that this does not speak very highly of your perseverance. Are you a foreigner? Have you only recently arrived in an unknown land? Since you set foot here, have you not found any man who has shown you sympathy and already forgotten you?" "Anonymously, cousin." "I deserve your reproaches. You are right. In fact, there is in Mexico a man for whom I feel genuine friendship." "Ah! And how does V call this character's surname?" "That V no longer remembered him. Is it not so? On the contrary, cousin, my most vehement desire would be to see him again. Did you see V? As he didn't deceive me, indeed, but I was so far from suspecting that this man was the one of whom V spoke to me, that I confess. He told me his name was Olivier, yet I wouldn't dare swear that's how he is called." The young woman smiled discreetly. "Would it be indiscreet to ask you, my lady, why you have such an unfavourable assumption?" "Not at all, cousin, but Don Olivier seemed to me a somewhat mysterious character. His actions depart from everything usual. It seems to me, therefore, that there would be nothing extraordinary in the fact that, according to circumstances—" "Say?" "It's strange," murmured the young man. "Why?" "Take a name at random," interrupted the young woman. "Perhaps you are right, perhaps not. As for that, I know nothing. All I can tell you is that it is indeed he who is waiting for you. It's undeniable that he has something important to communicate to you. At least, that's how I understood it. Clearly. Did he tell it to you?" "No. But when she spoke to me this evening, she expressed her desires to see V as soon as possible. Hence why I bade V to accompany me on my walk." Doña Dolores pronounced these words with such a naive tone that the Count was left bewildered, and looked at her for a moment as if he hadn't understood her. The young woman paid no heed to the admiration of her companion, for with her hand placed as a screen over her eyes, she scanned the plain. "Look, V," said Doña Dolores after a moment, pointing with her finger in a certain direction. "Do you see those two men sitting hand in hand in the shade of that cluster of trees? One of them is Don Oliverio. Let's hurry." "Well done," Luis urged his horse. The two set off at a gallop towards the two individuals, who, having noticed those who were approaching them, had risen to meet them. She, in the plains, Oliverio and Domingo, after leaving the ranch, walked for a good while side by side without exchanging a word. The adventurer seemed lost in thought, and the cowboy, despite his apparent indifference, was still worried. And a character energy unprecedented, along with unshakable courage, and a subtlety that sometimes took on all the appearances of deceit. Domingo, whose physical portrait we sketched in one of the previous chapters, was, morally, a peculiar blend of good and bad instincts, though almost always the good ones prevailed in him, the nomadic life he had led among the untamed Indians of the fair. Plains for many years had developed in him great physical vigor, and unleashed an incredible willpower. Clever and suspicious, like a Comanche, he had brought all the practices of jungle trackers into civilized life, never being caught off guard by the most unexpected events. Contrary, he was implacable in his hatreds, and possessed a true Indian ferocity. In short, he was one of those strange men just as likely to do good as evil, and whom circumstances could with equal ease turn into heroes or bandits. To the scrutinizing looks he always presented an impassive face, and feigned a candour that often deceived even the most astute. However, as a general rule, he was frank to a fault, generous beyond measure, sensitive like a child, and carried his child. Devotion to those he loved to the point of sacrifice, without reflection or hidden agendas, but on the sea. A tiger, he foresaw the moment when the lava simmering quietly at the bottom of the young man's heart would suddenly overflow at the impetuous breath of passions. Oliverio, who had studied deeply the character of his protege, perhaps even more so than he himself, knew what he was capable of, and often shuddered when probing the breasts of that singular, ignored organization within himself, thus as he imposed his will upon so untamed a nature, and bent it to his whim, like the imprudent Belorian who plays wit. After a long journey, the travellers arrived at a distance of about 3 leagues from the farm of Arenal, at the edge of a lush forest that bordered its last fields. Despite the seemingly boundless confidence the adventurer seemed to have in his friend, he only vibrated certain strings with utmost caution on Sundays, guarding himself from showing him his strength, and revealing the intensity of his moral power. "Let's stop here and eat," said Oliverio as he dismounted. "We have reached the end of our road for now." "It comes to mind," answered Domingo, "for I must confess that the sun's rays are beginning to bother me, and I wouldn't mind lying down in the grass for a while." "The spot could not be more perfect," exclaimed Oliverio. Oliverio and Domingo were not great talkers, so they finished their lunch silently. The 2 travellers, after tying up their horses and removing the bridle to let them graze at will, sat down one in front of the other in the shade of the foliage, opened their well-stocked saddle-bags, and began to eat with a desirable appetite. Then the first one lit a cigar, and the young man a calumet or Indian pipe. "Well," the adventurer finally said, addressing Domingo, "what do you think of the life I've been leading you in this province for the past few months?" "You're a true friend," Oliverio exclaimed, laughing and extending his hand to the young man. "You're always ready to act without making any remarks or even the slightest comment." "To tell the truth," the cowboy replied, blowing a thick cloud of smoke, "I find it absurd and rather annoying. I've been asking you to send me back to the Western Plains for a long time now, as long as I'm sure you need me, and of that I am proud. Does friendship not imply selflessness and devotion? Yes, precisely because it is so rare among men. I pity those incapable of experiencing such a feeling, for they deprive themselves of a profound joy. Friendship is the only true bond that binds men together. Canary? For many, it is nothing but selfishness. Egoism is a variant of the species. It is friendship misunderstood and reduced to mean and insignificant proportions. What is just and unjust, and the simple man quickly loses sight of it. He did not believe thee to be so adept at paradox. Did you learn these language tricks from the Indians?" "The Indians are prudent, sir," replied the cowboy, shaking his head. "For them, bread is bread, and wine is wine, unlike in cities where, as you well know, they have managed to scramble everything up so much that even the shrewdest cannot make out. Let me return to the prairies, for I am out of my element in these wretched struggles that are bloodying this land, and would fill me with boredom and disgust. I would gladly return your freedom to you, my friend, but as I have already told you, I may need you for another 3 months. That's a long time. I believe it." "Perhaps you will find this period very short," Oliverio replied, with an indescribable tone. "No, you will see. But now I remember that I haven't yet told you what I expect from you." "You're right, and it would be good, if you told me so, that I can fully meet your wishes. Listen to me, and the more concise I will be, as I reserve giving detailed explanations until the people I am waiting for arrive. Hebel, we, 2 individuals are the ones who should be gathered here, a young man and a lady. She is known as Doña Dolores de la Cruz, daughter of the owner of the Arenal hacienda, aged 16. She is not only very beautiful, but also a treasure trove of kindness, purity, and simplicity." "Absolutely, but this doesn't concern me at all. You know, I don't pay much attention to women." "It's true, therefore I won't insist. Doña Dolores is engaged to Don Luis, with whom she must marry. May he enjoy good fortune. And who is this Don Luis? I suppose one of those many Mexican handsome, foolish, and proud men, who swagger like the mule of a cannon." "Ah, is it that French fellow?" "On this point you are mistaken, V. Don Luis, Count of Sorley, is Doña Dolores's cousin, and belongs to the highest nobility in France. Yes, he has come all the way from Europe to finalize the marriage with his cousin, which has been arranged between the two families a long time ago. If it's as you painted, V, in 2 days we'll be the best of friends. Count Louis de Soleil is a distinguished gentleman, wealthy, kind-hearted, affable, educated, helpful, in short, an excellent companion, whom I am genuinely interested in, and with whom I wish to forge a friendship. Thanks, Domingo, said the adventurer. I didn't expect less from you. Look, V, muttered the cowboy. Someone's coming, damn it! They're flying. Within 10 minutes they'll be here. They are Mrs. Dolores and Count Louis. Oliverio and Domingo rose to greet the two young men, who indeed arrived in haste. Here we are at last, said the young woman, halting her horse with the skill of a seasoned bullfighter. The new arrivals jumped off the carriage, and Louis, after greeting Domingo, extended both hands to Oliverio, saying, "So, I see you again, my friend. Thank you for not forgetting about me." "My, did you think I had forgotten you?" "Almost I could have," happily replied the young man. "Lord Count," said the adventurer, "first allow me to introduce to you Don Domingo, more than my brother, another self, and I would be deeply grateful if you were to grant him the friendship with which you have honoured me." "For, sir," declared the Count, gracefully bowing to the cowboy, "I sincerely apologize for expressing myself so poorly in Spanish, but this does not prevent me from demonstrating the sincere desire that drives me to share with you the sympathy that inspires me from now on." "Don't worry about it," replied Domingo in French. "My language comes naturally to me, and I thank you for your kind words, which I appreciate deeply. Is V satisfied, my friend?" Louis and Domingo, after exchanging these words, shook hands enthusiastically. Asked Doña Dolores to the adventurer. "My life that captivates me. What a pleasant surprise!" exclaimed the Count. "Do me the favour of accepting my hand, and consider me at your disposal without reserve." "From the bottom of my heart, sir, and thank you," replied Louis. "We will get to know each other better soon, and then I hope you'll regard me as one of your friends. Who?" And changing the tone, he added, "Her. Now let's get to what matters, for time is pressing. But someone is still missing," asked the young woman. "Leon." "You are an elf, dear child," answered Oliverio with emotion, and giving a respectful kiss on the forehead of the young girl who bent down to receive it. "You cannot imagine how much joy that brings me in this moment. Carol, just call him." And Oliverio, taking a silver whistle to his lips, blew a sharp and prolonged sound from it. "Come over here, Leon," the adventurer shouted. Almost at that moment the distant sound of a horse's gallop could be heard, and soon after the butler appeared. "Here I am, sir, ready to obey your commands," replied the butler. "What is that danger? When will it come crashing down on you?" "That I cannot pinpoint." "Listen to me, V, with attention," replied Oliverio, addressing Doña Dolores, "for the case is grave. I am forced to leave today, and as my absence may be prolonged for a long time, it will be impossible for me to watch over you, despite having presentiment that a looming danger threatens you. The only thing I can say is that the danger is real. Now, my dear Dolores, others will do what I cannot, and these others are the Count, Domingo, and our friend Leon Carral, devoted to you all three, and they will watch over you as brothers." "Me seems that you forgot my father and brother, my friend," spoke the young woman, "able or willing to defend her." "No, dear child, on the contrary, I don't forget them. But your father is an old man who not only cannot protect anyone, but needs to be protected himself, which is what you will not be able to refrain from doing if circumstances demand it. As for your brother Melchior, you know my opinion, so it's useless to insist on the matter. Melchior won't be. He's being caught off guard, and take all precautions required by the circumstances." "We'll watch over it, I give you my word," the cowboy replied. "But allow me to make an observation, which I believe is timely. You are aware that I am usually well informed and rarely mistaken. Therefore, let all of you keep in memory that what I am going to say is this. Above all, be careful that your words or actions do not arouse the suspicion of Don Melchior or any other resident of the estate that you anticipate a danger. Focus on vigilant day and night, watching to Evo. How am I supposed to gain entry to the estate and stay there without raising suspicions? That seems difficult to me." "Very, "You're mistaken," Oliverio replied. "Nobody except Carroll knows V. On the estate. Is that not so?" "Indeed." "Well then, V will infiltrate himself there by pretending to be French, a friend of Count Solway, and for added security he'll feign ignorance of Spanish." "Excuse me, Mr. V," repeated Louis. "I've sometimes spoken to Don Andres about a friend attached to the French embassy in Mexico, who should come see me at the hacienda at any moment." "Perfectly," Oliverio said. "Sunday will go through that, and if he wants, he can muddle Spanish. What's the name of that friend?" "Carlos de Meriadec." "Fine. Sunday will be Carlos de Meriadec, and as long as he stays on the farm, I'll make sure he doesn't bother him from whom he takes his name." "He will be well received there," Louis smiled. "This is important," said Louis. "Fear nothing," replied the adventurer. "So we agree that tomorrow Don Carlos de Meriadec will arrive at the ranch." "It's been a long time." "I have nothing to recommend to V," said Oliverio, addressing Leon Carral. "I've taken my precautions. There is nothing left for me but to agree with these gentlemen," the butler replied. "Bravo. Now let's part ways," said Oliverio. "By this hour I should be far from here." "Will you leave us already?" asked Doña Dolores with emotion. "It's necessary, my daughter. Be strong, and have faith in God. He will watch over you during my absence. Goodbye." "Until later," said Doña Dolores. The adventurer shook the Count's hand for the last time, kissed the young woman's forehead, and mounted his horse. "Will you return with us to the hacienda?" "You will see your friend Meriadec tomorrow," said Domingo, casting a smiling glance at the Count, and setting off at a gallop after the adventurer. Louis asked the butler. "Why not?" He replied, "They will think they found me during your walk." "Your?" "Right." The three of them mounted their respective horses and took a long trot around the farm, arriving just before sunset. "But a little politics." In late 18, political events began to unfold with such speed that even the most crude intelligentsia understood they were racing towards an imminent catastrophe. In the south, General Gutierrez's troops achieved a great victory over the Constitutional Army, led by General Don Diego Alvarez, the same man who, in another time, presided over the War Council in Guaymas, that condemned to death our unfortunate compatriot and friend, Count Gaston de Rausset-Bourbon. Among the Pintos Indians, the butchery was horrible. 1,200 of them lay stretched out on the battlefield. The victor retained the artillery and a large number of weapons. General Miramont had then loyally offered to the President of the Supreme Court to take charge of the executive power and convoke the notables to elect the first magistrate of the Republic. This was when a new catastrophe added to the dangers of the situation. However, at the same time, a series of opposing events had begun within. The first was Zuloaga's escape. The president, who, after having abdicated in favor of Miramont, later revoked his abdication without knowing why, without consulting anyone, and consulting anyone, and consulting anyone, at a time when no one expected it. Miramont, inspired perhaps by his uninterrupted triumphs, to an imprudent confidence, or more likely goaded by the desire to put an end to things one way or another, had engaged in battle at Silao against forces 4 times superior in number to his forces 4 times superior in number to his own. The outcome did not contradict the hopes of the general, who was elected president by the Council of Notables nearly unanimously. From this city, and without adverse luck daunting him, Miramont took the route to Mexico, where the inhabitants learned simultaneously of his defeat, his arrival, and his attempt to submit himself to a new election. The defeat he suffered was complete. He lost all his artillery, and even his existence was in imminent danger. Only by displaying extraordinary valor and killing with his own hand a large number of those surrounding him did he manage to make his way out, escape from the fray, and flee to Querétaro at full gallop, where he arrived almost alone. Miramont, as a man who understands the urgency of the circumstances, he took an oath and immediately began to fulfill his duties. Although, in terms of material damage, the disaster at Silao was almost non-existent, from a moral perspective the impact was immense. Miramont, understanding it thus, actively took to reorganizing the estate, creating precarious resources, yet sufficient to address the pressing needs of the situation, issuing new levies, finally taking all precautions advised by prudence. Unfortunately, the President was compelled to abandon many important points in order to concentrate his forces around the capital, whose inhabitants, misinterpreting these movements, fell into panic and feared imminent dangers. The ceasefire aimed at stopping the flow of blood. The adverse fate wanted a new complication to make any hope of resolution impossible. Under such circumstances, the President, no doubt with the aim of giving satisfaction to public opinion and restoring some tranquillity to the metropolis, consented or had consent given to engage in negotiations with Juarez, his rival, whose government was based in Veracruz, in order to reach a signature, if not of peace, then at least of a tempora. General Marquez had been sent to aid Guadalajara, which, as they supposed, was still resisting victoriously against federal troops. But suddenly, and without circumstances that would have made it foreseeable after the federal forces had seized silver conduct belonging to several English merchants, an armistice was signed between the belligerents, to which the mentioned silver conduct was undoubtedly not alien. General Castillo, the governor of the fort, abandoned by most of his troops, was forced to leave the city and take refuge on the Pacific coast. Thus, the federal forces, now free of this hindrance, gathered against Marquez, defeating him and destroying his army corps, which was the only one supporting the campaign. The situation was becoming ever more critical. The federal forces, finding no obstacle nor resistance in their victorious march, spread out everywhere, and all hope of entering into negotiations was lost. Despite everything, it was necessary to fight. After having appealed to all classes of society, the President decided lastly, he addressed the clergy, whom he had always supported and protected. To put it simply, the fall of Miramon was only a matter of time. Undoubtedly, the general understood this within himself, but he gave nothing away. On the contrary, he redoubled his zeal and activity to confront the relentless troubles that kept arising in the situation. They responded to his call, quickly collected a tenth of their goods, and decided to bring their gold and silver jewelry to the mint to be coined and placed at the disposal of the executive power. Unfortunately, such efforts proved sterile, as expenses increased in proportion to the growing dangers of the situation, and soon the President, after having wasted all the resources that his critical position suggested, found himself with an exhausted treasury and the bitter certainty that there was no point in thinking of filling it again. We have already had the opportunity to explain how each state in the Mexican Confederation, including the government based in the capital, constantly finds itself in severe financial straits during times of revolution. J8, they find themselves in a position to sustain the war without disadvantage. Effectively, he cannot dispose of, and even more so, the funds of the state of Mexico, while his competitors, who constantly traverse the field in all directions, not only stop silver pipes on the roads and appropriates sometimes very considerable without any scruple, but also plunder the boxes of the states into which they penetrate with why. Now that we have briefly introduced the reader to Mexico's political situation, we resume our story at the beginning of November 186, about 6 weeks after the day we interrupted it. The shadows of night were already beginning to invade the plain. The oblique rays of the setting sun, cast little by little from the depths of the valleys, still clung to the snow-capped peaks of the Anahuac mountains, dyeing them crimson. The breeze shivered through the foliage. Some vaqueros mounted on horses, as untamed as their riders, prodded across the plain numerous herds that had wandered in freedom all day long, but now returned to the corral. And far away the jingling of mules' rattles could be heard from some straggling teamsters hastening to reach the magnificent road lined with sturdy aloe trees, contemporary with Motocuzoma, which led to Mexico. A gallant traveller, mounted on a horse of muscular strength, and carefully wrapped in a cloak that rose to his eyes, followed the winding path of a narrow trail that opened up to the field and connected to the road from Mexico to Puebla, about 2 leagues from the city. This road was completely deserted at the time we introduce our stranger, not only because of the approach of night, but primarily due to the state of anarchy in which the country had been plunged for so long, having thrown numerous bands of bandits into the countryside, who, taking advantage of the circumstances and waging war in their own way, indiscriminately destroyed liberals and constitutionalists, and often did not content themselves with merely plundering on the roads, but also exercised their depredations within the very cities. However, the traveller of whom we speak seemed to be very little concerned with the risks he was exposing himself to, and continued carelessly his dangerous march at the same easy and relaxed pace. Chose the branch on the right. A quarter of an hour ago, or thereabouts, the unknown traveller had been progressing in this manner, and had not yet travelled a league from the city, when, on raising his head, he noticed that he had reached a point where the path divided into two branches leading in opposite directions. He stopped, clearly perplexed, and after a moment's hesitation. After following this direction for about 10 minutes, the rider seemed to get his bearings, and, giving a gentle spur to his mount, forced it into a rather lengthy trot. Soon the rider reached a pile of blackened ruins scattered haphazardly across the ground, near which was a small grove of trees whose long branches cast a shadow over the land in a vast circumference. Engo. Once there, the stranger stopped. After casting a scrutinizing glance around him, undoubtedly to convince himself that he was alone, he dismounted, sat comfortably on a tuft of grass, drew close to a tree, removed his mask, exposing his face, and revealing the pale, haggard features of the wounded man whom we had seen led to the ranch by cowboy Domi. Don Antonio de Casabar, who was thus named the character, was but a shadow of what he once was. A grim spectre, it seemed as if all life had concentrated itself in his eyes, which shone with a sinister brilliance. Yet, despite his fragile appearance, there burned within him a passionate soul and a resolute will. This man, having emerged victorious from a bitter battle with death, pursued with unyielding determination the execution of terrible decisions he had previously taken. Only recently healed from his honourable wound, still fragile and enduring the fatigue of a long horseback ride, with great difficulty he had nevertheless silenced his sufferings to attend, on the very first night, an appointment he himself set for a distant place no more than 3 leagues from Mexico. Very important must have been the causes that impelled him to take such a step, especially given his state of degradation. In this way several minutes passed, during which Don Antonio, with his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes closed, reconcentrated himself, perhaps in order to prepare for the interview he was due to have with the person he had come such a long distance to meet. Soon the sound of horses' hooves and clashing sabres echoed through the air, signalling the approach of a large squadron to the location where Don Antonio was present. These, numbering around 50, paused near the ruins, but refrained from dismounting. He stood up, cast a searching glance in the direction of the noise, and clearly prepared himself to greet his arriving visitors. Only one of them dismounted, handed the reins of his horse to a rider, and quickly approached Don Antonio, who had already advanced to greet him. "Don Felipe Neri Elzabal, to serve you." "He whom you are waiting for," said Don Antonio, immediately replied the newcomer, the colonel. "Who is V?" asked Quesabar in a low voice, when they were only 5 or 6 steps apart from the stranger. "I know him. Come closer, Don Felipe." He didn't notice his interlocutor's movement, or if he did, he didn't think it was important. "You are very well accompanied," said Don Antonio. "Caramba!" "Well, Don Antonio," replied the colonel, extending his hand to the man. "How is your health?" "Badly," answered Quesabar, stepping back without shaking the guerrilla's hand. "Do you think I would enjoy falling into the hands of Miramon's advance party?" "By gods, that's what I desire. If they got hold of me, they'd soon settle accounts with me, but I believe that despite the satisfaction we get from seeing us gathered, we would act sensibly by attending to our affairs without delay. What do you think? Does V bring the paper?" "The general thanks you for the latest and exact news that you sent him, so he has sworn to reward you meritedly as soon as an opportunity offers," asked Don Antonio with some vivacity, at the same time making a movement of disgust. "Yes, I bring it," replied the colonel. "Is it written as requested?" "Nothing is missing from it, sir. Please relax," replied the colonel with a laugh. "Where else could honesty be found today if it hadn't taken refuge among us? Is V satisfied?" "Everything you stipulated has been accepted and signed by General Ortega, the Federal Army's Chief of Staff, and ratified by President Juarez. I will answer you once I have seen the paper." He took it with visibly joyful excitement, and opened it with a trembling hand. "It's the easiest thing in the world." "Here it is," said the guerrilla, taking out a wide sheet from a pocket of his dolman and handing it to Don Antonio. "I think that at this moment it will be difficult for you to read it," he said with a laugh. "Don Felipe Neri, how do you like it?" replied Quesabar sarcastically. "Prove it." "It's rather dark," he exclaimed. "No matter, I'll have light soon," answered Don Antonio, rubbing a matchstick against a stone and lighting a twist of tobacco that he took from his pouch. As he read, the expression on Don Antonio's face grew increasingly satisfied. "No, I will forget to give them to you," replied the colonel with a salute, "especially if you can add some news to those you have previously given." "Sir," said Quesabar to the colonel, extinguishing the match, folding the paper, and carefully placing it in a wallet, "please convey my heartfelt thanks to General Ortega. He has treated me like a gentleman." "Yes, and by the way, very important." "Ah, perfectly. His soldiers, mostly raw recruits, poorly armed and worse equipped, haven't been paid in 2 months, and discontent is spreading through their ranks." The guerrilla nodded with satisfaction, rubbing his hands together. "Say, dear sir, listen, sir, Miramon is at his wit's end. He has no money and doesn't know how to get any. Poor Miramon. Say, then, you are in a tight spot. The more so as the clergy, who at first promised their help, has flatly denied his support." "But how come, sir? Are you so well informed?" the guerrilla asked ironically. "Does forget that I am attached to the Spanish embassy? It's true, I had forgotten it. Excuse me, V. But let's get to the point. What else do you know?" Take. It's good to know this. You are already warned, V. Thank you. We will be on the lookout. The ranks of the president's henchmen are becoming clearer and clearer. His oldest friends are abandoning him. So in order to reshape himself a bit before public opinion, he has decided to try an exit and attack General Berriozabal. Does V? No more. Magnificent. Yes, reduced, as I told you, to the last extreme and wanting at all costs to provide money, Miramon has used as a pretext the robbery of the Laguna Seca pipeline, carried out by yours. Miramon is therefore resolved to seize the convention's money, currently deposited in the British legation, Don Antonio continued. "I already know," interrupted the colonel, rubbing his hands. "I was the one who conducted that negotiation. Unfortunately," he added with sorrow, "such raids can be counted on the fingers." "Idea!" exclaimed the colonel. "Those devilish heretics will not be pleased. Look, they don't mess around when it comes to money. Which talented man has inspired him with this determination that irretrievably enemies him with England? Therefore I have suggested such a thought. It's not to be despised." "Sir," said the guerrilla warrior majestically, "for this act you deserve well from the fatherland. But do you mean that the amount is important?" "How much, roughly speaking?" 660,000 euros. "God forbid! The Laguna Seca deal is a mere trifle in comparison." "By Jove!" exclaimed the colonel, feeling as if struck blind. "I yield. He understands it better than I do." "With that money he will be able to wage war." "God willing. Whereas for news, I can share some important ones right now." "It's too late. We've already seen to it that this money is spent within days," Don Antonio replied with a sardonic smile. "Trust us." "I believe so," the colonel declared, "in the highest degree." "Is it on this very site?" "In a few days I expect to give them even more important ones." "Yes, and at the same time using the same signal." "Agreed. The general will not be satisfied with all these details." "We doubt my word." "I am not saying no," answered the guerrilla carelessly. "Does? Well, let's move on to the rest of the matter concerning us too. What have you done since the last time we met?" "Not much. I currently lack resources to carry out. At the end of the difficult searches that V had tasked me with, however, the reward is substantial," said Don Antonio, with haughtiness, while throwing a piercing look at his interlocutor. "The amount is important." "It's my rule to never doubt anything, sir," responded Don Felipe Neri. "That's exactly what pricks my conscience." "I don't understand you, Don Felipe." "Darn it!" exclaimed the guerrilla fighter, suddenly making a decision. "I think this is the best course of action for me. Listen to me, sir." "I abound in this opinion. Proceed, your honour." "I am listening. Above all, don't be uncomfortable, dear sir. After all, business is business, and must be handled straightforwardly." "Very. Well, you offered me 50,000 francs for— I know. Get to the point. To the point, then. And since 50,000 francs is no small sum, I have no other guarantee than your word, sir. Isn't that enough? Then, what do you want, sir? While the guerrilla fighter was putting the matter forward in such stark terms, Don Antonio was a source of a silent anger that came close to bursting several times. But fortunately he managed to control himself and maintain his composure. No, sir, I know among gentlemen the word is unbreakable, but when it comes to business, things are different. I believe you are very rich, incredibly rich, as you tell me yourself, and he offers 50,000 to ours, but who can assure me that, at the time of settling accounts, and despite his good intentions, he will be able to do so? Asked Quesabar, his voice hoarse. For now, nothing. Let us finish our revolution. Once we enter Mexico, which I hope won't take long, you will accompany me to the home of a banker I know, who will act as guarantor for the 50,000 francs. Does it suit you, V? It is necessary, but in the meantime, we have more pressing matters to attend to. A few days here or there make no difference. But since we have nothing further to communicate for now, with your permission I will retire, sir. When you please, answered Don Antonio brusquely. Goodbye. Kiss your hands, my dear sir, said the colonel. Until later. Oh! As for Don Antonio, he took an imaginative and leisurely route back to Mexico, arriving there 2 hours later. Di Felipe greeted the Spanish man politely, turned on his heels, joined his companions, climbed onto his horse, and disappeared at a gallop at the head of his squadron. He murmured, stopping in front of my abode on Tacuba Street, for I will go out with mine, regardless of heaven or hell. For Trezi, the convention's bonus. What did these ominous words, seemingly a summary of his prolonged meditation, mean? The snow-capped peaks of Popocatépetl were tinged with reddish reflections. The last stars were fading in the sky, and the tops of the buildings were dressed in opal. Dawn was breaking. "Who's there?" one of them shouted. At the sanctuary it was 4:30, and a rider emerged from the Tacuba Street, trotting across the main square and heading straight towards the door of the presidential palace, guarded by 2 sentinels. Mexico was still asleep. Its silent streets saw little traffic, save for long-spaced intervals when a few Indians from neighboring villages passed by to sell their fruits or vegetables, and here and there a pulp shop cautiously opened its door, ready to serve the morning customers their dose of strong liquor, a mandatory prelude to daily work. "A friend," the rider replied. "Let him pass," said the sentinel. "Not if I can help it," the rider countered. "This is where my affairs bring me. Do you want to enter the palace?" "Yes." "It's too early. Come back in 2 hours." "It would be too late. I need to enter now." "What do I say?" "Nonsense," said the guard in a snarling tone, and addressing his companion he added, "What do you say to that, Pedro?" The rider exclaimed, "I have already lost too much time. You should notify the on-duty officer. I'm alive." The interpelled one answered, feeling uncomfortable too, for I say the gentleman must be a foreigner, and no doubt imagines himself standing at the door of an inn. "Enough of rudeness, hooligans." The commanding tone used by the stranger seemed to make a deep impression on the soldiers. After exchanging some quiet words, and as he was within his rights and his request was foreseen in their orders, they decided to accommodate him, calling at the door with the butt of their rifles. The rider greeted the officer and reiterated his previous request to the sentinels. 2 or 3 minutes later a sergeant answered the call, easily recognizable by the vine-branch insignia of his rank, which he held in his left hand. By asking the sentinels why they had called him, he greeted the horseman courteously, begging him to wait a moment, and went back inside, leaving the door open behind him. But almost immediately he reappeared, leading a captain in service uniform. "I am sorry, sir," replied the officer, "but the orders strictly forbid us from admitting anyone to the palace before 8 in the morning." "Pardon me, sir," said the rider to the captain, who was about to enter the palace again. "May I have a word?" "Say, sir." "If the cause that leads you is serious, please return at the time I have indicated, and then you will be able to enter with complete freedom. It is useless for anyone but yourself to hear me." "Nothing could be easier," the officer replied, moving closer to the stranger and touching him. "Say, V—" The rider bent down to the captain and whispered a few words in his ear, which the latter listened to with obvious signs of surprise. "Are you now satisfied, V?" asked the rider. "Yes, sir," replied the captain, Turning to the sergeant, who stood motionless a few steps away, he added, "Open, V, the door." "No?" "As you wish, sir. There is no need. If you give me permission, I will appear here, and one of the soldiers will take care of my horse." "I am the one who is at your service, sir," replied the officer, "and since such is your wish, I will have the honor of conducting you." The stranger and the captain entered the palace, leaving behind the sergeant and the 2 sentinels, who were still in shock. The rider dismounted, gave the reins to the sergeant, who took them while waiting for a soldier to replace him, and addressing the captain, he said, "Now, if you want to show your kindness by serving as my guide, leading me personally to the side of the person who is waiting for me, he has me under his command." Preceded by the captain, the rider crossed a number of rooms that, despite the early hour, were already filled with people, not visitors, but officers of all ranks, senators and councillors of the Supreme Court, who seemed to have spent the night in it. The palace. "V has arrived, sir," said the captain to the stranger. The captain and his companions finally reached the door of a cabinet guarded by 2 sentinels, in front of which a page was walking with a silver chain around his neck. Great agitation reigned in the groups, composed of soldiers, clergy members, and high-ranking merchants, and all, although in hushed tones, spoke with some fervour, revealing a dark suspicion on their faces. "I have only to bid you farewell, and thank you most sincerely for your kindness," replied he. The rider greeted the captain, and turned back to guard detail. "Well, I suggest making an exception in my favour for His Excellence," replied the rider politely. "His Excellence cannot receive you at this moment. He held an extraordinary council tonight, and wishes to be alone," said the usher dryly, addressing the stranger. "I doubt it, sir," retorted the usher. "The order is general, and I would not dare to disobey it." The stranger seemed to reflect, while the usher gazed at him in amazed wonder that he persisted in staying there. "To please you, I will do all that is compatible with my duties," replied the usher. "I understand, sir," he finally said, lifting his head, "how sacred your command is to you, and therefore I do not attempt to induce you to fail in it. However, as the reason that brings me here is of the utmost gravity, I beg for one favour from you. I have already had the honour of pointing this out to you, sir. Let you, sir. Moreover, I assure you that soon you will have proof that instead of receiving a reprimand from you, Your Excellence, the President, will thank me for having allowed me to enter. He feels well." "May I explain what I wish from you?" interrupted the stranger with vivacity. "Then tell me if you can or cannot do me the favour I desire." "Do you find any difficulties?" "That is true," the usher replied with a smile, "but I give it a twisted interpretation." "Is it so necessary for you to see Your Excellency this morning?" the usher replied, without answering the question just asked him by the stranger. "I will write 4 letters on a piece of paper, and that paper you will hold up to the President's eyes without saying a word. If His Excellence does not tell me anything, I will leave. As you can see, what I am asking for is not difficult, and does not violate in any way the orders you have received." "Mr. Livio," he answered in a deep voice, "for although you do not know me, I know V. Well, I know the extent of his devotion to the general. Well, on my honour, I swear it is urgent and most serious that I see him at once." "Enough, sir," the usher replied seriously. "If it were only up to me, within a minute you would see him. There is paper, pen, and ink on that table. Write your name." The rider thanked the usher, took a pen, and in bold characters wrote, almost in the centre of a white sheet, this single word. "Adolfo," exclaimed the latter in surprise. "V is silence," followed by 3 triangle-shaped dots. He then handed the open sheet to the usher, saying, "Take V." "How?" replied the stranger, placing a finger over his lips. "V will enter," said the usher, raising the curtain and opening the door, through which V disappeared. The stranger entered the cabinet. Almost at the same instant the door opened again, and a strong voice from within the cabinet repeated twice, "Into you! Into you!" "Heaven sends him to you, my dear Mr. Adolfo," said the President, as he greeted him with an outstretched hand. Don Adolfo responded enthusiastically to Miramon's affectionate demonstrations, and sat down next to him in an armchair. Nevertheless, in 3 years in power, he had carried out many great and noble actions. At the moment we present him on stage President Miramon, a general whose name was on everyone's lips, and who justly passed for the most notable military man in Mexico, as well as being the best administrator of the Republic, was so young that he barely touched 26. In the instant that the mysterious figure entered Miramon's office, he was pale, with a dark band around his eyes, obvious signs of long insomnia. Physically, he was elegant and well-formed, with frank manners, noble bearing, and features that exuded audacity and loyalty. He had a broad forehead, already wrinkled under the strain of meditation, and large black eyes, with a clear, loyal gaze, whose intensity sometimes unnerved those upon whom it fell. "Ah!" exclaimed the general happily, collapsing into his armchair. "Back to my genius of good. Surely he brings me the happiness that flew away." Don Adolfo sadly shook his head. "What does this move mean, my friend?" asked the president. "Too late?" "It means, I fear, it may be too late, General," replied the interpellated. "How so? Perhaps you don't believe me capable of taking a noisy revenge on my enemies." "Ah! I believe you capable of all noble and great actions, General," responded Don Adolfo. "But unfortunately the trail has closed in on you tightly, and your friends have abandoned you. Soon you will miss me. Yes, it is very likely that I will succumb because of them." "You have the right to be angry," said the general bitterly. "The clergy and the wealthy merchants, from whom I have been a shield, whom I have always defended everywhere, selfishly allow me to use all my resources to protect them, without deigning to use all my resources to protect them, without deigning to come to my aid. It is true, my general, and in the council you held this evening, you have undoubtedly convinced yourself definitively of the intentions of those men to whom you have sacrificed everything." It seemed as if they were obeying a password. "Yes." The president frowned and emphasized his words bitterly. To how many requests I have directed, and all my observations, they only gave me one answer. We cannot. So your position as V, General, and please excuse the question, must be particularly critical, say. This is my clean and clear situation. What do you think of it, sir?" "Sad, terribly sad, General," answered Don Adolfo. "Please excuse me if I ask a question. What do you intend to do?" "V, rather precarious, my friend. The treasure is completely exhausted, and I am unable to replenish it. The army, which has not received pay for 2 months, murmurs and threatens to disband, and my officers are defecting one after another to the Fayette. Enemy, who is advancing at a forced pace towards Mexico. To counteract the danger." Instead of responding, the president gave his interlocutor a piercing look away. "But before we continue," replied Don Adolfo, "allow me, sir, to inform you of my operations." "Ah!" exclaimed Miramon with a smile. "I am convinced they have been fortunate, such as I hope your excellency will find them. Does V authorize me to tell you about it?" Say V, my friend. I'm itching to know what V has done in the cause of our noble endeavor." "Well, well, I understand," Miramon argued. "Let's hear what you have to say." "Dispensation fee, General," Adolfo replied with wit. "I consider myself no more than an adventurer, and my devotion lies personally with you. Firstly," Adolfo continued, "I've retrieved from General Degolado the stolen conduct that he took at Laguna Seca." "Bravo! Oh, this is fair play. With the money from that conduct, he seized Guadalajara from me. Castle. Finally, how much more or less? 270,000 francs. Not an insignificant sum. Isn't it true? Then I surprised the bandit Cuellar, after that his accomplice Carvajal, and finally his friend Felipe Elzabal, without mentioning some of Juarez's followers who were placed in my path by his bad luck. A mule, and you can deposit them into your treasure. But this is magnificent." "In short," said Miramon, "the total of these encounters amounts to over 900,000 euro. The guerrillas of honest Juarez know how to strike hard, act freely, and take advantage of this turbulent river to enrich themselves greatly. Brought here within an hour." "Oh," exclaimed Miramon. "One does what one can, General," replied Don Adolfo. "What other amount are you speaking of, General? Have you found money? Prove it. If all my friends went around the field with such good results, I would soon be rich, and in a position to wage war vigorously. Unfortunately, It doesn't work that way, but this amount added to what I have managed to secure from elsewhere forms a rather substantial sum." "Yes," replied the President with some hesitation. "A friend of mine, an attaché at the Spanish embassy, has suggested a means." Don Adolfo jumped, as if a serpent had bitten him. The adventurer, who was pale and gloomy, did not say a word. "Calm down, my friend," Miramon said with liveliness. "I know you are an enemy of the Duke, but since he has been in Mexico he has rendered me important services. What he cannot deny has been of great use to me. I don't say no, General." Oh, God! As for Miramon, loyal as he was, and feeling the need to apologize for a bad action solely due to the pressing situation he found himself in, he continued, "After the defeat at Silao, and when everything seemed to abandon me, the Duke managed to abandon me. The Duke managed to have me recognized by the Spanish government." "Is it true what they told me?" "And what did they tell you, V?" "It's true," the President replied, lowering his head, "that due to the stubborn refusal of the clergy and high trade to provide aid to V, and after being brought to the final limit, V had made a terrible decision. At that moment the door swung open. But perhaps it's not too late yet. With the money I'm bringing, his situation has changed. And if you agree, I'll—" "Listen to me," said Miramon, gripping his friend's arm. "Haven't I forbidden anyone to disturb me?" asked the President, turning to the doorkeeper, who was standing motionless and bent over in front of him. "General Marquez, sir," responded the usher with the utmost composure. Miramon shuddered. A faint blush rose to his cheeks, and he said, "Let him enter." General Marquez entered the office. "Well," inquired the President, "what happened?" "It's done," concisely replied the General. "The money has been deposited in the Treasury." Miramon responded with an imperceptible tremor in his voice. "To all my observations, the English representative only replied that the money did not belong to him, that he was merely a responsible custodian, and that it was impossible for him to release it, to put the city on alert. Moreover, I gave my word in your name that I would repay the mentioned amount, which should only be considered a loan for a few days, also offering to arrange with you the payment method in a way that suits you best. Your Excellency sent me instructions to proceed with a respectable force to the British legation, demand from the English representative the immediate delivery of the funds allocated to pay bondholders of the English debt, and inform him that, given the current circumstances, Your Excellency required this amount. Hey, knowing that all my observations would crash against an unyielding resolution after an hour of useless talks, I decided to carry out the final part of the orders that had been given to me, returning it intact later. The money I took, and is already in the palace, amounts to 1,400,000 francs. After this brief account, General Marquez bowed as a man convinced he had fulfilled his duty and awaits gratitude. Therefore, I ordered my soldiers to break the official seal and open the boxes of the legation, and I took possession of all the money that was inside, taking care, however, to have it counted twice and in the presence of witnesses, so that it would have be indubitably recorded the total amount of the sum that I was appropriating, with the intention of. "And what did the English representative do, then?" asked the President. "Okay, General, I thank you. I will have the honor of speaking with you more extensively in a moment." Marquez greeted and retired. After having protested, he lowered his flag, followed by all the staff of the legation, left the city, declaring that he was breaking off all relations with your government, and that, in response to the unjust act of expropriation he had just suffered, he would retire to Jalapa, where he would await further instructions from the British government. "You see it yourself, my friend," said the President to Mr. Adolfo. "It's too late to return the money." "Yes, unfortunately, the damage is irreparable." "I will conquer," exclaimed Miramon fervently. "What do you advise, V?" "General," replied Don Adolfo, "you are at the bottom of a precipice. Your rupture with England is the greatest misfortune that could befall you in these circumstances. You need to win or die." "God willing," the adventurer replied sadly, rising to his feet. "For only victory can absolve me, Your Excellency." He stood up. "Is V leaving already?" asked the President. Miramon sadly lowered his head. It is necessary. Must I not have the money brought to the palace that I have at least taken from your enemies? You have nothing to ask of me? Yes, sir, a blank signature. Forgive me, generals, said Don Adolfo. I was wrong to speak of this kind. Do I not know from personal experience that misfortune is a bad counsellor? Take it. Vi, said Miramon, immediately satisfying the adventurer's desires, and tell me, shall I see you again before your departure from the capital? Yes, General, but allow me 2 more words. No, say, sir, beware of the Spanish Duke. That man is a traitor. And bidding farewell to the President, Don Adolfo left the room. The house in the alley at the palace gate, the adventurer found his horse, held by a soldier by the bridle, and immediately mounting the saddle, he threw a coin to the helper, crossed Plaza Mayor once more, and ventured down Calle de Tacuba. Disturbance mirrored in every face. All eyes betrayed suspicion. Everyone spoke in a hushed tone. Everyone saw an enemy in the harmless stranger that chance might throw in their path. Around 9 in the morning, the streets were filled with pedestrians, riders, cars, and carts going, coming, and crossing in all directions. In a word, the city presented the animated appearance of capitals, the feverish movement characteristic of critical moments. Don Adolfo, as he quickly advanced through the streets, did not fail to observe what was happening around him. That undisguised restlessness, that growing anxiety among the population, went unnoticed by him. Ares's rule, that is, from the anarchy organized by the terror of the sword. Don Adolfo went on, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around him as people gathered at door, thresholds, shop entrances, and corners, all discussing the takeover of English convention bonds by General Marquez, under the direct order of the President of the Republic, an action viewed from countless perspectives. However, Don Adolfo, upon entering the suburbs, found the population more tranquil, for the news had not yet spread there, and those who knew about it considered it of little importance, or perhaps thought that such an arbitrary act by the powers B was quite justified. Really devoted to General Miramon, whose magnanimous character, vast plans, and above all the genuine desire to forge the fortune of his country had captivated him, Don Adolfo felt a profound inner sorrow at witnessing the general despair among a profound inner sorrow at witnessing the general despair people, their defection from the only man who, if loyally supported, could have saved Mexico from Jew. Don Adolfo fully understood the contrast. The people from the outskirts, almost all of them poor, belonged to the lowest class of society, and thus were subjected to a measure whose consequences could not affect them, and from which only the rich merchants in the city would benefit. Once near the guardhouse, or gate of Bethlehem, Don Adolfo stopped in front of a secluded house, of modest, though not poor appearance, and whose door was carefully closed. At the sound of the horse's hoofs, a window opened slightly. An exclamation of joy rang out from within the house, and soon after the door swung open wide, allowing the rider to enter. Don Adolfo crossed the antechamber and penetrated into a courtyard, where he dismounted and tied his horse to a ring embedded in the wall. "Why are you taking this precaution, Don Jaime?" "Not much time here, despite my burning desire to grant you many hours." "Well, well, brother," the lady said, "but whether or not, let Joseph lead the horse to the stable, where it will be better off than out in the courtyard," asked a lady, coming out onto the courtyard with a soft, melodious voice. "Are you intending to leave us so soon?" "Sister mine," answered Don Adolfo, "or Don Jaime, perhaps I will not be able to stay any longer." "As you please, sister." You heard, Joseph?" And turning to Don Adolfo, taking his arm, she added, "Come along, my brother," she said to an elderly servant. "Conduct the Moreno to the stable, stretch him carefully, and feed him twice as much alfalfa." Don Jaime, whom we shall call by that name from now on, did not object, and they both entered the house. The room into which they entered was a simply furnished dining-room, yet with the taste and cleanliness that show careful attention, and of 3 places set at the table. I thought he had returned. "She will be here in a moment. As for her cousin, isn't that known to you? Lunch fried with us, isn't it true, brother?" "With great pleasure." Don Jaime replied, But first of all, sister, let's give each other a hug, and I'll tell you about my niece. Everything will soon be clear, I hope." "Patience, Mary, patience," Don Jaime muttered, his voice carrying a hint of sadness. "He knows we work for you and your daughter. He hasn't yet, like you. We are uncertain about the boy. He leads a very mysterious life. He leaves without saying where he's going, and after an often lengthy absence, he returns without revealing his origins. Stories every day. Calm, down, Sister Lee, Cula, Carvajal, and even. God willing, Don Jaime. But in this little house we find ourselves far too alone and restless. The country is in a deplorable state of disorder. The roads are infested with bandits, and as a consequence we live in fear that you or Don Esteban might fall into the hands of Cula, Carvajal, or El Rayo, heartless bandits about whom we hear horrifying. Justice. Wait, you must. The lightning, replied Don Jaime with a smile. They are not as terrible as people suppose. For the rest, I ask of you only a little patience. Within a month, I repeat, all mysteries will have been solved, and each one will have received what is justly theirs, she murmured, Dona Maria letting out a sigh. Will that justice return to me, my great loss, my son? Sister, responded Don Jaime with solemnity, why doubt the power of God? Oh, Don Jaime, she exclaimed, do you fully comprehend the weight of these words? All the stimuluses of ambition. Would it be that, if I were not on the verge of achieving the end I have pursued with such perseverance and obstinacy for so many years, I would appear to you so calm and resolute? Have you forgotten who I am, or have you lost confidence in me? Oh, do you know what it means to tell a mother to wait? Mary, said Don Jaime, I need to repeat that V and his daughter are the only ties that bind me to life, that I have offered them my entire self, sacrificing to see them happy one day, avenged and restored to the elevated station they should never hate its station, they should never have fallen from. All the joys of family and are my benefit. Word, wait, V. Oh. No, I trust you, brother mine, I exclaimed, Mary throwing her arms around Don Jaime's neck. But for that very reason I live in constant turmoil, even in the moments when you tell me to wait, because I know nothing can stop him, neither barrier nor iron or is out of it. I trust in danger that he won't face, and I fear seeing him succumb to this senseless struggle solely fought. For the honour of our family name, sister mine, said Don Jaime, do not forget this, so as to restore the tarnished glory of a noble coat of arms. But let us turn the page. There comes my niece. Remember nothing of what we have just discussed, except a single thing. Thank you, my brother, said Mary, embracing him once more. What is it, Carmen, my daughter? Auntie? My dear auntie, said a young woman at that moment, as she opened the door and hurried to meet Don Jaime, who covered her cheeks with kisses. Finally, you've arrived. Welcome. Don Jaime asked the young woman affectionately. Your eyes are red. You look pale. Have you been crying? It's nothing, uncle. A woman's nervous and upset nonsense. You seen him? Well, no. Aren't you coming with V. Esteban? No, replied Don Jaime with disdain. He won't come for a few days, but he's in perfect health, he added, exchanging an intelligent glance with Dona Maria. Have that just 2 days ago, and I kind of blame myself for his delay, as I insisted he shouldn't come yet since I need him down there. But shall we have lunch? I am literally dying of hunger. You can serve, Jose, said Doña Carmen to the old man. Yes, right away. We were only waiting for Carmen. Come to the table, said Dona Maria, ringing a bell, and the same servant who led Don Jaime's horse to the stable appeared. The three of them sat around the table and began lunch. Let us sketch, in a few swift strokes, the portrait of the two ladies whom the demands of our story have compelled us to introduce. The first, Dona Maria, had a noble bearing, graceful manners, and a gentle, yet sorrowful smile. She was still beautiful, despite her features wrinkled and weary, bearing unmistakable signs of great suffering. At just 42 years old, he was already completely bald, and his hairless head formed a striking contrast with his black eyebrows and his vivid, shining eyes, which exuded strength and youth. Dona Maria was dressed in strict mourning, and her attire gave her an air of religious and ascetic purity. Her daughter, Doña Carmen, was at most 22 years old and beautiful like her mother, who had been living portrait at her age. Such were the two ladies. Carmen's costume was anything but elaborate. It consisted of a tight-fitting white muslin dress tied at the waist with a broad blue ribbon, and a sheer blonde bonnet. Everything about her was charming and lovely. Her voice had modulations of extraordinary harmony, her pure forehead breathed candour, and her large black eyes, crowned with eyebrows, seemingly painted with a brush, and surrounded by long, silky lashes, emitted a soft and moist gaze, imbuing a singular allure. A little tap. Oh! Despite the indifference he feigned, adventurer Don Jaime was visibly restless and suspicious. At times he would hold his fork up, forgetting to bring it to his mouth, as if attentively listening to noises only he could hear. Other times he would hear. Other times sink into such a deep daydream that his sister or niece felt compelled to bring him back to reality with. "Something's wrong with V, brother mine," she couldn't help but say, Mrs. Maria. "Yes," added the maid. "This worry is not natural, uncle. It concerns us." "What's wrong?" "Me. Nothing," he assured them. "Uncle, you're hiding something." "Will it come so soon, then?" "Oh, I don't think so. Only that there may be noise, gatherings. Who knows?" "You are mistaken, Carmen. I am not hiding anything from you, at least let it be personal, but right now there is such a strong agitation in the village that I frankly admit I fear a catastrophe. I seriously advise, if it's not absolutely necessary, do not leave your house today." "Oh, not today nor tomorrow, my brother," replied Dona Maria. "It's been a long time since we've gone out, except to Mass." "Is the danger that great?" "Never to go to Mass from now on for some time. Sister mine, I think it would be foolish to risk ourselves in the streets," she asked with concern. "Yes? Oh, take it to oneself. But truly, it terrifies me, brother mine." No, my sister, we are in a time of crisis where one government is out to fall and be replaced by another. You understand, don't you? The falling government is now powerless to protect its citizens, yet the one replacing it may not have either the power or will to oversee public safety. So in a situation like this, the wisest course is to pray. God, uncle, what will become of us?" exclaimed Doña Carmen, joining her hands in fear. "Those Mexicans give me pause. They are true barbarians. Calm. I have known them for a long time, and I vouch for their sincerity. Down they're not as bad as you think. They're mischievous, ill-mannered, and argumentative kids, but at heart they have good hearts. But you know, uncle, the hatred they have for us Spaniards. Unfortunately, I agree that they make us suffer for the sins of our parents. And they hate us sincerely, but they don't realize that we are both Spaniards. To them, we are daughters of the country, which is a guarantee. So, don't worry. In any case, they won't be left unprotected. I won't leave them alone in this house with an old servant when a catastrophe is looming. As for Don Esteban, they believe he's Peruvian, and everyone thinks I'm French. So you can see that the danger isn't as great as they imagine, and if they avoid imprudence, they have nothing to fear at present. Will you stay with us, uncle? It would be with great pleasure, my dear girl. I'm afraid I cannot promise it. I fear it's impossible." "But, uncle, what are those so important affairs?" "Silence, curious one. Give me some fire to light my cigarette. I don't know where my lighter is." "Tom Vive," said Carmen, handing a match to her uncle. "V always uses the same tricks to change the subject. V is very ugly." Don Jaime laughed and, without replying to his niece, lit his cigarette. Then, after a few seconds, he said, "By the way, has anyone come from the ranch? Did they say anything about a renal?" "No, there was nothing new at the hacienda." "Yes, about 15 days ago, Lorick and Teresa, his wife, brought us some cheese and 2 barrels of pulque." "Good. Luck only spoke of a wounded person." "Ah, I do," replied Doña Carmen. "What did he say?" "I don't remember exactly." "Damnation!" exclaimed Don Jaime, bursting with anger. "Ah." "As soon as V sees her uncle, Miss," Lorick said, "please tell him that the wounded man he had sent to be deposited in the cellar under Lopez's guard has escaped during his absence, and, despite all our efforts, we have been unable to locate him again." Why didn't that foolish Domingo let him die like a wild beast? I already presumed this would end in a similar manner. That's all, she replied. And by the way, Lorick strongly advised me not to forget to tell you. No, it was worth it, replied Don Jaime. But the same goes, dear girl. Thank you. And getting up from the table, he added, Now I am forced to leave him with you. Yes. But upon noticing the surprise that flashed across the faces of the two ladies upon hearing him utter such words, Don Jaime fell silent and feigned complete indifference, asking with the most casual tone, Is that all? Exclaimed Doña Maria and Doña Carmen, leaving their chairs quickly. Necessarily. Ah! Unless unforeseen events occur, tonight I am scheduled for a location very distant from here, but as I am unable to return as soon as I expect, I will see to it that Mr. Esteban replaces me, so that you are not left without protectors. It will be very different, Mrs. Mary replied. Thank you, but before we part, let's discuss business. Have you finished the money I gave you the last time we met? We didn't spend much, brother, Mrs. Mary answered, but we live frugally. We still have quite a bit left. Take. Better, sister. It's always better to have extra. So then, as I was saying at this very moment I am rich, I have reserved for you about 60 ounces of which I ask you to lighten the weight. And putting his hand in the pockets of his dolman, Don Jaime pulled out a long bag of crimson silk, through whose mesh one could see the gold gleam. This is too much, brother. What do you want us to do with so much money? What pleases you, sister? This does not concern me, since V demands it. What a good uncle you are. You might find 40 or 50 ounces more than I mentioned, replied Don Jaime. Take them for pins for yourself and Carmen, as I want her to be able to dress elegantly whenever she feels like it, exclaimed the maid. I'm sure you sacrifice yourself for us. Give me a hug and good-bye. I've entertained myself enough. This doesn't concern you, miss, Don Jaime replied. What I want is to see you beautiful. Your duty as a submissive niece is to obey me without making any comments. Well, the two ladies followed him into the courtyard, where they helped him mount the brown horse, and Mrs. Carmen fed him spoonfuls of sugar while stroking him. It seemed to be much appreciated by the noble beast. Who could it be? Said Don Jaime, as he advanced resolutely towards the entrance hall. At the very moment, Don Jaime gave his elderly servant orders to open the door. The hurried gallop of a horse was heard outside, and shortly afterwards repeated knocks echoed from within. "Uncle, brother!" cried both ladies in unison, trying to stop him. "Solta," said Don Jaime, immobilizing with a gaze his sister and niece. "Let us know who she is. Praise be to God." "It's Luke's voice," said the adventurer, opening the door, and reaching the door he shouted. "Who lives, friend?" they answered from the street. Exclaimed the rancher, upon entering and recognizing Don Jaime, as he led me here. "What's going on?" the adventurer asked sharply. "A great misfortune," Luke answered. "The arenal estate has fallen into the hands of the Cuellar gang." "Damn it!" exclaimed Don Jaime, paling with anger. "And since when?" "For 3 days now." Don Jaime grabbed Luke by the arm and led him inside the house, asking, "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" "I was so eager to arrive," replied the rancher, "that I haven't eaten or drunk anything in 3 days." "Rest and eat," said Don Jaime. "Then you can tell me what happened." The two ladies quickly set bread, meat, and pulque, a traditional Mexican drink, before the rancher. "Have you finished?" asked the adventurer, noticing that his companion had stopped eating. While Luke took the food he so desperately needed, Don Jaime strode unsteadily from one end of the dining-room to the other. We had almost forgotten to mention that the two ladies discreetly retired at a signal from their relative, leaving him alone with Luke. "Yes," answered the rancher. "Well, then, I'll listen." The rancher, after draining his last glass of pulque to clear his throat, began his tale. "Now, do you feel strong enough to tell me how the catastrophe unfolded?" "At your service, sir." "Don Melchor, let us take over the tale from the ranchero, who, by the way, was ignorant of many details, as he only heard about the events second-hand. Doña Dolores and those with her arrived at the hacienda just before sunset. To do this, we need to go back to the exact moment when Oliverio, whom the reader has undoubtedly recognized as Don Jaime, parted ways with Doña Dolores and the Count, some 2 leagues from Arino. Don Andres, anxious about their long walk, greeted them with great joy. However, upon seeing them from a distance, accompanied by Léon Caral, he had become calm. "Do not stay away from the estate for so long, Lord Conde," said Don Andres to Louis with a truly paternal air. "I understand the pleasure you find in galloping around with the bewildered Dolores, but as she does not know this land, she might get lost." "I think you're exaggerating, sir," Louis replied. "We've taken a wonderful walk without anything suspicious happening. Furthermore, at this time the roads are infested with marauders from all the parties that divide this wretched republic, and these scoundrels make no distinction between shooting a man or a coyote." Speaking in this manner, they made their way to the dining-room, where food was waiting for them. Aishin, in a low voice. This meal was silent as usual. The only difference noticeable was that the indifference between Mrs. Dolores and Louis seemed to have vanished, for they actually engaged in an animated conversation, which had not occurred before. Don Andres was radiant with joy, and carried away by the pleasant sensation he experienced, he spoke in a loud voice, addressed everyone, and drank and ate like a hungry man. Don Melchior was morosely kind as ever, and ate without lifting his lips. Nevertheless, 2 or 3 times, and doubtless amazed at the apparent harmony reigning between his sister and the Frenchman, he fixed his gaze on them, looking at them with a peculiar expression, but the young people they pretended not to notice him, and continued their converse. "You!" exclaimed Don Andres, smiling. "Nonsense!" When he stood up from the table, and in the moment of saying good-bye, Don Luis stopped the old man, telling him, "Excuse me, could I have 2 words?" "You have at your disposal," replied Don Andres. "I do not know how to explain myself, sir," the Count answered. "I fear I have acted with some levity and committed a fault against social duties. Let me tell you that I do not believe you." "If that is the case, please explain yourself, sir." "I am grateful to V for the good opinion he has of me. Still, I must make V judge of my conduct. The situation is this. Having decided to head directly to Mexico, as you know, I was unaware of your presence here." "In fact," interrupted the old man, "go on." "Now, that friend, known as Baron Charles de Mériadec, and belonging to the most distinguished nobility of France, welcomed my commission with favour, and set out to fulfil it. By accepting my hospitality, Sir Count, you gave me a proof of friendship and confidence, for which I am extremely grateful. Well," continued Louis, ignoring, "as I said, your presence in the estate, he had written to one of my closest friends, an attaché at the French legation, first to notify him of my arrival, and second, to ask him to find me a room. In this I perceived that V lived on this estate, and as V had the exquisite kindness to offer me hospitality in it, I wrote at once to the Baron, telling him to suspend all his business, as it was more than probable that I would remain here for a long time. By Jove! I thought that everything was over in this regard, when this morning I received a letter from the Baron informing me that he had obtained permission and resolved to spend the holidays granted to him in my company," interrupted Don Andrew vivaciously. "Are you almost my son-in-law?" exclaimed Don Andrew joyfully. "The idea is excellent, and for it I will thank his friend from V. So, then don't you think the Baron is unpacked?" "What are you saying?" "But I am not yet, sir. Thank God he will be soon. So therefore, here you find V in his home, and thus he is free to receive his friends, even if they were 1,000, said Don Melchior with a sardonic smile, listening to this conversation. The Count feigned belief in the young man's good intentions, and responded by inclining himself. I thank V for joining your voice to that of your father in this circumstance. It proves the good will you deign to show me every time an opportunity arises. Better, since it is necessary to speak clearly, answered the Count, tomorrow morning. Don Melchior understood the sarcasm hidden in Don Luis's response, and with a cold salutation he withdrew, murmuring incoherent words. "And when does Baron Mériadec arrive?" asked Don Andres. "Is he young?" "About my age, more or less. The only thing is that he speaks very bad Spanish and barely understands it. This afternoon I will give orders for a room to be prepared for him." "You will find someone here who can talk to you in French," said the old man. "You did well to warn me. Otherwise we would have been caught off guard." "I would feel deeply," replied the Count, "if I caused you any inconvenience." "Don't worry about it," he said. "Thank God we have plenty of space, and will easily find a comfortable place for him." "Me?" I explained poorly. "Sir, I know your splendid hospitality. What I wanted to say is that it seems appropriate for the Baron to stay in my own spacious rooms, so that my servants can attend to him. But that will bother you a lot. It has been 2 years since we've seen each other, so we have a lot of catching up to do." "Does?" "On the contrary, my rooms have more spaces than I need, and he can settle in one. Thus we can both speak with complete freedom whenever we like." "We demand it, Sir Count." "It will be done according to your wishes," replied Don Andrew. "Everything will be arranged this very afternoon." "I am in your house, Vi, and therefore I cannot demand anything," answered Louis. "What I ask is a favour." Once alone with his valet, the Count set him apprised of what he should know. Louis bid farewell to Don Andres and retired to his rooms, but almost in pursuit of him entered 2 porters laden with furniture, who in the twinkling of an eye transformed the salon into a comfortable bedroom. To perform his role without any mistakes, as he had attended the appointment and seen Domingo. Around 9 in the morning of the following day, the Count received notice that a rider dressed in European style, accompanied by an arriero leading 2 mules laden with suitcases and chests, was approaching the estate. Louis, who not even for a second suspected that it wasn't Domingo the traveller they had just been talking about, stood up and hurried to the estate's door, where Don Andres was already present to receive the foreigner and show him the hospitality of his home. Red. The Count could not help but feel some unease about how the cowboy would carry off the European attire, so stingy and tight, and therefore so difficult to wear with grace. But upon seeing the tall and beautiful young man advancing gracefully on his horse, and exuding an unmistakable air of distinction throughout his being, he was immediately reassured. Before him, the 2 young men embraced each other with the most genuine expressions of friendship, and then Louis introduced his friend to Don Andres. However, a new doubt occurred to him, and it seemed impossible to him that the elegant rider was the same man he had seen the previous day, whose frank but slightly trivial manners had inspired him with the fear that he would not perform satisfactorily the role entrusted to him, but he did not take long to realize that it was indeed Domingo present. The landowner, pleased with the elegance and distinction of the youth, greeted him warmly. After that, the Count and the Baron retired, followed by the carriage-driver, who was none other than the rancher Lorrick. After unloading the mules and placing the boxes and suitcases in the rooms of the Count and Baron, let's call him, that Fenot gave a generous tip to the carriage-driver, who was overwhelmed with gratitude, and quickly left with his mules. Fearful of his mules, encountering anyone he knew on the estate. Once alone, the 2 young men posted Raimbaud as a sentinel in the antechamber to avoid being caught off guard, and retreating to the Count's bedroom, they initiated a lengthy and serious conversation. This was an essential point. During this time, Louis filled the Baron in on a biography of the people he would be living with for a while. He elaborated specifically about Don Melchior, advising the Baron to be wary of him, and reminding him that he only knew a few Spanish words, and barely understood the language. "I have lived for a long time among the cobblers," he replied, "and I have made good use of their lessons. You yourself will be surprised at the skill with which I shall carry out my task." "I confess to you that I am already so," answered the Count. "You have exceeded my expectations." "You flatter me, sir," said the young man, "but rest assured I will always strive to deserve your approval." "But now I realize, my dear Charles," said Louis with a smile. "We were old schoolmates." "What?" responded the Baron in the same tone. "We've known each other since we were little. Evidently, the perfection of our roles demands it. And don't you think we should use informal language in this case? Casually, I'll address you informally, and you can do the same to me. Well, that's only natural. How could 2 friends like us not use informal language?" The 2 young men warmly shook hands, laughing like classmates on vacation. Donna Dolores responded with a charming and encouraging smile to the young man's suggestion that he guide her. In this manner he slipped through the day without any other incident than the presentation of Baron Charles de Mériadec by his friend Count Louis de Soleil to Mrs. Dolores and her brother Don Melchior de la Cruz, a double presentation in which the stranger played the part of a consummate comedian. As for Don Melchior, He merely bowed respectfully while shooting her a harsh look. "Jean," said the Baron to the Count alone, "that Don Melchior gives me the impression of being a bad egg." "I completely agree," replied the Count without hesitation. A month passed without anything disturbing the existence of the inhabitants of the Arenal estate. Around 3 in the afternoon, Doña Dolores sent to inquire if the 2 young men would do her the honor of accompanying her for a few moments, to which they readily agreed. The Count and the Baron encountered Don Melchior in the courtyard. However, he did not address a word to them, and followed them with his gaze until they had entered Doña Dolores's room. Now that the Count and his friend often went out with the butler, either for hunting or simply for a walk, and occasionally, though very rarely, along with Doña Dolores, he was no longer alone with her. The young woman feared his presence less, and indeed on occasion it seemed to please her, to the point that she welcomed his gallantries, laughed at his jokes, and showed him the utmost confidence. But it was above all to the Baron that the young woman showed a marked preference, whether because, having known him, she gave him no importance, or because, out of sheer feminine coquetry, she took pleasure in playing with that nature of which she did not suspect the untamed energy, and wanted to test the power of her spells on the naive young man. Sunday was unaware, or pretended to be, of this ruse from Doña Dolores. With an exquisite courtesy towards her, he nevertheless stayed within the strict limits he had set for himself, not seeking to provoke the jealousy of a man whom he felt genuine friendship for, and who was about to marry the young woman. Icon hatred. As for Don Melchior, his character grew darker and darker. His absences became longer and more frequent, and on the rare occasions when fate brought him face to face with the 2 young men, he responded silently to their greeting, without deigning to their greeting, without speak to them. Finally, the repulsion he had initially felt towards them had turned into genuine mechs, Ted after demanding a ransom from the guerrillas. Meanwhile, political events were unfolding with increasing speed. Juarez's troops could be said to hold the field absolutely. Scouts from this faction had already appeared in the vicinity of the hacienda, and there was very talk of Spanish properties looted, set ablaze, and handed over to flames, while their owners had been treacherously assassinated. Mer thought. Great was the unease that prevailed at El Arenal. Don Andrés de la Cruz, whose Spanish heritage did not inspire any confidence in the future, took the most excessive precautions to avoid being caught by the enemy, since Don Melchior had insisted on remaining at the hacienda and refusing to retreat to Puebla, despite the repeated proposals of the 4. In the Count, suspicions to which the hidden antipathy he felt for Don Melchior from the very first day almost gave the force of certainty. However, the dark conduct that since the Count found himself on the farm, the young man's determination to remain isolated, his frequent and prolonged absences, and above all Don Oliverio's recommendations, whose distrust undoubtedly awakened long ago by events known only to him, had determined Domingo's presence on the estate, aroused suspicion. After careful reflection, Luis had decided to share his doubts with Domingo and Leon Carral, when one night, at 9 o'clock, upon entering a courtyard, he encountered Don Melchior on horseback, heading towards the estate's gate. The Count marvelled that at such a late hour on a moonless night Don Melchior would dare to venture out alone through those fields, risking an ambush by Juarez's guerrilla fighters, whose scouts he knew had been lurking around the ranch for several days. This unexpected turn of events from Doña Dolores's brother, seemingly unprovoked, dispelled the Count's remaining doubts, and confirmed his decision to seek counsel from his 2 confidants immediately. At that moment, Leon Carral crossed the courtyard, and upon hearing Luis calling out, he hurried towards him. "Where are you headed?" inquired the Count of the butler. "Nowhere," replied the butler. "Perhaps it's a premonition," said the imaginative Count. "Do you want me to accompany you?" "I know for certain, sir," answered Leon. "Without knowing why, I feel more uneasy than usual tonight, and I just had to go and inspect the surroundings of the estate." "I'll just go for a ride and explore the nearby area," replied Leon Carral. "Very well. Order your man to saddle my horse and Don Carlos's as well, and we'll meet you right away," he said. "I have a project. Right now, in 10 minutes, we'll be seeing you." "Above all, sir," responded the butler, "do not bring any servants with you. Let us do it ourselves, for it is best to avoid any chance of betrayal. You'll find your horses at the gate of the first courtyard. I don't need to recommend that you arm yourselves. Nothing to fear. Here we are, said the Count. The Count entered his rooms. After explaining to Domingo what was happening, they set off immediately and gathered the butler, who, already mounted, was waiting for them in front of the estate's wide open door. "Let's go," concisely replied Carroll. The Count and Domingo mounted their respective horses and left without a word. Behind them, the hacienda's door closed gently. The three riders descended at a leisurely pace down the slope leading to the plain. "Hello," said the Count after a moment. "What does this mean? Are we riding ghost horses that make no sound as they go?" "Speak fee, more, sir," replied the butler. "We are probably surrounded by spies." "Demonstrate," exclaimed Louis. "Then our expedition must be secret. As for what arouses your curiosity so much, it is merely a simple precaution. Our horse hoofs are wrapped in sheepskin bags filled with sand." "Yes, sir, and moreover important," replied Carroll. "What? So what's happening?" "I distrust Don Melchior. Man, think about it. Don Melchior is the son and heir of Don Andres." "Yes, but his mother was an indigenous Zapotec woman. I can't figure out why my master fell in love with her. She wasn't beautiful, nor good, nor did she have a spark of understanding, and that's how Don Melchior came to be. The mother died of childbirth, begging Don Andrew not to abandon the poor creature. My master promised her, recognized the son, and raised him as if he were legitimate, and years later forced his wife to have the child with her. Don Melchior was therefore educated as if he had indeed been a legitimate son, even more so since Doña Lucia de la Cruz died without having given her husband any children but one." "Ah," said the Count, "now I begin to grasp the truth." "Everything." "Yes," replied Louise, "the letter reminded Don Andrew of the project of a stipulated marriage between my family and yours, and in the meantime I would notify you of my impending arrival. He walked and begged for many years. Don Melchior, treated very well by his father, gradually came to believe that upon Don Andrew's death he would indeed inherit his fortune. However, about a year ago my master received a letter which resulted in a long and serious conversation with his son. Don Melchior, who had only made short and rare excursions into the country, began to take an interest in hunting, and started embarking on expeditions that often lasted many days." "Perhaps, sir," said Carroll, "but nothing of what passed between the father and son transpired. The only thing we all noticed was that Don Melchior, who is far from cheerful, has since become gloomy and harsh, seeking solitude and speaking to his father only when compelled to seize it. There, sir, is what I thought it was my duty to communicate to you. God knows that in speaking I have been guided only by the best intention." "Now everything is clear to me," said Léon Carroll, "and as you are convinced that Don Melchior is meditating an odious treason against the man to whom he owes everything, against his father. The sudden arrival of V to the estate, when undoubtedly he was still animated by the hope of never seeing him again, has immeasurably heightened his bad dispositions, and that is why I am convinced that, desperate to see how he slips through his hands forever the inheritance which he has coveted for so long, he will not hesitate even before a crime. Do you want to know my opinion?" "Amen," replied the Count with a laugh. Said Domingo, "Well, I believe that if an opportunity arises, we would do a good deed by putting a bullet in his head. Thus we would rid the world of a horrible killer." At this the three riders reached the plain. "Swish! Go ahead. We will follow in the manner of Indians walking the war-path." "Sir," said Léon Carroll, addressing Don Luis, "here the difficulties begin to transport to carry out the mission we are attempting. It is necessary to act with the utmost caution, and, above all, to avoid revealing our presence to the invisible spies who, it goes without saying, are stalking us." "Fear nothing, V," replied the Count. "We will be silent, aye. As we mentioned earlier, that night was without moonlight, and the heavens were as dark as ink." The butler took his place at the head of the line, and the three began to advance with considerable speed along paths that crisscrossed each other, and would have formed a complicated network for someone less familiar with the terrain than Léon Carroll. In the field a profound silence reigned, broken only at long intervals by the strident cries of nocturnal birds. Do you believe so?" Thus, without exchanging a word, the three riders continued to advance for half an hour, after which the butler stopped and spoke in a low voice. "We have arrived. Dismount. We are safe here." "We like this?" asked Domingo. "During our march, it seemed to me I heard the cries of nocturnal birds, too well imitated to be real. They're searching for us in the opposite direction from where we are." "You're right, V," said Léon Carroll. "It's the enemy sentries who are on alert. They've given us the slip, but, thanks to the darkness and my knowledge of these trails, at least for now we've lost our pursuers." "That's how I've seen it too," Domingo declared. "On either side, and perhaps miraculously escaped death countless times, Luis and Domingo, who tacitly recognized Carroll as the leader of the expedition, obeyed." The Count listened eagerly, but in vain, to what his companions were talking about. It was pure Hebrew to him. For the first time in his life he found himself in such a singular situation, and therefore completely lacking in experience, far from completely lacking in experience, far from, fearing that he had crossed all the outposts of an enemy camp, come within pistol-shot of hidden sentinels. "Gentlemen," said the butler, "take down the sacks from the horses. You no longer need them. I will light a sapwood torch in the meantime." "Is he here?" asked the butler after a few moments. Lion took his position once more to lead his companions, and the three tied their shoes, but this time on foot. "Yes," replied the Count, "but we can't see anything." "Would you light the torch?" "It's already lit," answered Léon, "but it would be too careless to show the light here. Follow me, and hold your horses by the reins." Soon a light shone before their eyes, bright enough for them to make out the objects around them. "Where in the devil are we?" asked the Count in surprise. The expedition members were in a natural cave, opening into the bottom of a rather twisting passageway that would not be noticed from outside. "As you see, sir," responded Carroll. "It's a cave." "Yes," agreed Louis, "but to get us here, some reason must have guided you." "Of these latter ones, I am aware of only one, and today." "A reason I was assisted, sir," replied the butler, "and this cave communicates with the estate through a quite long underground passage, an underground passage that has many exits into the countryside, and two within the estate. He covered it up the other, but afraid that Don Melchior, during his runs across the field, might have discovered this grotto, I wanted to come tonight to close it internally with a thick wall, and thus avoid being surprised." "Very well, Léon," said the Count. "When you want, we'll get to work. There are no lack of stones. First, let's make sure no one has beaten us to it." "Oh, that seems difficult," Louis muttered. "You think so?" Carroll replied with a gentle, ironic smile, and taking the torch he had placed in a corner, he bent down to the ground, but almost immediately stood back up, screaming in anger and frustration. "What's wrong?" the Count and Domingo exclaimed anxiously. "Look," replied Domingo, pointing to the floor for Don Luis. "Do you see these tracks going in all directions?" "What? So? Poor friend of mine," responded the cowboy. "These tracks have been imprinted by men likely led by Don Melchior, who have taken this path to enter the ranch, where they might already be at this hour." "No," replied the butler. "The footprints are fresh, only a few minutes old. Come, follow me without delay, and leave your horses behind." The forward position they had taken is insignificant, for once they reach the end of the underground passage, they'll be compelled to tear down the wall I built, which happens to be sturdy. Let's not falter, then. Perhaps God will allow us to reach the estate on time. Ah, divine was the inspiration that made me refrain from stoning the second exit. Shaking his torch to relight the flame, the butler rushed towards the side gallery, followed by the two young men. Errant. Now they were running straight ahead, and in a quarter of an hour they covered a distance equal to what had taken them an hour on horseback. When the three arrived at the estate's garden, it was silent. The underground railway ascended at a gentle slope. The path they followed to reach the cave wound around the hill on which the estate stood. Moreover, they had been compelled to make numerous detours and proceed with caution, that is, at a leisurely pace, afraid of being discovered, which consumed a considerable amount of time. But now it was "Wake your servants while I ring the alarm," said the butler. "We might save the estate." "No. To arms!" And Léon rushed towards the bell, whose rolling vibrations awakened the inhabitants of the estate in no time, coming immediately to the call, half naked, and not understanding what was happening. "To arms!" cried the Count and his companions. Louis and Doña Dolores had only exchanged a few words. "I am going to my father's rooms," said the young woman to the Count. "There I will meet you." Don Andrew was quickly briefed on the situation, and while he had his daughter escorted to her room under the care of devoted servants, and organized defences as circumstances allowed, the butler, accompanied by the Count, Domingo, and the first gentlemen servants, made their way to the garden. "Thank you. I'll be waiting. Will anyone else approach? I swear it to you." Doña Dolores and the Count parted ways. They certainly are. Once in the garden, the 5 men clearly heard the hurried blows that the assailants were raining against the wall, and they hid at pistol-shot range from the exit, behind trees and flowers. "To come to rob decent people in this way, it is necessary that those men are bandits," declared the Count. He replied with a laugh, "Some day, soon you will see them at work, so don't have any doubts." "Then be on your guard," said the Count, "and let's receive them as they deserve." The guerrillas rushed into the garden, emitting a cry of joy that instantly turned into a roar of anger. Meanwhile, in the cellar, the hammering sounded louder and louder, and not long after, a stone fell, then another and another, until a large gap appeared in the wall. 5 shots, fired simultaneously, exploded like a thunderous roar. The fight had begun. The hacienda's defenders, whose number had increased considerably, seeing the indescribable chaos introduced among the assailants, did not waste the opportunity to send a shower of bullets their way. 16. The assault, on hearing the volley that greeted them, sowing death in their ranks, the guerrillas had retreated in terror. Surprised by those they had imagined to surprise, prepared to rob, but not to fight, their first thought was to flee. However, a decision was necessary, either to advance under a deluge of projectiles, or to abandon the assault. The owner of the ranch was rich, and this the guerrilleros knew, and not only did they know it, but for a long time they had desired to appropriate these coveted riches, which they thought were hidden in the ranch. In the meantime, bullets rained down on the attackers without their daring to breach the gap. Therefore, it cost them to give up an expedition that had been prepared for a long time, and from which they promised themselves such magnificent results. Takel posed by the defenders of the estate. The leaders of the guerrilla fighters, more interested than their soldiers in the successful completion of their plans, ended their hesitation by resolutely taking up pickaxes and hammers, not only to widen the breach, but to completely smash the wall, for they understood that only through a sudden and irresistible assault could they overcome the obsess. These continued to make a grenaded fire, but almost all their bullets were lost, as the guerrillas worked under cover and made sure not to show themselves in front of the breach. "You're right, friend, the situation is grave," replied the young man. "What to do?" "They've changed tactics," said the Count to Domingo. "Now they're focusing on tearing down the wall, and soon they'll launch the assault." And casting a glance of sorrow around, he added, "Then, if we can't withstand a vigorous attack from those who accompany us, we'll be forced to retreat." The butler asked, "Ah, God?" "We don't lack it," replied Carroll. Exclaimed Domingo suddenly, slapping his forehead. "It just occurred to me, do you have gunpowder on the estate?" "Thank. Why?" "Have someone bring a barrel immediately. As for the rest, I take responsibility." "Easy enough. So go ahead and do so." The butler left in haste. "What do you intend to do?" the Count asked Domingo. "You'll see," replied the young man, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Live and let live. The idea that's come to me is magnificent. It's likely those bandits will take over the estate, for we are too few to resist them, and it's only a matter of time. But I trust it will give them a taste of their own medicine." "I don't understand you," Domingo said. "Ah!" The young man, fueled by a feverish exaltation, continued, "They want to carve out a wide path. I'm going to make it for them, I swear. 3 barrels. At that moment the butler returned, not with 1, but 3 barrels of gunpowder on a cart, each containing 120 pounds of gunpowder. He joyfully proclaimed, "Domingo, better and better, so each of us will have ours," asked Luis to the cowboy. "But what are you going to do?" "I'm going to send them up in the clouds," replied he. "Yeah, get to work." and taking one of the barrels, he removed the lid, an operation imitated by the Count and Leon Carrao. "Now," said Domingo to the peasants, who were terrified by such ominous preparations, "fall back. Better keep shooting at them." The Count, Domingo, and the butler were left alone with the First Lord's servants, who refused to leave their master. In a few words, the cowboy briefed his friends on his plan. They took charge of the barrels, and, sliding silently behind the trees, approached the cave. Sunday placed the 3 barrels of gunpowder at the base of the wall, and with the help of his companions he piled them high. The attackers, busy demolishing the wall from within, no daring to venture outside the breach due to the uninterrupted fire from the foot soldiers, they could not see what was happening in the garden. Consequently, it was easy for the 5 men to reach the very base of the wall that the guerrillas were demolishing undetected. "Back!" regarding the barrels, how many stones he could find. Then he took his lighter, removed the wick, cut about 10 centimeters from it, and inserted it into one of the barrels. "Back!" he said, under his breath. "The wall is already swaying, and within a moment it will collapse." And, setting an example for his companions, he ran away. Almost all the hacienda defenders, numbering around 40, with Don Andres in front, were gathered at the entrance to the orchard. "Why are you running like this?" asked Señor de la Cruz of the young men. "Are the bandits there?" "No, sir," replied Domingo. "Not yet, but you will soon know about them." "Where is Doña Dolores?" inquired the Count. "She's," Domingo told the peasants. "Trust your rooms with their maids. Fear nothing for her. We fire at them." They tied a hellish crossfire. "Rainbow," the Count whispered to his aide-de-camp, "everything must be foreseen. Go with Lanka Ibaru and saddle 5 horses, 1 for a woman. Go? Do you understand?" "Yes, my Lord Count." "Then you will drive those horses to the end of the garden gate, and there, well armed, they will wait for me." Rainbow left quickly, as calm and composed as if nothing extraordinary had happened at that moment. "Ah," he said. Andrew sighed in despair. "If Melchior were here, how useful he would be." "He'll be here soon," the Count replied with irony. "But where could he be?" "Who knows?" "Ha! Ha!" Domingo exclaimed. "Something's happening down there." Indeed, the stones, vigorously dislodged by the repeated blows of the guerrillas, began to fall into the orchard. The gap was widening rapidly, and finally a wall panel peeled outward. A cloud of smoke, and in all directions fell a rain of human debris. The guerrillas let out a thunderous cry, throwing down their spears and gripping their weapons as they prepared to invade the estate. But suddenly there was a terrible explosion. The earth shook as if shaken by a volcanic convulsion, and something soared into the sky. A cry of agony cut through the space. Then a deathly silence descended upon the scene of such horrifying spectacle. "Forward! Forward!" cried Domingo. The catastrophe must have been terrible, but the underground kept its secret. Here and there, amidst the ruins, one could see the disfigured remains of those who moments before had been men. The damage caused by the mine had been terrible. The entrance to the underground, completely overturned from top to bottom and sealed entirely by heaps of earth and stones, had not allowed any of the attackers to pass. "Praise be to God, we are saved," said Don Andres. "To arms, if no other attackers appear from another direction," replied the butler. "To arms!" cried the peasants, fleeing in terror. Suddenly, as if chance had wanted to make good the words of Leon Carrao, there were heard dreadful screams accompanied by shots from firearms, and a sudden flame that rose in the servants' quarters illuminated the scene with a sinister glow. "The guerrillas! The guerrillas!" Indeed, as the reddish glow of the fire that devoured the buildings grew stronger, the defenders of the hacienda spotted about 100 men advancing at a rapid pace, brandishing their weapons and letting out cries of fury. Leading the bandits was a man wielding a saber in his right hand and an axe in his left. "Don Melchior!" the old man exclaimed in despair. "Live God!" said Domingo, pointing his weapon at him. "It won't take another step." "He's my son!" shouted Don Andres, turning the weapon away from Domingo. The bullet disappeared into space. "Ah, sir," he replied coldly, "you will regret saving his life." The son of Don Andres de la Cruz was in communication with the partisans of Juarez. Don Andres, dragged by the Count and Domingo, had entered his rooms, all of whose openings were immediately blocked by the footman, who lit a very nourishing fire from the windows over the attackers. Reduced, as the butler would explain to the Count, was his despair at his sister's upcoming marriage and the inevitable loss of the fortune he had long hoped to be the sole heir to. The young man had resorted to everything under certain conditions, agreed upon by Quaylar, which he reserved the right to fulfill. When his purposes were not achieved, he proposed to hand over the hacienda to the guerrilla leader, for which all measures conducive to the case had been taken. Our Ailes, as it was undeniable that this point would be undefended, to attend to the defence of the buildings, which were quite distant from them. Quaylar and Don Melchor agreed that part of the squad, led by determined officers, would attempt a surprise from the underground, which the young man had previously kept, while at the same time the other half of the squad, under Quaylar's command, and guided by Don Melchor, would silently scale the walls of the hacienda on the side of the Quay. We have already indicated what had been the success of this double attack. Gang did not concede quarters, fought with the heroism of despair. Quaylar still ignored that in such an endeavour he had lost half his men, completely vanished under the debris of the collapsed underground, and with the remaining ones he waged a fierce battle against the hacienda's peons, who, knowing they were up against Quaylar's gang, the most ferocious and bloodthirsty of all Juarez's guerrillas, and that the battle, however, continued to rage. The pawns, hidden in the rooms, had barricaded the windows with whatever they could find, and were firing from cover at the attackers scattered throughout the courtyards, inflicting significant losses on them. In Quaylar, not only did the relentless and unexpected resistance he encountered drive him to despair, but also the inexplicable delay of his squad's soldiers who had entered through the cave. They should have reached him long ago. The guerrilla chief had heard the blast from the mine, yes, but since he was still quite distant from the estate, and in a diametrically opposite direction to where the explosion occurred, the noise reached him dull and indistinct. This definitive triumph was due to Don Melchor, and a multitude of guerrillas joyfully brandishing their weapons. So he paid no attention to them, but the inexplicable delay of his companions, at a moment when his relief was so necessary, began to cause him serious unease, and he was already on the point of sending some of his men out to search for the stragglers, when suddenly there came from within the rooms wild shouts of victory, and through the windows a pea. While the main force of attackers struck the buildings head-on, he, accompanied by some determined men, had slipped through the shadows via a low window that the estate's residents, in their initial confusion, had forgotten to secure as they had with the others, and entered inside, appearing suddenly before the besieged, whose presence terrified that upon which the guerrillas who accompanied him descended upon them, brandishing his sword and wielding 2 pistols. Then the battle turned into a horrible slaughter. The peasants, despite their pleas, were stabbed to death by their victors and thrown out of the windows onto the courtyard. Soon the guerrilleros flooded all the buildings on the estate, chasing the peasants from room to room and killing them mercilessly. "Halt!" cried Don Luis with a shrill voice. "Stop, gentlemen!" In this way they reached the grand hall, whose both doors of the 2-story house stood wide open. But once inside, not only did they stop, but they retreated, overcome by an instinctive urge of horror at the terrible sight that met their eyes. The salon was lit up by a multitude of candles placed in every candelabra, and on all the furniture, and in one of its angles, with furniture piled up, they had constructed a barricade, behind which Doña Dolores and the women and children of farm workers took refuge. In front of the mentioned barricade, and at 2 steps from it, they were aligned, standing still with a rifle in one hand and a pistol in the other, Don Andres, the Count, Domingo, and Leon Caral, who had 2 open barrels of gunpowder by their side. "If you take another step, we'll all be flying through the air. Please do not cross the threshold of this door." Don Melchor kicked in anger upon seeing himself thus reduced to impossibility. The guerrillas were very careful to obey this polite recommendation, as they had assessed the danger at first glance. "What do you want?" he asked the Count, the son of Don Andres de la Cruz, with a choked voice. "You'll be shot like dogs, you cursed Frenchman." "Not a thing," Luis replied. We have enough honour not to deal with a wretched creature like him," exclaimed Don Melchior. "I challenge you." The guerrillas fell back, shouting in terror. "As soon as he put his threat into action," replied the Count, lifting with all nonchalance the trigger of the revolver in his hand, and aiming at the powder-barrel close by. "Don't shoot, V. Don't shoot," they cried. "Here comes the Colonel." Indeed, Coeulard had just arrived. Coeulard was a heartless bandit, a fact that will come as no surprise to anyone, but one must admit he was brave as a lion. "Those French demons come up with incredible ideas. By Jove," he added to himself, "there's no one who catches them off guard. With that pair of barrels we'll all fly to paradise." "And if we refuse," said the Count, "we won't hesitate, as we didn't hesitate in sending the soldiers you sent on reconnaissance into the clouds." The Colonel carved his way through his soldiers, and once alone in front of them, he bowed gracefully to the 4 men, scrutinized them with a playful look, lit a cigarette, and said in a good-humoured accent, "That's very ingenious, the arrangement you've made here. My congratulations, gentlemen. What do you say?" Coeulard paled. The guerrilleros trembled with fear at hearing such words, and all kept silent. "I mean," the Count replied with utmost composure, "that you may have a search made for your soldiers' bodies in the underground, and you will find them all, for they are all down there." Coeulard became pensive, and after a minute he lifted his face, from which all traces of emotion had disappeared, and cast a look around as if searching for something. "Are you looking for fire?" Domingo asked, approaching him with a match in hand. "Light your cigarette, sir." Coeulard took the match that Domingo gallantly held out to him, and after lighting his cigarette he returned it to him with thanks. "What? So," said Coeulard, once the young man had rejoined his comrades, "do you demand a surrender?" "You are mistaken, sir," replied the Count. "We do not demand it. We offer it to you." "You offer it to me?" exclaimed the guerrilla in surprise. "Yes, because we own your life." "Damn it," replied the Count, "that's exactly our point." "You are mistaking the issue," Coeulard argued. "What you are saying is specious, because if you sent us to dine with St. Peter, then you would have to come too." Coeulard returned to meditation, and soon after said, "Let's not waste time in a shoot-out of words. Let's speak like men. What do you want?" "I'll tell you," replied the Count. After the battle, Coeulard idly smoked the cigarette he had lit moments before, his left hand resting on his long sword, its scabbard lying on the ground. In the posture he was standing, the bandit, at the door of the hall, and idly wandering his gaze with a feline softness and exhaling spirals of bluish smoke, there was something irresistible. So allow me a brief observation. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he said, "but before we proceed, we must come to a complete understanding." "Speak, sir," said the Count. "Such good company." "Let's agree," replied Coeulard. "I want it, and even ask for it. As you see, I am very adaptable. But I recommend that they do not demand the impossible from me, because in this case I would be forced to refuse them. For all that, I do not need to tell you that if you are determined, so am I, and while I desire to reach a mutually beneficial deal for who I am, I swear to you that if you prove too demanding, I will prefer to fly with you, all the more so as I have the feeling that sooner or later I will end my life like that, and it would not displease me to go to hell in its. Coeulard pronounced these words with a smiling gesture, and the Count was not deceived by the resolute expression of the man with whom he had spoken. "Oh," said this one, "you do us an injustice if you suppose us capable of asking for the impossible. All we want is to take advantage of our good position." "And I applaud you sincerely, sir," replied the guerrilla fighter. "But since you are French and your compatriots fear nothing, I thought it my duty to make this observation, to demand." "Take my assurance on it, sir," answered the Count, feigning the same calmness as his interlocutor, "that what we are going to demand is quite reasonable," he repeated. Coeulard, emphasizing these words, "Yes, sir, but we won't force you to restore us to the possession of the estate, because we know that if you leave it, you will attack us again tomorrow. You are very shrewd, sir, but let's get to the point. That's what I'm getting to. First and foremost, you will return the poor peasants who have escaped the massacre. There is no difficulty, together with their weapons, their horses, and what little they possess." "I agree." "Dom, what more? Andrés de la Cruz, his daughter, the butler Leon Caral, my friend, and I, and all the women and children refugees in this hall, will be free to leave where we please without fear of being disturbed by anyone. Cruella wrinkled his nose. Please excuse me, do you accept? Yes, sir, I accept. What else? My friend. And I are French, and as far as I know, France is not at war with Mexico. But perhaps one day it will be, Cruella replied in a mocking tone. Maybe, but for now we are at peace and have the right to his protection. Have you not fought against us? Agreed? Continue. He speaks well, but in legitimate defense. Since they attacked us, we had to defend ourselves. We want to have the right to take with us, on our mules, what belongs to us. Is there nothing more? Not much. Do you accept these conditions? I accept them. What? Perfectly. Now the only formality left is, just a formality, the hostages. How can one understand hostages? What more do you want? Have I not given you my word? Yes, sir. Then, Cruella, flattered internally by the Count's words, smiled pleasantly and said, I have already told you, Mr. Hostages. You will understand perfectly, sir, that I cannot risk the lives of my friends and mine. I will not tell you, for you have given your word, and I consider it good. But your soldiers, who as brave guerrilleros that they are, would feel no scruple in committing the madness of putting themselves in our hands, to force us to pay a ransom or something worse. You, Mr. Cruella, he does not command regular troops, and however strict the discipline he maintains in his squad, I doubt he will go so far as to enforce respect for prisoners who fall into his hands. When you cannot defend them with your presence, what you end up expressing may be true to a certain degree. That's why we don't want others. Canary, responded Cruella with a boisterous laugh. You have no bad taste. Indeed, this one would be enough for you. But let's conclude. What hostages and how many does we demand? Only one, sir, answered the Count. You see if we are content. Indeed, but who is that hostage? We, sir, answered the Count without ambage. Then it is very sensitive. Why? Because I refuse, I demonstrate, and who would serve as my guarantor? The word of a French gentleman, responded the Count with arrogance, a word that has never been in vain. So we agreed that I would serve as their hostage. For my life, Cruella replied, with the gentleness he knew how to adopt so well when circumstances required it, and made him seem like the kindest man in the world. I accept, sir, and whatever happens, I feel an itch to put that word the European are so proud of to the test. Now I await your response regarding how long I should remain with you, as this is very important to me. We only ask that you accompany us until the site of Puebla. Once there, you will be free. If you wish, you can take an escort of 10 men to return safely. Quite so, quite so. I am at your service, gentlemen, pronounced Cruella. Yes, replied Don Melchior grimly. And turning towards Don Melchior, he left you here, said the Count to him, to watch over things during my absence. After whispering some words to the butler, the Count went back to Cruella. Sir, he said, please have the soldiers brought here. Then, while you remain with us, Leon Carroll will arrange everything for our departure. That's fine, answered the guerrilla. The butler can go about his duties. Addressing his men and naming Carroll, he added, This man is free. Bring the workers here. Not long after, about 15 devils, dressed in tattered clothes and covered with blood, but armed as agreed upon beforehand, entered the salon. These 15 men were the only survivors of the estate's defenders. Cruella then entered the room at whose threshold he had previously stood without invitation, and went to stand behind the barricade. Indispensable, a supreme explanation between the two of us. Don Melchior, who understood the falsehood of his position, now that he found himself alone face to face with the besieged, turned to retreat. But then Don Andres rose up and addressed him with a vibrant and imperious voice, saying, Stop, Melchior, we cannot part like this. Now that we must never see each other again in this world is necessary. Don Melchior shivered at hearing that voice. He paled, and made a movement as if to flee, but stopping himself promptly and raising his brow haughtily, he said, What do you want from me? Speak. I am listening. For a few seconds the old man stood with his eyes fixed on his son, wearing an unusual expression of love, anger, sorrow, and scorn, and finally, after a great effort, he spoke in these terms, Why do you wish to leave? Go away, wretched one, marked with an indelible stigma. Damn you, V, and this curse that forever weighs upon your heart. Is it because you are horrified by the crime you have committed, or is it because rage has taken possession of my heart after seeing your parricide thwarted, and your father saved despite all your efforts to take his life? God, who allowed you not to achieve the complete triumph of your plans, punishes me for my weakness towards you and the place you had usurped in my heart. A dear price to pay for my error, but finally the bandage that covered my eyes has fallen. Go, parricide. From now on you are no longer my son. Despite his audacity, Don Melchior could not bear the blinding gaze his father fixed upon him unyieldingly. In the salon a funeral silence reigned. For those men, though so little impressionable, were under the influence of the terrible curse pronounced by a father upon his guilty son. In him a livid paleness spread over his face, a convulsive tremor shook his body. He bowed his head under the weight of the anathema, retreated slowly without turning back, as if dragged by a force beyond his will, and disappeared among guerrilleros, who cleared a path for him, driven by a sense of horror. Coellar, who was the first to regain his presence of mind, said to Don Andres, "You did wrong to infer to your son, and in the presence of all such a cruel insult." "Lay, I understand him," the old man said sadly, "but what does it matter to me if he takes revenge, since my life is broken forever?" And leaning his head on his chest, Don Andrew fell into dark and deep meditation. "Watch over him," Coellar told the Count. "I know Don Melchior, and I know that he is a true Indian." In this, Doña Dolores, who had hitherto remained fearfully hidden among her servants behind the barricade, rose, moved some furniture aside, slipped through the opening she herself had just made, and sat down beside Don Andres. He neither moved, noticed her approach, or heard her seat herself next to him. "Do not let this pain bring you low." The young girl bowed down to her father, took his hands in hers lovingly, kissed him on the forehead, and with a melodious voice saturated with indescribable tenderness spoke these words: "My good father, do you not have a daughter who loves and respects you? Look at me, my dear father, for the Blessed Virgin. I am your daughter. Does he not love me as much as I love him?" "Oh!" Don Andres raised his face, bathed in tears, and opened his arms, into which Doña Dolores threw herself, crying out in joy. The old man exclaimed with inexhaustible tenderness, "What ingratitude on my part to doubt the infinite goodness of God! I still have my daughter. I am no longer alone on earth. I can still be happy. Oh, you have no brother, nor have you ever had one?" "Yes, father," replied Doña Dolores. "God has wanted to subject you to a test, but he will not abandon us in our sorrow. Be strong against misfortune. Let your son surrender to his repentance. Lift the terrible curse that has struck him, allow him to return, repentant, to your feet. I am convinced that his action is but the child of a moment of delirium. For how could I not love V, so noble, so great, and so good?" "Never speak to me of your brother," replied Don Andres with harsh energy. "That man has ceased to exist for me." "Father, for God's sake, calm yourself. Forgive me for deceiving you into believing that wretch was part of our family. No, that monster is not my son. I myself have been mistaken in thinking that the same blood flows through his veins as mine." "Come, my daughter," Don Andres replied, cradling the young woman in his arms. "Do not leave me. I need to feel you here by my side. I cannot bear to feel alone in the world, and I need your strength to endure my despair. Oh, repeat to me that you love me. You cannot imagine how much your words ease my heart and lessen my pain." The guerrillas had scattered throughout the estate, looting and destroying, breaking furniture, and picking locks with a skill that attested to their extensive practice. Only, according to the agreed-upon pact, had the Count's rooms been respected, whom he did not hesitate to accept. You ressenti? Rainbow and Ibaru, freed from their long task by Leon Caral, actively took up the burden of loading Luis and Domingo's trunks and suitcases onto some mules, although the guerrillas watched them for a few moments with a sneering expression. Ridiculing the clumsy way the two servants loaded the mules, they eventually offered their help to Rehn boat. Then they saw those men who, without the slightest scruple, would have given themselves to larceny, stealing the invaluable objects that were enclosed in the suitcases and chests that the Count's servants were carrying, busily engaged in transporting them with the utmost care, and not for a second did it occur to them to seize them, nor for the vow. Thanks to the clever efforts of Cuilla's henchmen, the Count's and Domingo's baggage were loaded onto 3 mules in no time. Then Léon Carroll re-entered the salon and announced that everything was ready for the departure. Léon Carroll never had to worry about anything but ensuring the necessary horses were saddled for the journey, which was accomplished in an instant, thanks also to the goodwill shown by the guerrillas in going to fetch the horses from the stable and leading them into the courtyard. "When?" "You're ready, gentlemen," said Louise. "Go ahead." Those present in the hall began to leave one by one, escorted by the guerrillas, who were shouting loudly, although it seemed they were contained by the respect they had for their leader, and did not dare to take things into their own hands. Once mounted, those who were to leave the estate, as well as 10 guerrillas under the command of an officer tasked with escorting the colonel. On his return, Cuilla addressed his soldiers, recommending them to obey blindly Don Melchor de la Cruz while he was absent, and then gave the signal for march. Among men, women, and children, the small caravan consisted of 60 individuals, the only survivors of the 200 who dwelled on the hacienda. The convoy descended as it passed the hill, and soon found itself in the plain. It was around 2 in the morning. Everything was enveloped in darkness, and the sad travellers, wrapped in their blankets and shivering with cold, took the road to Puebla, which they reached in 20 minutes. Cuilla led the caravan to the right of the Count. Then came Doña Dolores, who sat between her father and Domingo. The mulescas, who guided the burden-carrying donkeys under the direction of Léon Carral, and the 2 servants of the Count, and 3 servants of the Count. Guerrillas closed the march. Then they quickened their pace, hoping that by the time the sun rose, or at least during the first hours of the morning, they would reach the city, which was only about 5 or 6 leagues away. Soon a very bright light coloured the sky with fiery glows, and illuminated the field over a large extent. The estate was on fire. Upon this sight, Don Andres cast a sad glance back. He sighed deeply, but he did not utter a word. He only used the word Cuilla. He was trying to prove to the Count that war had its sad needs, that it had been a long time since. In this way, for about 3 hours, the travellers continued on their journey without any incident interrupting the monotony of their trip. Dawn appeared, and at its first light the gloomy silhouette of the domes and high spires of Puebla could be seen in the distance. Don Andres had been denounced as a devoted follower of Miramon, and the taking and destruction of the hacienda was nothing but the result of the landowner's animosity towards Juarez, all of which the Count, understanding the futility of arguing such a matter with such a person, did not bother to respond to. "In fact, sir," replied Cuilla, "I believe you can do without me now, and since you give me your leave, I will go, reiterating to you my regret for what has happened." The Count had the caravan stop, and then he told Cuilla, "Sir, you have loyally fulfilled the agreement we made, so on my behalf and that of my unfortunate friends, I thank you. We are only about 2 leagues from Puebla. It is already daybreak, and therefore it is inutile for you to continue accompanying us. Unfortunately, it is not I who commands, and—" "Enough, please, I beg of you," interrupted the Count. "What's past is irreparable. Therefore, at least for now, it is excused to speak further of the matter." "May I have 2 words?" said Cuilla in a low voice, leaning forward. The young man approached the guerrilla fighter. "Before we part," said the latter to Louis, "I want to give you a warning." "Say?" What do you mean, sir? No one knows what may happen. I repeat, keep an eye out. You are still far from Puebla, where you will not arrive in less than 2 hours. Be on your guard. Watch the field around you. Goodbye, sir," the young man replied indifferently, returning the guerrilla's salute. "What's wrong?" After politely bidding farewell to his travelling companions, Cuilla took command of his soldiers and rode away at a gallop, not without first, through a significant gesture, advising the young man to be prudent. The Count responded to his friend by telling him, Domingo asked, approaching Luis as he saw his friend's thoughtful expression as the guerrilleros rode off. What Cuellar had told him as they parted. "There's trouble ahead," the cowboy muttered, furrowing his brow. "However it may be, the warning is good, and we wouldn't act wisely by ignoring it." It had taken the ambush after the guerrillas' departure. The caravan continued its journey for a few more minutes in complete silence. However, the last words spoken by Cuellar had taken effect. The Count and the cowboy felt uneasy, and despite themselves, and without daring to share their dark thoughts, they advanced with excessive caution, sweeping the air, as it were, bristling at the slightest suspicious noise that rose from the brush. It was a little past 5 in the morning, the time when nature seems to pause for a moment, and when light and darkness fight with almost equal forces, blending into each other and creating that opalescent glimmer whose hazy shades give objects vague, undefined appearance, a yes and no fantastic. In the distance, the numerous domes of Puebla's buildings appeared, confusedly standing out against the sombre blue of the sky. The trees, washed by the abundant night dew, were greener, and at the end of each leaf trembled a droplet. From the earth arose a greyish steam, producing a transparent mist, which the increasingly warm rays of the sun were dissolving in patches, illuminating part of the landscape, and leaving the other shrouded in shadows. In short, it was neither night nor day. Of crystal-clear water, while its branches, moved by the morning breeze, gently clashed together, producing mysterious whispers. Already the birds, gathered under the shelter of the foliage, were softly playing their joyful concerts, and wild bulls, here and there, raised their heads above the high grass, issuing harsh bellowings. They assured me, the fugitives followed a winding path squeezed between lands cleared for agave cultivation, limiting the horizon to a restricted circle that allowed them to watch their surroundings with all the caution perhaps necessary for the general security of the caravan. "My friend," said the Count as he approached Domingo and leaned slightly on his chair, "I cannot explain the reason, but I feel great unease. The departure of that bandido impressed me deeply, as I believe it portends an imminent, terrible, and inevitable misfortune, despite being in close proximity to the city and the calmness surrounding us, should have—" "What to do?" asked the Count. "Precisely this calm," Sunday also replied in a low voice, "fills me, like you, with indescribable sorrow. I, too, feel a misfortune. We find ourselves in the midst of a swarming hive, the most suitable place for an ambush." "I don't know," Sunday answered. "The situation is difficult. However, I am in favor of redoubling our prudence. Make Don Andres and his daughter take the lead. Warn the peons to keep their eyes open and their fingers on the trigger of their rifles, and you're ready for any sign of alarm. Meanwhile, I'll go out in the open, and if the enemy gives chase, I know how to throw them off. But let's not waste a second." Speaking of this manner, the cowboy dismounted, and after throwing the reins of his horse to a peon, he slung his rifle under his left arm, climbed the slope on the right, and soon disappeared among the brush that lined the path. Once alone, the Count prepared to follow his friend's advice immediately, so he formed a rear guard with the most determined and well-armed foot soldiers, whom he ordered to watch very carefully the edges of the path, while trying to disguise seriousness of the events he anticipated, in order not to discourage them. The butler, as if he had guessed the inquietude of the Count and shared his suspicions of an impending attack, had placed Don Andres and Doña Dolores in the middle of a small group of loyal servants from whom he assumed command. Hurrying the pace of the horses, he left a gap of 100 steps between himself and the main body of the caravan. Issue of debility became more alarming by the second. Doña Dolores, overcome by the accumulation of terrible emotions she had experienced throughout that night, paid little attention to her friend's arrangements, but mechanically followed the new impetus given to her, and perhaps without being aware of the new danger threatening her, or thinking of anything other than caring for her father, who's conned. In fact, since he left the estate, and despite his daughter's pleas, Don Andres had not spoken a word. Pale, with fixed gaze, and sightless, head bent over his chest, body shaken by persistent nervous tremor, and now submerged in deep despair, he left his horse to guide him, not knowing where he was going. Such had been broken by pain, his energy and will. By Léon Caral, body and soul enslaved to his master and his young mistress, and realizing how incapable the old man would be of offering any resistance in the event of an attack, had first recommended to the servants whom he chose to serve as an escort for Don Andres and Doña Dolores, so they would not lose sight of him, and to try by any means possible at the moment of the struggle to get out of the melee and protect them from all danger. Then, obeying a signal from all danger, then, obeying a signal from all danger. Count, he turned, and gathered around him. What I see, V, has had the same premonitions as me, said Luis to the butler. Ah, replied he, shaking his head, Don Melchor will not leave the game until he has either won it or lost it definitively. Do you believe him capable of setting up such a horrible ambush for his father? That man is capable of anything. Then it is a monster. Not even parricide? Not even parricide. What you are telling me is terrifying. No, replied the butler. It is a mestizo, a jealous and proud man, who knows that only fortune can give him the appearance of consideration he covets, and to attain it he will not hesitate to use any means. What do you want, sir? That's how it is. Thank God we're getting closer. To Puebla, and once in the city, we will have nothing to fear. What, proverb? Yes, but we are not yet there, and V knows as well as I do the proverb. You can't take it from hand to mouth without losing your soup. I hope this time your fears won't come true. Please go on. So do I. But didn't you call me, sir? Indeed, I have a recommendation for you. Perhaps in this way you will have time to ensure their safety under the city's walls. V, in the event of an attack, I demand that you abandon us to our own forces and lead a cavalry charge towards Puebla, taking with you Don Andres and his daughter. I shall obey you, sir. They shall not lay a hand on my master without passing over my body. Does V have anything more to communicate? No, go back to your place and leave it at that. The butler greeted the Count, and reunited the small squadron in the centre of which were Don Andres and Doña Dolores. Almost at the same instant, Domingo reappeared on top of the path's margin, and once again, mounting his horse, he took position to the right of the Count. "Did you find anything?" he asked the cowboy. "Yes and no," Domingo replied in a low voice. The young man had a grim face and furrowed brow, which doubled the Count's unease, who said, "Explain yourself." "For what purpose, if you wouldn't understand me?" "Perhaps I would." "Then listen. To the right, to the left, and at our backs, the plain is completely deserted. I am certain of it. The danger, if it truly exists, is not to be feared, but to catch up with us on the journey that separates us from the city. Listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. From the arena, I will not say that he followed us, for the word. What leads you to suppose so? Certain and secure indications that my long desert habit has made me recognize at first glance. In the region where we find ourselves, men generally neglect all the precautions taken on the plains, and the forgetting of even one of them would result in, indisputably, the immediate death of the imprudent hunter or warrior would thus have revealed his presence to his enemies. Here it is easy to recognize the clues, and even easier to follow them, as they are perfectly visible, even to the most perfectly visible, even to the most inexperienced. At this moment we are following it. It is not exact in these circumstances, but flanked to the right by a numerous squadron that at most a gunshot away galloped in our direction. This squadron, whatever it was, about half a league from here, made a turn to the left, as if to approach. Then hastened its pace, got ahead of us, and entered in front of us onto this same path, so that 9 empties into the plain, which is where I am certain those who have been stalking us await. What do you infer from this? That the situation is grave, critical, and that no matter how many precautions we take, I fear our forces will be overwhelmed. See how the path gradually narrows, how the margins of the road become steeper. We are now in a canyon, and within 15, or at most 20 minutes, we will reach the point where this quay. Oh, the hands of their pursuers! What you tell me is clearer than evidence, my friend, replied the Count. But as unfortunately we have no means to evade the danger that looms over us, we can only press on despite our misfortunes. "That is what troubles me," Domingo muttered, suppressing a sigh and casting a glance at Doña Dolores. "If it were just between us, we would have resolved the difficulty soon enough, for we are men and will perish by killing. But will our death save that old man and his innocent daughter? At least we'll try the impossible, so they don't fall int. We approach the suspicious point. Let's quicken our pace, so we're prepared for anything." "Attention!" said the Count in a low voice. A few minutes later they arrived at a place where the path, before emptying onto the plain, formed a rather sharp bend. Everyone tightened their finger on the trigger of their rifles. Once around the bend, the caravan came to a sudden halt, dominated by a tremor of terror and surprise. In front of the barricade, and with an air of defiance, stood a horseman, none other than Don Melchior. The entrance to the canyon was intercepted by a strong barricade made of branches, trees, and stones, and behind it were about 20 immobile men in a threatening attitude. Additionally, at noon sunlight one could see the weapons of other individuals crowning the heights to right and left. "Every pig has its St. Martin, gentlemen," he said with a smile laced with irony. "Now I am in command, and will impose my conditions." "Look at what he's doing, sir," the Count replied without flinching, and taking a few steps forward. "Between your superior and us, we have loyally made a pact, and breaking it would be a betrayal whose shame would entirely fall on him." Louis repeated, "We will not accept any, sir, and if he does not consent to let us pass, we shall force him to yield, no matter how grave the consequences may be for both you and us." "Try it," responded Don Melchior, with the same ironic smile. "Bah," replied Don Melchior, "we are guerrillas, and we make war in our own way without worrying about what others might say. Therefore, instead of engaging in a futile discussion that would ultimately not bring you any favorable outcome, I think it's only right to inform you of the conditions under which I will agree to let you pass." "Conditions? That's exactly what we're here for." Don Melchior shrugged his shoulders, and turning towards his men, he gave the order to open fire. "Forward!" He heard a horrible explosion, and a shower of lead fell on the caravan. "Forward!" cried the Count. The soldiers rushed at the barricade, uttering cries of anger. Don Andres had torn himself from his daughter's arms, who in vain tried to stop him, and armed only with a machete, he threw himself into the thickest part of the fight. The attack of the soldiers had been so impetuous that with their first push they reached the opposite side of the barricade. The fight was fierce, terrible, dreadful, for the pawns knew they could not expect quarter from their ruthless enemies. Thus they fought with prodigies of valor, but not to win, which they did not believe possible, but to avoid defeat without vengeance. Then both sides, too close to each other to use their rifles and pistols, resorted to cold steel. Don Melchior was far from expecting such stubborn resistance from the peasants. The guerrillas positioned in the heights were reduced to inaction, fearful of wounding their own comrades. Thanks to the advantageous position he had chosen, he had believed that he would easily achieve victory and count on immediate submission. Such thoughts doubled Don Melchior's rage. The caravan, horribly decimated, now only a few men capable of fighting. The rest were dead or wounded. What was happening upset all his calculations. He began to see clearly the consequences of his action. Cuellar, who would undoubtedly have turned a blind eye to a completed betrayal without bloodshed, would not forgive him for having had his most fierce soldiers killed in such a foolish manner. Don Andrew, whose horse had been killed, continued to fight with unprecedented bravery, despite losing plenty of blood from 2 wounds. But suddenly he let out a terrifying voice, a cry of despair. Don Melchior, jumping like a tiger, had rushed towards the group in which Doña Dolores was taking refuge. Knocking down the peasants in his way, Andrew's son grabbed the maiden, placed her across his horse's saddle, against her resistance, and fled without further concern for the fight his companions were engaged in, clearing all obstacles in his path. Left behind, they abandoned their struggle as it had become meaningless to them, and obediently to a prior order, they scattered in all directions, leaving the peasants free to continue their journey to Puebla if they chose to do so. Don Melchior had carried out the abduction of Doña Dolores with such speed that no one noticed until Don Andres' cry of despair gave the alarm signal. Without calculating the danger they were putting themselves in, the Count and the butler had set off in pursuit of Don Melchior. But he, riding at a gallop on his prized horse, was opening up a significant lead over his pursuers, one that was growing by the moment. Sunday cast a glance at Don Andrew, lying prostrate on the ground, and gently lifting him, he said, "Trust me, sir, I will save your daughter." The old man joined his hands together, looked at the young man with an indescribable expression of gratitude, and fainted. Sunday mounted his horse, and, spurring it on, left Don Andres in the care of his servants while he pursued the kidnapper. The cowboy needed only a moment to realize that Don Melchior, who was clearly more skilled in riding than he or his companions, would soon be out of reach. Luis and the butler then tried to block his path, while Domingo stopped his horse, dismounted, and prepared his rifle. According to the direction he was taking, Don Melchior was supposed to pass within 100 meters of him. As for Don Melchior, he galloped straight ahead for a while, then suddenly checked his horse as if an obstacle had suddenly appeared in front of him, and, turning to the right, changed direction as if wanting to close in on his pursuers. The cowboy crossed himself, aimed his weapon, and fired. Wounded in the head, Don Melchior's horse fell dead, dragging the rider down with it. At that very moment, about 30 guerrillas appeared in the distance, escaping towards the ambush site. Coellar was leading them. No matter how urgently the Count and the butler hurried to reach the place where Don Melchior had fallen, Coellar arrived first. By God! D. Melchior rose from the fall, bruised, and bent down to his sister to help her stand. But she was unconscious. Coellar exclaimed roughly, "You're a fine companion, sir," he said, "but you practice treachery and lay ambushes with remarkable skill. However, hell itself may catch us before we ride together much longer." "It is no time for jesting, sir," replied the young man. "This maiden, who is my sister, is fainting, but I swear to thee that this will not continue." "And who is to blame for it?" shouted the guerrilla brutally, "except thee, who, in order to rob her, I do not know what instrument he used, made me kill 20 men among the most resolute of my squad. What do you mean?" he asked with an air of superiority. "D. Melchior. I mean to say that from now on you will do me the singular favour of going wherever you please, so long as it's not with me, and I am severing all ties with you, effective immediately. Does that seem clear enough to you?" "Yes, sir," answered the young man. "That is correct. I will not abuse further of your patience. Provide me with the horses necessary for my sister and for me, and I shall leave it to you. The devil take me if I provide you with anything. As for that lady, some horsemen are on their way, who I much fear will resolutely oppose you taking her away with you." Indeed, the Count, the butler, and Domingo arrived running. Don Melchior turned pale with rage, but realizing that any resistance was impossible on his part, he crossed his arms over his chest, proudly raised his head, and waited. Coellar took a few steps towards the young men, who, not knowing his intentions, as they were afraid he might turn against them, felt some unease. "You've arrived just in time," he said, rushing to assure them. "I hope you haven't accused me of supposing that I have intervened in something in the ambush where they risked perishing." "We didn't suspect it for a second, sir," answered the Count courteously. "Thank you for the good opinion you merit, gentlemen," replied Coellar. "But tell me, I suppose you come to claim this young lady, don't you?" "Yes, sir." "And if I objected to her being taken by you?" he asked with arrogance. "Don Melchior." "Very. I would lift the lid of your brains," he interrupted calmly. "The guerrilla fighter? Believe me, don't try to fight against me and to take advantage of the good mood I'm in right now to seize Villa Diego's, for it could happen that not long from now. I'll regret this last act of kindness I'm showing you, and leave you to your enemies." "Well," he said, Don Melchior with bitterness, "I am retiring as I am forced to." And measuring the Count with a contemptuous look, he added, "We will meet again, sir, and I hope that then, if not entirely on my side, at least the odds will be even." "Regarding the matter, you have already been mistaken," Louis replied, "and I have full confidence in God to believe that the same will happen henceforth." "Let's see," muttered Don Melchior under his breath, taking a few steps back as if to distance himself. "Don't you want to know what happened to your father in the ambush?" Domingo then asked the young man with an air of threat. "Father!" exclaimed he, with a voice filled with resentment. "I hold no ill will towards him." "It is true," the Count replied with loathing, "for you have killed him. Step forward, murderer." Everyone retreated in horror, their eyes filled with dread as they watched that monster retreat calmly and steadily across the open field. Don Melchior shuddered, his face turned to a deathly pale, a bitter smile curled his thin lips, and casting a poisonous glance around at those present, he uttered in a strangled voice, I accept this new insult." "That man is a demon," murmured Cuellar, crossing himself, a gesture kindly mimicked by his soldiers. "I feel more than I can't imagine you," he said then. Don Dolores, carefully lifted by Domingo, was placed on the Count's horse, and the young men, escorted by Cuellar, returned to the side of Don Andres, whose wounds had been dressed by the peons as God willed. These, on the Count's orders, wove some cradles with some branches, covered them with their blankets, and then placed the old man in them, who was still fading, and his daughter on one side. Cuellar, addressing the Count, he says, "This unfortunate event, forasmuch as this man is Spanish, and therefore an enemy of Mexico, the sad state to which I see him reduced inspires me with genuine compassion. The Pete Dua." End of Volume 1. Index, Volume 1, Eyes. The Travellers the Third. The young men thanked the wild guerrilla for this demonstration of sympathy. They parted ways with him forever, and once again, amidst great sorrow, took the path to Puebla, where they arrived 2 hours later, accompanied by many relatives of Senor Delatis and Senor de La Cruz, who, warned by a peasant specially sent for that purpose, had come to meet them. The robbers, the fort, the lightning V, the arenal estate Zets. Through the window, the 7th. The Ranchi 8. The injured man, I clean thought it. Discovery X. The appointment Jedi. On the plain de Toad. A touch of politics 13. Convention Bonds 14. The outskirt house Defifid. Don Melchior 1640. The assault 7. After the battle 18. This translation is the property of D. Luis Tasso. I. Complications. Loic fell silent. The Ambush Mexican Knights by Gustave Aimard, translated by Luis Calvo, 2nd edition, volume the 2nd, Barcelona, Louis, Tasso's printing house, Arco. Del Teatro, 21 and 23. Have you finished? Asked Don Jaime, turning to Loic. Largo had been the story of the cowboy, whom Don Jaime listened to without interrupting, with an impassive and cold face, but with flashing eyes. Ah! Why are you so troubled? Yes, sir. How did you know so circumstantially about that horrifying catastrophe? Sunday told me all about it. The poor man was as mad with pain and rage, and upon learning that I had to see V, he charged me to convey. It's all right, replied Don Jaime, interrupting Loic promptly and fixing him with a fiery gaze. Didn't we give you another commission for me, Domingo? Sir, stammered the ranchero, visibly agitated. Asked Don Jaime. She speaks or breaks? Sir, answered Loic, I fear I have done a foolish thing. In your contrite manner, I suspect so. But in the end, what is this folly? It is that, answered the Breton. Domingo seemed so desperate not to know where to find V, he had such a need to speak to him. You couldn't bite your tongue and revealed. Where V was, yes, sir. After this confession, the rancher bowed his head with humility, as if he were deeply convinced he had committed a grave crime. There were moments of silence. Darn it! As is natural, Don Jaime continued, you told him under what conditions my name was hidden in this house, exclaimed Loic naively. If I hadn't done so, Domingo would have been in a hurry to find you. You're right. Then how will he come? I presume so. Very well. Don Jaime took a few steps through the room, lost in thought, and then, approaching Loic, who remained motionless in his place, he asked, Did V come to Mexico alone? Lopez is accompanying me, sir, but I left him at a pulqueria by the door of Belén, where he's waiting for me. So go back there and say nothing, and within an hour, no, before that, come with him. He might need both of you. Be careful, sir, we'll be punctual, Lopez replied, rubbing his hands. Goodbye, then. Excuse me, I have a letter. For me? You are, sir. From? Of whom? Loic took out a carefully sealed bill from the pocket of his dolman and handed it to Don Jaime, saying, Here, Don Esteban, exclaimed the adventurer with joy, after glancing at the envelope, and opening it swiftly. Saturday, midnight, pair. Although very short, the note was encrypted, and its content read as follows. Everything is going according to plan. The individual you know is walking right into the trap. The rancher was stunned by the question. Hope, Cordova. Don Jaime tore the note into unrecognizable pieces and suddenly asked Loic, What day is it today? Today. For him, completely unexpected. Stupid. Do you think I should refer to yesterday or tomorrow? You are right, sir. It's Tuesday. Couldn't you have told me immediately? When Don Jaime was ruled by joy or anger, he addressed Loic informally, and this that Loic didn't ignore. In the way he spoke to him, provided an infallible barometer. The adventurer took a few more steps through the room, his manner concerned. Can I leave? The rancher dared to ask. You should have left 10 minutes ago, Don Jaime replied, with a harsh accent. Loic didn't need the order repeated. He saluted and retreated, leaving only the adventurer behind. Shortly after, the door to the room where he was opened, and the two ladies entered, making their way towards Don Jaime. Doña Maria asked him in a trembling voice, Have you received bad news? Yes, sister mine, he replied, very bad ones. No. Nay, we know them. No reason makes me hold my tongue. Moreover, they concern dear people to you. Holy Virgin! Why, exclaimed Doña Carmen, joining her hands. Could it be Dolores? Yes, my daughter, answered Don Jaime. The Hacienda del Arenal was surprised and set on fire by the Juaristas. My God! Cried both ladies in a burst of pain. Poor Dolores! Where is Andres? He is severely injured. Let us thank God he did not die. Not much better than a corpse, the adventurer pronounced. Where are they currently? In Puebla, where they arrived, escorted by some of their men, sent by Leon Caro. He is a loyal servant. Count Sole. Thief? Yes, but I doubt he would have managed to save his masters alone. By fortune, Andrew had 2 French gentlemen as guests at his ranch. One who is to marry Dolores? Carmen inquired with a keen look. Yes, him and Baron Charles de Mériadeck, attached to the French embassy. It seems these 2 heroic young men performed prodigies of valor, and thanks to them, our friends have been saved from the horrible fate that awaited them. God bless them, said Mrs. Mary. I do not know them, but I am already interested in them as if they were old friends. You will not take long to get to know them, at least one of them, said Mr. James. Ah, replied the young woman with curiosity. Yes, I expect the Baron de Mériadeck at any moment. We will reserve the best reception for him, said Doña Maria. I advise you to do so, declared Don Jaime. But Doña Dolores cannot stay in Puebla, exclaimed Doña Carmen. That is my opinion, he replied, and that's why I plan to move there. Why doesn't she come here? The young woman asked. He would be safe, and his father would receive the care his condition required. It's very sensible what you say, Carmen, replied Don Jaime. Perhaps it would be better if you spent some time with them. I'll think about it. Above all, however, I need to see Don Andres to make sure his state allows for the trip. I observe, my dear brother, said Mrs. Mary, that you spoke to us of Mrs. Dolores and her father, but not of Mr. Melchior. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Jaime's face suddenly took on a sombre expression, and his features tightened. Has something unfortunate befallen him? Asked Mrs. Mary. May God grant that it has, he replied, with a mix of sadness and anger. Never speak of such a man. He is a monster. It fills me with dread, Don Jaime. I've already told you that the Arenal estate had been robbed by the guerrillas. Isn't that so? Yes, responded Doña Maria, trembling with fear. Do you know who commanded the Juaristas and served as their guide? Don Melchor de la Cruz. Oh, the 2 women exclaimed in horror. It's horrible, profited Mrs. Mary and Carmen by concealing their faces in their hands and breaking into sobs. Later, when Don Andres and his daughter secured permission to leave safely to Puebla for a deal, a man laid an ambush not far from the city and attacked them treacherously, and that man was Don Melchor. At least he believed so. He has no right to that fortune, and her upcoming marriage to Don Dolores would have completely stripped him of it. Yes, it's horrible, Don Jaime continued, especially since Don Melchor had coldly calculated his father's death, and through parricide he wanted to seize control of his sister's fortune. "That man is a monster," said Doña Maria. Thus it was that the news of the misfortune which suddenly overwhelmed Don André's family filled them with grief. "Indeed, I will try to please you," he replied, "Don Jaime. Nevertheless, I dare not promise them anything yet." Mrs. Maria insisted warmly that Don Andrés and his daughter be taken to Mexico and live with her and Carmen, so they could receive the care and comfort they so desperately needed after such a disaster. Don Jaime's relationship had terrified the two ladies, and for good reason. His intimacy with the Cruz family was great. Doña Dolores and Doña Carmen had grown up together, and though the latter was a few years older than the first, they loved each other like sisters. "I count to leave today for Puebla, on the way of which I would depart right now, if it were not for the visit of Baron Meriadeck." Don Jaime smiled. "This will be the first time that I'll see him separate from us almost without hesitation," said gently Mrs. Maria. In this, the three interlocutors heard the door of the street open, and the sound of a horse's hoofs in the hallway. "Here is the Baron," said the adventurer as he went out to greet his visitor. Indeed, the newcomer was Domingo. Don Jaime extended his hand to the young man, and, casting him a significant look, he said in French, a language both ladies spoke fluently, "Bienvenue à vous, mon cher Baron. Je vous attendais avec impatience." Sunday, who realized that until further notice he had to keep his identity hidden, replied, "I am saddened in my heart for having made you wait, my dear Don Jaime. But I have just arrived from escape, and telling you nothing new, if I said the road is long." "I know," Don Jaime responded with a smile, "but let's not stay here any longer. Come, I want to introduce you to two ladies who wish to meet you." "Ladies," said Don Jaime as he entered, "allow me to present to you Baron Carlos de Meriadeck, attached to the French embassy, one of my dearest friends, of whom I have had the opportunity to speak to you. My dear Baron, it is an honor to present to you Doña Maria, my sister, and Doña Carmen, my niece." Although, intentionally, as one would expect, the adventurer had left out the ladies' surnames, the young man seemed not to notice, and greeted them respectfully. "Now," Don Jaime added in good humor, "you are here among your own family, Baron. You already know our Spanish hospitality. If you need anything, just speak up. We are at your service." "More terrible than you imagine," Domingo declared, as they are well versed in the matter. Everyone took their seats, and after the refreshments were served, a conversation ensued between our characters. "You may speak openly," Don Jaime said. "These ladies are aware of the terrible disaster at Arino. They are interested in that unfortunate family. I fear with my words to increase their pain and be a messenger of bad news. We are intimately related to Don Andrés de la Cruz,